Okay. We are on YouTube.
Mr. Rice, this is Allison, the court reporter. I don't have you listed on any of my documentation. If you could tell me who, in what capacity you're online.
Yes, ma'am. I am here on behalf of Occidental.
So you're with O'Melveny and Myers?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Hurst, you're now the host.
Thank you, Ms. Kippenbrock. And my understanding is also that you've not had any requests to give public comment. Is that correct?
Let me check once more my email to see if something came in.
Very well.
Just a sec. Ms. Hurst, I do not have any requests at this time from people asking to give public comment.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, how are we all doing? Has anybody, good. Has anybody got any items that we're going to need to discuss once we go on on the record?
I have a couple, Madam Examiner.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Gonna go ahead and, you haven't changed your witness order, have you?
That's the one thing, is we wanted to swap and call Mr. Mueller before Mr. Remington. Mr. Mueller has a hearing in Minnesota that he needs to be available for, but that was it.
Okay, so you only want to move him over 1 space?
Yes, just reverse. Yes.
Okay. And then I also noticed when I was reviewing the pre-hearing memos, that Ms. Crane is only available today.
That's correct.
Correct, Mr. Gecto? Okay, so we're going to need to make sure we get Ms. Crane in too. I don't see that anybody has questions for Ms. Crane except for Oxy. And I guess myself. So I would, based on that, I would say we're gonna be able to accommodate that later on in the day. Since it's not gonna take up, we'll see if we get through all of our SPS witnesses, and if we don't, then we'll substitute Ms. Crane in due to her limited availability. And then it looked like the only other witness who might be affected is Mr. Luth, has to be today also, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Madam Examiner, the only other matter I wanted to mention is that we were unable to download the exhibits from the Dropbox link. We could see them, but we couldn't download them. It said we didn't have access to download.
Okay. Do you need to do something other than see them?
I think we need to be able to download them so
You can't actually open them and look at them?
We can, we just can't print
Okay.
them or save them.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I intentionally put view only because I didn't want them edited.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So, like I say, for the hearing purposes, I thought it would be okay if you just had access to look at them if you were going to use them, in your examination. I mean, I'm happy to put them up on the screen, if you can't get them, but like I say, no, I did that intentionally.
Okay. Okay.
Just so they couldn't be edited.
I see.
Not that anybody would edit them. Just trying to follow the protocol for, ensuring the accuracy of the documents.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
I fully respect it. It was. I wonder what we do if we ever are able to change that for the future. For me, it was. I like to work off of it, and I double checking the page numbers when we go through cross and such. It was. I don't know. We can worry about it in the next case. I made it work, but.
Okay. And I'll talk to when we have our next meeting, Mr. Getko. I'll be happy to talk with the other hearing examiners and if we need to do something different, like I say, I'll be happy to discuss it. Like I say, my understanding is that the protocol is to make it view only, just because that's the only way to get rid of the edit function. And I don't claim to be the know-all of Dropbox. I have my training wheels. on Dropbox. So.
Yeah.
But I'll make a note to do that. Okay. Anything else before we begin our hearing? We're about at time. I guess I can report that I did think I was going to have a commissioner participating, and I got a text this morning that he's ill and he's not going to be participating. So doesn't mean we might not have commissioner participation, but not what I thought. Okay, anybody have any changes? Just obviously let me know. You know, if somebody decides all of a sudden, you know, they want to cross somebody or recross or whatever, I think we can be pretty flexible. As everyone knows, we are on YouTube, and I'll go ahead and admit you're a witness. And I believe it is now 9 o'clock. And Allison, if we can please go on the record. So good morning. My name is Elizabeth Hurst. I am the designated hearing examiner in this case today before the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. We are conducting the hearing on Zoom, and it's also being live streamed on YouTube. The live stream will not be disconnected during this hearing until the end of the day. So if we are on a break or a recess, you're going to need to accommodate for that any participants. Today's case number 22-00178 UT is in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's application for authorization to implement grid modernization components that include advanced metering infrastructure and recover the associated costs through a rider, issuance of related accounting orders, and other associated relief. Along with me today is our court reporter, Allison Hoyman. Should anyone need anything to do with the transcript, you'll need to notify her. I guess I would like to go ahead and get appearances on the record. And if we could start out with counsel for SPS, please.
Good morning, Madam Examiner. Dana Hardy with Hinkle Shaner on behalf of SPS, and also in the room with me is Miss Zoe Lees.
Thank you. And I thought that was you, Miss Hardy. You're showing up as Miss Lees, and then you've just answered why. So thank you.
Thank you.
And could I have counsel for WRA?
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. Sydney Beatles for Western Resource Advocates.
Thank you. Mr. Rice, would you make your appearance, sir?
Yes, good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. This is Christian Rice on behalf of Occidental Permian Limited.
And for the Attorney General?
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. This is Kevin Gudko for the New Mexico Office of the Attorney General.
And Mr. Bartel, if you would make your appearance, please.
Madam Hearing Examiner Randy Bartel on behalf of Walmart, Inc.
Good morning. And Ms. Lynch?
Good morning. This is Kara Lynch, and I'm here on behalf of the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy, also known as CCAE.
Thank you. And for staff, please.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner John Bagacco for the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission Utility Division staff.
Good morning. I would like the record to indicate that I did check both my email and the email of Ms. Kippenbrock, our assistant in the hearing examiner division, and there were no persons who signed up to give public comment in this matter. Additionally, upon my review of the Commission's case docketing system, there were no written comments filed in this case. We are here today at this date and this time pursuant to the procedural order that I issued in this case that did require publication and individual mailing to SPS customers. And pursuant to the affidavit and mailing notices filed in this case on September 21st, SPS has comported with that requirement. We had a brief discussion before we went on the record with regard to any procedural matters, and the only procedural matters that I can report have to do with some questions about Dropbox and witness order, and we will address those items as necessary. So unless anyone has anything further procedural, I would like to go ahead and begin the hearing. And Ms. Hardy, you have a witness.
I do, Madam Examiner, and before I call Ms. Trammell to testify, I would like to request that SPS's application be admitted as SPS Exhibit 1, just to facilitate the hearing process and make sure it's in the record.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 1? Hearing or seeing no objection, SPS Exhibit 1 is admitted, which leads me to a question, Ms. Hardy. Among the items, SPS requested the commission grant authority for. Did SPS request a variance from Commission Rule 17-560-14E?
We did.
And just for your just for the record, I will identify that particular rule as the commission rule on in-service testing requirements. Ms. Hardy.
We did not request a variance from that rule in our application.
Okay. Very well. Go ahead.
Would you like us to address that issue? We could look at it.
Well,
during the
I'm just
break, or-
clarifying,
Okay.
Ms. Hardy, as the parties know, I recently completed El Paso Electric's grid mod application, and they in fact did ask for a variance from the annual meter testing rule. And upon my review of your application, I didn't find it. And so I just wanted to clarify for the record whether or not I had missed it, or if SPS chose not to file for that.
We did not, Madam Examiner.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to
Thank you.
call, thank you. I'd like to call Ms. Brooke Trammell as our first witness.
Good morning, Ms. Trammell.
Good morning, Your Honor. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Trammell, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Go
Can you
ahead.
please, thank you. Can you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Brooke Trammell, B-R-O-O-K-E, last name Trammell, T-R-A-M-M-E-L-L.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Southwestern Public Service Company as Regional Vice President, Regulatory and Pricing.
Do you have in front of you a document that's marked as SPS Exhibit 2?
I do.
Can you please identify that document?
This is my direct testimony in this proceeding.
Are the answers in your direct testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
And would they be the same if you were asked those questions today?
Yes, they would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 2.
Ms. Trammell, do you have any corrections, additions, or deletions to your direct testimony?
Not to my direct testimony, Your Honor.
And did your direct testimony contain exhibits?
I did have attachments to my direct testimony. One attachment, I apologize, not plural, just one.
Okay, and that attachment was completed by you or under your direction and control?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Any objection to what's been identified as Ms. Trammell's direct testimony, SPS Exhibit 2? Hearing no objection, SPS 2 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. Ms. Trammell, do you have in front of you a document that's marked as SPS Exhibit 3?
I do.
Can you please identify that document?
This is my supplemental direct testimony filed in this proceeding on September 2nd. And I do not have any corrections to this supplemental direct testimony. It also did have one attachment included, BAT-S1, and that was prepared by me or under my direct supervision, Your Honor.
Are the answers in your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
And would they be the same if you were asked those questions today?
They would be.
Madam Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 3.
Any objection has been as to what has been identified as SPS Exhibit 3, Ms. Trammell's supplemental testimony? Hearing no objection, SPS 3 is admitted.
Thank you. Ms. Trammell, do you have in front of you a document that's marked as SPS Exhibit 4?
I do.
Can you please identify that exhibit?
This is my rebuttal testimony in this proceeding filed on October 31st.
Do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
I do. I believe when the rebuttal testimony was filed, for some reason, the footnotes did not show up. So those were refiled to include the footnotes that are referenced throughout the proceeding, or some of the footnotes that are referenced throughout the testimony. And then additionally, on page 35 of my rebuttal testimony, there are 2 items listed in the bulleted list that we can strike. These items listed here in this portion of my rebuttal testimony were items that at the time of filing my rebuttal, SPS was unable to provide the information requested. The first item that can be removed is item number 4 in that bulleted list, starting on, well, it's on line 10, page 35, line 10. And I would just clarify, we can identify the number of customers that have signed up for a web portal. We still cannot report on which web portals are active by customers, but we can report on the number of web portals that have been signed up for. So that no longer needs to be in this list. Also on line 11, the next item, meter accuracy tests are performed today, and we currently report those meter accuracy results, not necessarily percentages, but the meter accuracy results under existing commission processes.
With those corrections, are the answers in your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
And would your answers be the same if you were asked those questions today?
Yes, they would be.
Madam Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 4.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 4, Ms. Trammell's rebuttal testimony as corrected by her here today? Ms. Hardy, the strikeouts on page 35 that were just identified by Ms. Trammell, were those included in SPS Exhibit 4 errata rebuttal?
They were, Madam Examiner.
Very well. Hearing no objection, Ms. SPS Exhibit 4 is admitted.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Ms. Trammell. She's available for further examination.
Very well, thank you. And I believe first in our examination, cross-examination, Ms. Beatles, you had indicated via email that you would like 10 minutes of cross of Ms. Trammell. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Trammell. As you know, I'm Sydney Beatles and I'm representing Western Resource Advocates in this case.
Good morning.
My questions are going to be referring to your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
And on page 15, at the top, you state that you agree with Mr. Kenny's recommendation to hold at least 2 stakeholder meetings for input on new and revised programs and rate designs that leverage grid mod capabilities. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you state that you'll file the outcomes in case 22-00124. I understand that is SPS's current almost complete energy efficiency case. So why that docket and not this one?
I understood Mr. Kenny's recommendation when referring to the development of newer revised programs to be referring to potential energy efficiency or load management or demand response programs. And those conversations would be applicable if they were proposed in that time frame. To be included in that triennial filing from a commission reporting standpoint.
Mm-hmm. So when you say that SPS will file the outcomes in that case, what do you mean by outcomes?
Summaries of the stakeholder meetings. These meetings, my understanding, are to solicit input on the development. So while we may have items proposed, either related to the triennial energy efficiency timeframe or beyond, we may just be reporting to the commission in that proceeding the conversations that occurred in those stakeholder meetings and any consensus that the parties may have reached or feedback that SPS received from interested stakeholders, knowing that any proposals may need to be made in other proceedings. So really just focusing on the outcome of the discussion in those stakeholder meetings.
Okay, thank you. You answered my question. So if one of the outcomes was a time of use program, that would be proposed in a rate case, but you would still report on the stakeholder group discussions and your plans in 22-00124. Did I get that right?
That was our intention. Yes, ma'am.
And you would have no objection if the commission asked you to file the outcomes in this docket as well, right?
No objection.
And when do you reasonably expect that these stakeholder meetings would start, and when generally they would occur in case the commission wants to set a date by which they need to conclude and be reported on?
I think certainly they would need to commence after the completion of this proceeding so that SPS and the parties would know whether SPS's grid mod projects are moving forward or not. It may be reasonable to begin these stakeholder meetings after deployment has completed, but I understand and can recognize parties' interest in having this discussion possibly parallel with deployment. So we could start the conversation in these stakeholder meetings parallel with SPS's meter deployment.
So, and of course you wouldn't object to whatever outside dates that the commission sets for those stakeholder meetings to conclude and be reported on in this case, right? I don't know if I asked that clearly. So
I think I understand your question.
Okay.
I would not have general opposition to that. We just want to make sure the timing worked.
Yeah. And please refresh my recollection of your filing. When do you expect your deployment to wrap up?
We expect meter deployment in SPS's New Mexico service territory to be finished by the end of calendar year 2024.
Okay. And please, well, you don't need to refer to this because I'm sure you'll recall what you said in the rebuttal, but if you want to, my next questions will be referring to pages 9 and 10. And I'm going to close my office door because there's someone unexpectedly showed up here in the building. Sorry. Oh, no, that's okay. That's all right. Okay, thank you. I was a little unclear about your recommendation that the commission specifically reject CCAE's how do I say this, recommendation for a default time of use rate schedule, because it seems incongruous with your advice to the commission against jumping to conclusions or making any pricing design conclusions in this case. So I just want to clarify, you're not saying that the commission should reject default time of use programs in the future. You're just saying that the commission shouldn't decide that that is the way to go in this case.
That's correct. I don't,
Okay.
as the testimony states here on pages 9 and 10, I don't think that record has been developed at all in this proceeding, the applicability of a default time of use rate for any SPS class. But to your point, it may be appropriate in the future.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Trammell.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles. I don't believe that Occidental had questions. I believe the next questioner, Mr. Gatko, you had questions for Ms. Trammell.
I do. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Ms. Trammell.
Good morning.
I want to start with your rebuttal testimony. And can you please turn to pages 34 and 35 of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes. I'm there.
Okay, on those pages, you discuss Miss Lane is an expert witness for the NMAG in this case. You discuss Miss Lane's reporting recommendations, correct?
I do.
And you state that you agree on most of the reporting metrics. Is that correct?
The testimony is SPS is able to agree to most of the items in her list, and then discusses some of the items that, at least at the time of filing the rebuttal, we are unable to report on.
Okay. For clarity of the record, let's walk through some of those reporting metrics to which SPS can agree, if that would be all right.
Yes.
So SPS and the Attorney General have agreed that SPS will track and report on the number of advanced meters installed each calendar year in SPS's New Mexico service territory, correct?
Yes, generally. Do you mind if I refer to Ms. Lane's attachment as well? I just want to grab that because I think you're referring to an item that's not in my list of things that we can't report to, but rather in the list of things we would be amenable to reporting on.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Yes, we can agree to track and report on the number of advanced meters installed each calendar year. We would report that for our New Mexico service territory to the NMPRC.
All right, thank you. And is it correct that SPS has also agreed to track and report on the percentage of advanced meters deployed each calendar year compared to the planned installation?
Yes, that's correct.
And has SPS agreed to track and report on the number of advanced meters replaced each year as a result of problems?
Yes, we can report on that as well.
And has SPS agreed to report on the percentage of customers with advanced meters as of the end of the prior calendar year?
Yes.
Will SPS report on the cumulative number of customers electing to opt out of AMI installation as of the end of the prior calendar year?
Yes.
And SPS has agreed to report on the annual cost associated with customers opting out of AMI?
Yes.
SPS and the Attorney General, have they also agreed that SPS will track the number of informal and formal complaints received each calendar year regarding AMI installation?
Yes, we can report on any complaints we receive related to the installation of these meters.
And have you agreed that you will report on them in addition to being able to report on them?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gitko, just a second. I seem to recall, and I don't know if it was you, Ms. Trammell, but I thought one of the SPS witnesses testified that you couldn't track the complaints because
Your Honor, I think you're referring to the original testimony from the NMAG's witness that proposed reporting on the number of customer service calls related to AMI installation. That level of detail we don't readily report on. We certainly have information on the calls we receive at our call center. But if I understood Mr. Gedko's question correctly, he was asking us if we could report or agree to report on the number of informal or formal complaints received related to AMI installation. So not the original recommendation of customer service calls.
Okay. I guess I'm just trying to make sure I understand the difference. One would be a specific complaint to SPS, like an oral complaint or a written complaint or a complaint with the commission?
Yes, that's correct. As opposed to, say, a general inquiry to the call center about installation.
Okay, well, so what if somebody does call up on the customer service line and says, yeah, I have a problem with my meter, or with this meter you want to install? Is that going to be one of these calls that you can't identify? I mean, how are you going to distinguish between the things that you can track and the things that you can't?
Sure. If a customer calls in and identifies that they have a problem with a proposed installation, we can, our customer service representatives can talk through that customer's concerns. And if the customer is wishing to lodge a complaint, that will be recorded by the customer service call representative. If the customer is just seeking information, the customer service agent will likely be able to discuss any information that customer is calling about during their phone conversation, but it may not result in an actual complaint.
Very well. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Getko.
Okay. Moving along, has SPS agreed to track and report on the percentage of customers with advanced meters who received estimated bills in the prior calendar year after receiving their advanced meter?
I would expect that number to be 0, but yes, we can certainly report if that's not the case.
Okay. And has SPS agreed to track the total number of AMI meters that have been activated for billing in the
Yes.
prior calendar year?
Yes.
And will SPS track the percentage of customers with an advanced meter who have made a complaint of inaccurate meter readings?
Yes. Yeah, this is similar to the complaint related reporting item we discussed earlier, but more specific to, any instances of inaccurate readings.
Okay. And has SPS agreed to track the number of customers who have received an advanced meter and have signed up for a web portal account?
Correct. As I mentioned when I was going through my corrections, we can determine if web portals have been set up. We can't quite determine if they're active once they're established. So it's just a slight difference from NMAG's original recommendation.
Okay. And will SPS report on the number of remote meter disconnect operations during the prior calendar year?
Yes.
Okay. And has SPS agreed to report on the number of remote meter connect operations during the prior calendar year?
Yes.
And SPS will report on the percentage of interval reads received during the prior calendar year?
Yes.
And SPS will report on the number of avoided meter purchases during the prior calendar year?
Yes. And we can. This will be a calculated value, but we can report on that number.
what is an avoided meter purchase?
This was something that was discussed, I believe, in the direct testimony of Mr. Rowling, but it's a component also of the cost benefit analysis. The expectation is that the AMI meters we plan to deploy will have a lower failure rate in the field than today's existing meters. And so we would expect to see fewer meter replacements given a lower failure rate of the technology.
Thank you.
Okay, and has SPS agreed to report on identified instances of theft and meter tampering, both in a pre versus post AMI deployment analysis?
Yes, we can agree to report on that. For the pre-AMI deployment, that would essentially be calendar year 2023.
Okay. If deployment starts in 2023, will you make the differentiation and not just have it be straight for the calendar year? Am I understanding correctly?
We could look to see what we have, say, Q4 of this year. We might not have an annual, 12-month baseline period for pre-AMI deployment.
So in 2023, will you be able to give I'm just wanting to understand if meter installation starts in 2023 and you want to do a report of pre-deployment instances of theft and meter tampering, can you just explain to me again whether you would be able to do that for 2023, or would you instead need to go back to 2022, given that you'd have a bifurcated 2023?
Yeah, we could certainly report on everything in 23. I would just need to check what current data we have today on identified instances of meter theft or meter tampering. That might be something we can confirm with Mr. Nickel. I suspect we do track and report some of those instances today, but Mr. Gitko, I would just want to confirm that we have that information available, since we potentially in a 12-month period could be reporting on a historical timeframe we have already passed.
Okay, thank you. And will SPS report on the number of uncollectible accounts and associated bad debt expense for the prior calendar year? And again, for a pre versus a post AMI deployment comparison?
Yes, I think for this metric, it may make the most sense to report on the customer classes receiving AMI meters. So this might be narrowed on a customer class basis, but yes, we can report on the number of uncollectible accounts and then that account's associated bad debt, which would be aggregated for the sum of uncollectible accounts in that calendar year.
Okay, thank you. And has SPS agreed to report on the number of monthly unique visits to the web portal during the prior calendar year?
Yes, it's my understanding we can determine this information.
Okay. And will SPS report on customer access to hourly or sub-hourly data?
I'm not sure reporting on this is necessary. Assuming SPS's application in this proceeding is approved, and particularly the HON capabilities are enabled, all customers will have access to 15-minute interval data through their My Account portal. Additionally, customers can select an on-demand feature in their My Account portal to view their on-demand KW and KWH data. Additionally, by enabling the home area network, or the connectivity between SPS's advanced meters and customers' home area networks, customers can also view their real-time KW and KWH data in SPS's mobile application.
Okay.
So that would be the expectation upon meter deployment, that those capabilities exist. Hopefully, if we were ordered to report on those, we'd be reporting, of course, 100% of customers have those capabilities upon deployment.
Okay. And moving along, you state in your rebuttal that SPS is unable to report on some of the items recommended by Ms. Lane, correct?
Yes, and that was that list on page 35.
And you covered some of this when we started today, but since you filed your rebuttal testimony, have SPS, well, actually, this is different, I'm sorry. Since you filed your rebuttal testimony, have SPS and NMAG, the Attorney General, reached agreement on the reporting metrics discussed in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, based on some clarifications of what was intended in those proposed reporting items.
Okay, so let's discuss those metrics just briefly. SPS and the Attorney General have agreed that SPS will track and report on the number of calls received each calendar year from customers in SPS's New Mexico service territory by Xcel Energy customer service regarding AMI meter inquiries, correct?
Yes, we should be able to identify the number of calls that we receive to the call center that relate to AMI generally. So getting into subcategories of the topic of those calls, and reporting that information would not be readily available. But we do expect that there'll be a tag, if you will, for calls representatives to identify if the topic of the call was an AMI inquiry in general. So that'll separate customer calls from, say, more general billing inquiries to something specific to AMI.
Okay. And regarding operation and maintenance cost savings from avoided truck rolls, field visits, SPS and the Attorney General have agreed that SPS will track calculated operation and maintenance cost savings from identified avoided field visits during the prior calendar year. Is that correct?
Yes, again, these would be calculated values.
And SPS and the Attorney General have agreed that SPS will track and report on the number of identified avoided truck rolls and field visits during the prior calendar year.
Yes.
And with respect to greenhouse gas emissions, SPS and the Attorney General have agreed that SPS will track calculated greenhouse gas reductions from identified avoided truck rolls, field visits during the prior calendar year.
Yes, that is a more specific recommendation than was originally presented in the testimony, and that we can calculate and report on.
Thank you. Regarding meter accuracy percentage, SPS and the Attorney General have agreed that that metric is unnecessary because SPS already maintains that information, correct?
That's correct.
And now regarding Katie and Sadie, CAIDI, and Sadie, SAIDI, SPS will report the monthly normalized system Katie and Sadie for its New Mexico service territory, both pre and post AMI deployment, on an annual basis for the prior calendar year. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Trammell, what does it mean that the numbers are going to be normalized?
We normalize these reliability metrics to exclude storms, essentially. So if there's a large storm in the service territory, as you can imagine, that may significantly affect the SAIDI and SAIDI indexes. So we generally normalize storms out to get kind of a base reliability metric for system operations.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Gecko.
Will SPS track and report on the percentage of customers with advanced meters who are targeted with energy savings messaging?
Yes, we can report on that, and we've agreed to.
And has SPS agreed to track and report on the percentage of customers receiving LIHEAP assistance with advanced meters who are targeted with energy savings messaging?
Yes, and again, the distinction for an indication of low income here is we don't collect or retain any income eligibility data for customers. So associating this with customers who receive LIHEAP assistance is a way we could get a subset of SPS's residential population for this reporting metric.
So, Ms. Trammell, you are privy to which of the customers get LIHEAP, correct?
Yes, ma'am. We have information on customers receiving LIHEAP assistance.
And what is your understanding in your agreement with the Attorney General's office on this concept of targeted energy efficiency messaging? Who's that going to be from?
Oh, that would be from Xcel Energy or SPS. The difference would be target energy efficiency messaging versus, say, general brand messaging around conservation or, you know, ways to lower bills. So if something specific like bill onsert is included with a direct message on a program or a measure or a customer action, we would have record of that direct effort, that direct messaging effort.
So you're not going to be able to then capture any energy efficiency messaging from any other entity, correct?
No, Your Honor, not in our reporting. It certainly is likely occurring, but company does not have a way to track that.
And when did we start using an onsert versus an insert?
I don't know the answer to that question, but oftentimes my bill has a printed message on it. We generally refer to that as an onsert versus a bill insert, which is a separate piece of paper included in the envelope.
And is SPS trying to utilize an onsert more now than an insert?
You know, Your Honor, I don't know the answer to that question. Mr. Schoenheider may be better to clarify that. There would be other ways we could communicate customer messaging here as well, not just paper forms. So maybe messages in my account or through other platforms.
And do you know whether or not, for example, if someone has their bill emailed, does it contain the same information as somebody that has their bill mailed to them?
It does. It should essentially be a PDF of the mailed bill.
So these onserts are basically smaller message communications than, say, like a bill stuffer, which might have many pages.
Yes, generally there's limited geography on the bill for other messages. So if there is a bill onsert, it's quite small in comparison to, say, customer notices that are included as bill inserts related to a regulatory proceeding per se.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Getko.
Thank you. Has SPS agreed to track the number and percentage of customers by customer class that have enabled green button connect my data and green button download my data?
And just to clarify, my understanding was the agreement is on both. So a customer by customer, or I'm sorry, the number and percentage of customers by customer class that have enabled both capabilities.
Would you be able to track them individually?
I believe we could. Just want the reporting metric to be clear what's desired. I think we can do both, and we could do each individually, and we would be amenable to that.
Okay, great. Then just to make it extremely clear, would you agree to track the percentage of customers by customer class that have enabled green button, connect my data?
Yes,
And would you agree to track the number and percentage of customers by customer class that have enabled green button download my data?
yes.
All right, thank you. Regarding surveys, SPS and the Attorney General have agreed that SPS will perform and report on a post-installation survey of customer satisfaction with outage-related communications, correct?
Yes, this is essentially the post-meter installation survey that SPS was planning to do. And I think it might have been briefly discussed in Mr. Nichols' communication plan.
Okay. And SPS will perform and report on a post-installation survey of customer awareness of AMI and customers' understanding of AMI technology and benefits, correct?
Yes, again, we'll be performing this post-installation survey and it'll seek this information. You know, exactly the metric that will be reported here is going to be based on customers' response, of course, to this post-installation survey. But we plan to share the information that we receive.
Okay, thank you. Has SPS agreed to perform and report, and this may be the same again, on a post-installation survey of low-income customer awareness of AMI?
Yes, although similar to the item above, it may be better to identify customers receiving LIHEAP assistance as a low income designation, since we don't track that. We don't track income information for customers.
Fair. And then one more question. All of these metrics that SPS has agreed to track and report on, will they be included in SPS's annual AMI report?
Yes, that was the intention. And I understand that that report would actually be filed annually into this proceeding.
Okay. Thank you for going through that. I'm going to change topics now a little bit.
Okay.
And turning, well, we were there already, but in your rebuttal testimony at page 17, line 8, you begin a discussion of 3 issues raised by the Attorney General witness, Andrea Crane, in her testimony. Specifically, her recommendations to exclude O&M costs, operations and maintenance costs from the grid modernization rider, GMR. Her recommendation to limit the cost of capital that is embedded in shared asset costs allocated from Public Service Company of Colorado, and her recommendation to include historic rather than forecasted balances in the GMR. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
So just for the first issue, the O&M costs, let's discuss those for a couple minutes if we can. Am I correct that under the company's proposal, ratepayers would pay the O&M costs associated with the AMI program through the grid modernization rider, but that they would not benefit from cost savings, including the reduction in meter reading costs, until a subsequent base rate case?
So in your hypothetical, that assumes that costs currently being billed to customers or rates currently being billed to customers include those costs. So, for example, SPS's rates today are based essentially on our costs of providing service in 2020.
And those costs would include current O&M costs as they were estimated in 2020, if I'm understanding your question correctly.
I think that test year was based on actuals.
Okay, so
to the extent
current-
costs have increased since 2020, those costs would not be reflective in SPS's not be reflected in SPS's base rates.
but there are currently O&M costs in the rates that are being paid that could possibly go away with AMI installation. Is that correct?
Related to meter reading? Yes.
Okay. So with that understanding that there are costs related to meter reading that could go away with the installation of AMI, then am I correct that under the company's application, under the proposal in the application, that ratepayers would pay the O&M costs associated with the AMI program through the GMR, but that they would not benefit from those savings, which we just identified, including the reduction in meter reading costs, until a subsequent base rate case?
Yes, in your hypothetical, that would be the timing. But as SPS has filed a rate case and has one pending before the commission, it does have proposed adjustments or recognition that adjustments would need to be made in that base rate case proceeding to reflect the outcome of this grid modernization application. In other words, if the GMR rider and revenue requirement is approved in this proceeding as proposed by SPS, we would be making associated adjustments to SPS's base rate cases in the base rates in the rate case that is filed, which utilizes a 2024, June ending 2024 future test year.
And would you need to make adjustments in your subsequent rate case as well? The next one that will be filed after the one that you've currently filed?
That would depend on the test year presented in that proceeding.
Okay. Have you reviewed the cost benefit analysis sponsored by Stephen Rowling in this case?
Generally, yes.
Am I correct that one of the most significant financial benefits of the grid modernization program that was identified by Mr. Rowling is the reduction in meter reading costs associated with AMI meters?
Without referring to his testimony, I'd like to check it, or maybe that question be better directed to him. I think you said significant cost savings.
If it refers to page 25 of Rowling's direct, where there's a listing of 4 to 5 financial benefits, and the second one listed there, if I remember correctly, is the reductions in meter reading costs associated with AMI meters. Would you, subject to check, recognize that a reduction in meter reading costs associated with AMI meters is a financial benefit of the GMR, of the grid modernization program?
What page did you say again, Mr. Gedko?
Page 25
Thank
of Mr.
you.
Rowling's direct on line 11.
Yes, at a high level, reducing field and meter service and meter reading costs is a benefit of AMI, as identified in Mr. Rowling's testimony.
Okay, thank you. And SPS is proposing to credit the GMR with the revenue requirement associated with the capital related meter costs that are currently embedded in base rates, correct?
For SPS's existing meters, that's correct.
Okay. And am I correct that this credit will be limited to the capital related costs, such as depreciation, return, and taxes, and will not include any cost savings, such as the reduced meter reading costs?
I don't think it's appropriate to include any meter reading costs when establishing a credit value for SPS's legacy meters. So the credit that Mr. Fetters discusses in his testimony is meant to address the recovery of the undepreciated existing meter costs. I think that's a separate item, certainly a separate component of the revenue requirement from any O&M savings that may be realized upon full meter deployment.
And so just to have it clear, that's a confirmation that that credit will not include any cost savings such as reduced meter reading costs. Correct?
Confirmed, because it's not appropriate.
Okay, thank you. So under the company's proposal, ratepayers will continue to pay these O&M costs in base rates until the company files another base rate case, or as you've explained, they're handled through the current base rate case filing that you've issued. Is that correct?
Correct. And again, these benefits would largely not be realized until full meter deployment has occurred, which isn't until at least the end of 2024.
So during that time when the ratepayers will continue to pay these O&M costs, ratepayers will also be paying incremental O&M costs associated with the new AMI meters, correct?
Customers would not be paying incremental costs.
There wouldn't be O&M costs associated with the AMI meters that customers are paying in one form or another?
No, not today.
When would they start to pay those O&M costs?
If the commission approves our application here and authorizes that recovery through the GMR revenue requirement.
Okay, so if the application is approved and we're in a period before the next base rate case, there'll be a period of time where O&M costs associated with the installation of the new AMI meters, which will have been approved if this application is approved, those will be paid by ratepayers, correct?
Yes, if the commission authorizes that recovery through the GMR.
Okay,
But those will not be in base rates because they're incremental to base rates.
okay. But they'd be paid through the rider underneath your application, correct?
Correct.
Okay, can we turn to NMAG Exhibit 3, please? Which is a press release from Excel dated August 27th, 2021.
Do you have that, Ms. Trammell?
I think I do. Let me just find it. I have a stack here of exhibits, but it appears I only have discovery and some testimony from Mr. Luth in a previous proceeding. I do not have NMAG Exhibit 3.
Okay, hold on a second.
Just checking to make sure I'm not missing it in the stack, but this appears to just be discovery responses. I apologize, Mr. Gedko, for not having that in my stack.
No, I think it's related a bit to the difficulty of the Zoom procedures and the hearing examiner's awareness that she didn't want edits to exhibits. So she's kindly sharing her screen right now with us.
Thank you.
So can you see it? Mr. Gayko,
I can.
am I sharing the right one?
You are. We're seeing the upper half of it.
Have you seen that? Can you see that, Ms. Trammell?
I can see your screen share. Thank you.
Okay.
So my question, Ms. Trammell, is have you seen this press release previously?
No, actually, I have not. Usually our media releases include Excel Energy branding and contact information. This doesn't have any of our
If
normal information.
Yeah, further down in the exhibit, there's what the exhibit contains is the website from Xcel Energy. The reason the exhibit was constructed this way is because it was hard to read when you take a screenshot of the website. But if we can continue to go down, we'll see where it was located on the Xcel Energy, where it's currently located on the Xcel Energy website. And so there it is, just in a smaller form. Sorry.
Thank you.
So now
to
does it
answer your
look more-
question, I have not previously looked at this release. I am generally aware of SPS's efforts to attract and retain meter reading personnel in the past. I was not at SPS during this time, but only general familiarity.
Okay, and this press release was from August 27th, 2021. So a year and a quarter ago. Do you know whether SPS was able to hire additional meter readers?
I believe we were. Just to give a little bit of background, one of our call centers, we have more than one, but one of them is located in Amarillo, Texas. In 2021, we had some new businesses enter our service territory, including a new Amazon distribution center. And so Amazon was hiring a lot of individuals in Amarillo, in and around Amarillo. And honestly, we had competition for staff that would populate our call center and the functions, our business functions that call center performs. We had competition with the Amazon distribution center. So there were specific efforts that the business undertook to try to beat that competition, including adding customer call representatives in some of our other locations throughout Xcel Energy's 8-state territory, as well as increasing the starting hourly rate for our call center representatives.
Okay.
But
Meter readers would be
just
different
yeah.
call center representatives, correct?
Agreed, but this was, I think, during a general time where we were seeing pretty significant hiring competition, given some of the other labor options, especially in the Amarillo area.
So was Amazon hiring meter readers?
No, Mr. Gedko, but I was, again, referring to some of the information that I was familiar with during this time. And I know that we did see competition for different staffing. I gave you an example of how that, to my knowledge, affected our call center operations. But I think we had similar competition for those positions in other functions of our business.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, just a
Yeah.
second, Mr. Gecko. So, Ms. Trammell, you're saying that other units of SPS or Xcel was poaching meter readers for their job openings?
No, Your Honor. I was saying within Amarillo, we saw competition outside of Xcel Energy and SPS, so outside of our business, for employment.
Okay, but you don't know if they were actually targeting that specific group, right?
No, I do not.
Okay, because Mr. Gecko and I are aware, for example, in the El Paso Electric grid mod case, where they had 5 field personnel quit on one day in the northern Santa Fe district, because basically the testimony was that they were poached by landhold contractors who offered significant, and by significant, I mean 25, 30,000 or more additional wages for that particular position. So are you aware of anything like that that's occurred?
No, I'm not aware of that kind of poaching. Again, wasn't at SPS during this timeframe, but I was aware generally that there was some hiring competition in the area. And as the press release here states, SPS was looking to reduce the number of estimated bills in its service territory.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Gecko.
Thank you. As part of that discussion, one thing that I understood.
And let me correct that. That what I said is incorrect. I have confused my gas rate case, which I heard more recently, and that was the situation where employees were taken not in the El Paso grid mod case. So I apologize for that reference, and you can consider that stricken. Go ahead, Mr. Gecko.
One thing I understood, Ms. Trammell, in our discussion that we just had, was that you do believe there was an accomplishment of the hiring of some additional meter readers by SPS between August 27th, 2021 and now. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, I also think we started paying our meter readers more.
And so the additional costs from that hiring and from paying those additional meter readers more, are those included in the costs that were recently filed by SPS in its base rate case?
Yes, higher levels of meter reader salary or hourly wages would be reflected in the filing, the rate case filing we made in November.
Okay. So now I want to turn to the issue of the costs of these three issues that are listed at the start when we started talking to the second one, which is the issue of costs allocated from Public Service Company of Colorado.
Okay.
On page 19, lines
I'm
8
there.
through 9. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm there.
Lines 8 to 9. You state that the costs allocated to SPS are based on the cost of capital authorized by the Colorado Commission, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what the current authorized cost of equity is for the Public Service Company of Colorado?
PSCo's currently authorized ROE, so not the weighted average cost of capital, but the authorized return on equity is 9.3%.
And do you know what the weighted average cost of capital currently is for Public Service Company of Colorado?
I do not. Mr. Fetters may know that number.
Okay.
Ms. Hardy, consider that a bench request, please. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. If the shared, Ms. Trammell, if the shared assets were on the books of SPS instead of on the books of PSCo, then New Mexico ratepayers would pay costs based on the NMPRC authorized returns instead of on the returns authorized by the Colorado Commission, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So on that same page, on lines 13 through 15, one thing you state is that Ms. Crane has not made any evaluation that the costs proposed by SPS are unreasonable, or that SPS could in fact secure the equipment at a lower cost, correct?
Yes.
And in handling that matter, and I know you're not an attorney, but given your role as the Regional Vice President of Regulatory and Pricing, do you know which party bears the burden of proof in this case?
Yes, as the applicant, SPS bears the burden of proof to present its direct case. However, in intervener testimony, that is where the burden for challenges of the information presented by SPS generally occurs. And this sentence that begins on line 13 through 15 of my testimony on page 19 is referring to the cost of the shared asset, which is recorded in PSCO and allocated through the shared asset allocation to SPS. So there's no challenge, as I understand Ms. Crane's testimony, to the reasonableness of the asset itself, the cost of the asset, just challenging the return component of the originating operating company, which there was not an authorized ROE established in SPS's 2021 base rate case. The last authorized ROE for SPS, I believe, was established in our 2019 base rate case at 9.45. So the return on the shared asset from PSCO is actually a lower return than SPS's currently authorized return on equity.
Do you know the return on equity that you've requested in your current base rate case?
10.75.
Thank you. I'm going to switch to another topic now, which is the timing issue, which you discussed beginning at page 20 of that rebuttal testimony,
Okay.
line 13. And are you there?
Yes.
Okay. You state that the Attorney General's proposal to begin the rider on January 1st, 2024, based on plant balances at December 31st, 2023, is not possible because the December balances would not be known until sometime after December 31st, 2023, correct?
Correct. Actual year-end plant balances would not be known until later.
And didn't Ms. Crane recommend establishing the 2024 GMR based on estimated balances at December 31st, 2023, subject to true-up in the following year's filing?
She may have. If she did, that wasn't my understanding of the testimony. I thought she was looking for a historical revenue requirement calculation based on actuals.
I could turn, it's in Ms. Crane's direct testimony, which is NMAG Exhibit 1. It's on page 24, lines 5 through 18.
Okay.
You said page 24?
That's correct. And that's the page number at the bottom. Sometimes in these hearings, we have that question of whether it's PDF page number.
I'm there.
So if we go to line 10, it reads, the October filings would reflect the estimated plant balances as of December 31st, and the associated revenue requirement would be collected through the GMR beginning the following January 1st. Under my recommendation, there would still be the need for a true-up mechanism to true up actual and projected investment and revenues. Did I read her testimony correctly there?
I do see that there. On line 5, she also discusses that the GMR be based on actual plant and service additions. So that was where our confusion originated. And then the second sentence that begins on line 6 says that we would not book investment to plant and service or record investment to plant and service until plant is completed, I would say in service. So to me, those two sentences at the top of the paragraph really implied an actual calculation.
I'm sorry, the last sentence?
The first two sentences of this paragraph really implied that to me, that the revenue requirement would be calculated based on actual historical values.
And but reading this, my statement again, just to read it again. Ms. Crane did establish that the 2024 GMR would be based on estimated balances at December 31st, 2023, and then subject to a true up in the following year's filing. Is that fair, reading lines 10 through 13?
Yes, I just note that
Okay.
the paragraph's a little confusing to me.
I
And so
appreciate
in my rebuttal, I was saying, you know, to the extent that it is a truly historical GMR revenue requirement recommendation, that would be difficult to implement.
that. Okay. Thank you. So kind of focusing in on that true up and the estimating portion of that previous question. Isn't the company proposing to also establish the GMR based on estimated costs and then true up those costs in the following year's filing?
The true up would actually be 2 years out. But yes, we are proposing to forecast the costs in the GMR revenue requirement for the upcoming calendar year.
And if you could just illuminate that a bit for me, Ms. Trammell,
Sure.
because the
I'll
way that,
use,
yeah,
sorry.
you can give a specific example, but let me just tell you my confusion is that I thought that basically SPS was going to have estimated costs, and then should their application be approved beginning, say the commission approved SPS's application in January. And so I thought you would start charging whatever you had your estimated cost shortly thereafter based on an estimate. And then at some point, you're going to do your, you know, you're going to start your true up and at a date and certain later on in the year. So is that incorrect?
That's generally correct. Certainly we would not start the GMR recovery until authorized by the commission. So presumably in this proceeding, we are not starting recovery on January 1st, 2023. Assuming the application is approved, the GMR would begin, say, at some point in 2023. Then that would recover SPS's 2023 estimated revenue requirement for the grid mod projects over a shorter amount of time because the GMR is not recovered beginning January 1st. So then in the true up filing that we would make in October of 2024, we would incorporate the information from 2023 and the recovery compared to the actual revenue requirement, which would be presented in our reporting filing in August of 2023, into the GMR rider, the revenue requirement calculation, that would be billed in 2025. So you can
So
see
the
the lag
basic-
from 2023 gets picked up 2 years later in 2025.
So basically then the way that you're proposing this is you would go ahead and start collecting if upon approval, which for purposes of this discussion could be in January of 2023, but yet you're saying you're going to collect that whole year of 2023 and then part of 2024 before you get into the cycle of the true up in the annual reporting. Is that correct?
Our first annual report would be filed August of 23. Now, that would report on calendar year 22, which there would likely be very limited deployment activity to report on. Certainly not expecting meter deployment in 22, but potentially some fan field devices or any work that is completed, late in December. The
But are you going to
GMR
make
would,
an October? Are you going to make an October filing in 2023?
yes, that is our proposal. So the
Okay.
2023 revenue requirement that would go into effect upon the commission's authorization in 2023 would then be updated with the October 2023 filing to reflect a 2024 revenue requirement for the GMR. That would go into effect under our proposal January 1st, 2024.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Getko.
Okay. Ms. Trammell, then now I want to go to page 15 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
You state at line 7 that SPS is amenable to the Attorney General's recommendation that SPS must demonstrate it has taken full advantage of federal or state infrastructure programs. And you state that SPS will provide this information in its 2023 true-up. Can you briefly discuss the types of federal or state funds that have recently become available and what steps SPS is taking to maximize use of those funds?
So I think it's to be determined whether there will be federal infrastructure funds available for AMI deployment. My general understanding of the DOE intentions through some of the stimulus is to encourage, say, more new and innovative technologies. So it's not to say that AMI does not have significant benefits, but I think the DOE grants will be focused on investments that may bring in other technologies or other capabilities. SPS's efforts are focused now primarily on pursuing grant funding for programs related to wildfire resiliency. Wildfire resiliency as a second category, and more general IT operability enhancements. So things from an information technology, cybersecurity, physical security, that kind of thing, enhancements to our grid operations. So if AMI or other grid mod projects are eligible for grant funds, SPS can evaluate pursuing those or pursue them again if they're applicable. It's our understanding, though, that DOE hasn't expressly prohibited, say, an AMI grant application, but that's not their primary focus area, at least in the grants available or that will be available under IIJA or the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act.
And would there also be possibilities perhaps under the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act?
The grant availability under the Inflation Reduction Act is significantly less than under IIJA. Most of the value for utility operations under the IRA, in my opinion, comes from federal income tax reform and the extension of federal production tax credits for renewable energy resources, as well as new federal tax credits for other clean energy technologies.
Okay. So given that we're in this flux, and that's well recognized that we're in this period where companies and generally parties are looking for more direction from the government. If the commission approves your filing in this case, but then later finds that there's federal or state funds that were available or have become available during your implementation of the application, what actions do you think the commission should take to remedy the need to use those funds that we now understand are available during the implementation period?
So availability of federal funds for grid mod projects doesn't necessarily mean that SPS would be awarded any funds. If availability is present and it is applicable for SPS to pursue a grant application for those types of projects, we can report to the commission on our progress towards that grant application. But there's no guarantee that SPS will be awarded a grant.
And now, please don't take this in the wrong way. I know your job's very difficult and there's a lot of things to track. But if the commission were to find that SPS didn't pursue a grant that was available, maybe it just got missed. And what do you think the commission should do in that situation to remedy a situation where SPS has failed to recognize a grant opportunity and failed to pursue that grant opportunity?
I'm not able to tell you, Mr. Gedko, what an appropriate remedy there would be in your hypothetical. Again, there's a lot of uncertainty at this point around what's eligible for grants. And as you stated, many entities are awaiting further guidance from the DOE related to this process.
Okay. Then changing, and we're still on page 15, but it goes over to 16 of this rebuttal testimony. You state that SPS is willing to transfer costs into base rates with each new rate case, but that previously approved costs should not be relitigated in each case. By previously approved costs, were you referring to the actual revenue requirement that was approved for the rider, or were you referring broadly to the overall program costs?
More the latter. So don't want to be deploying grid mod projects following an approval in this grid mod application, than to have the need for those projects relitigated in a subsequent base rate proceeding when the revenue requirement is transferred to base rates.
So the only clarification there is you said more to the latter. Does that mean that you were also referring to the actual revenue requirement, or was that just my misinterpretation of your use of the word more, which would imply
Sure.
that to a lesser degree you also were referring to actual revenue requirements?
Fair question. My understanding of the parties' positions in this proceeding is there's been no argument or no one has protested the estimates that we have included for the grid mod projects, for the cost of the grid mod projects presented in this proceeding. So review of costs would be, in my opinion, review of, say, deviations from the cost estimates, but not the full gamut of review of every dollar. Again, especially recognizing that detailed cost estimates were presented in this proceeding and no party challenged SPS's cost estimates for the grid mod projects here.
Okay, so to give an example on it, if the commission approves a revenue requirement in 1 year, but then the actual costs double by the time of the next base rate case, do you believe that those incremental costs should be subject to commission review?
Yes, and I think deviations from the estimated costs will undergo a review process in our reporting filings as well. So our proposal would be in the August filing that we're reporting actuals from the prior calendar year. So those deviations would be known even in advance of SPS's rate case filings, because those reports would be filed annually.
So now I'd like to briefly address recovery of the legacy meters.
Okay.
And so
Mr.
now
Getko, if I could just ask you, how are you doing on time?
I'm getting to a point where I had previously estimated having 10 to 15 minutes more.
Okay. If you don't mind then, why don't we go ahead and take since you're not close to finishing exactly right now, let's go ahead and take our 10-minute morning recess now. And we'll come back in 10 minutes and you can go ahead and continue with your questions. All right. Okay. Just remember the YouTube is staying on. Okay.
Your Honor, I have just a quick question as my first virtual hearing here before the NMPRC. Shall I
Yes.
leave the Zoom or just go on mute and off camera?
No, you can just go on mute and off the camera.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I believe we are back now from our 10-minute recess. And Mr. Getko, I think you have a few more questions.
Yeah, I hope I'm not taking too long.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so we were about to we're still in the rebuttal testimony. We're about to turn to page 23. And I'll direct you to line 8. And there's an item there where you state, Ms. Trammell, that both NMAG and staff recommend that the costs be removed from the proposed GMR.
Yes.
Do you recall what led you to believe that the Attorney General was recommending that the amortization of the regulatory asset be removed from the GMR?
I did not interpret Ms. Green's testimony to be including the regulatory asset in the GMR rider revenue requirement. If that was her recommendation, I apologize for the mischaracterization of her testimony. I tried to kind of hint at my confusion on line 13. I'm sorry, that was with regard to staff, in the sentence that begins on line 15 and continues on to the next page, again saying presumably the recovery would occur in base rates, as it wasn't clear to me in reading Ms. Green's testimony.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I think we can clarify elsewhere. Thank you. So then going to page 25, you state that NMAG and staff misunderstand the used and useful standard. And then you go on to state on page 26, and I have it marked as line 2.
Okay.
State, certainly the meters have been used by customers. In relation to this, the AG's recommendations in this case are prospective, not retroactive, correct?
With regard to legacy meter cost recovery?
With regard to our recommendations with respect to the application of whether a capital investment has been used and useful, and how we recommend handling the regulatory asset of those assets. Would that be a prospective recommendation or a retroactive recommendation?
In your restatement, you said whether it has been used and useful, so that would certainly be historical.
And with respect to how they're handled through billing, would that be a prospective recommendation or a retroactive recommendation?
To me, the difference isn't applicable in this proceeding. I mean, what we're doing here is we're accelerating depreciation. We're either accelerating it and recovering it through increased depreciation expense in the revenue requirement, or we're establishing a regulatory asset to extend recovery of that accelerated depreciation expense over a longer period of time.
And is that recovery taking place in the future after this hearing or prior?
Depends on the commission's authorization. If the commission were to approve pure accelerated depreciation through the GMR, we would accelerate the depreciation over a 2-year period so that the existing meters would be fully depreciated by the time they're replaced with the AMI meters. Sps'S recommendation in its refiled grid mod application, this proceeding, was to utilize the regulatory asset recovery method, so we could limit or lessen the annual impact to customer rates as a result of the recovery of that accelerated depreciation. Our proposal here is to amortize the reg asset over 10 years. So rather than recovering the accelerated depreciation costs over, say, 2 years, we'd be recovering that same amount of costs over 10.
So in this case, the testimony by the Attorney General provides for a full return of the legacy meter costs, but no carrying charges on the unamortized balance, correct?
Correct. No carrying costs on the reg asset, which is equivalent to no return on the meter investment.
And so would you agree that prospectively, only one meter will actually be used to bill customers? Either a legacy meter or an AMI meter, one or the other, but not both?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to switch topics then and go to your supplemental direct testimony.
Okay.
Which is SPS Exhibit 3.
I'm there.
And at page 21, starting at line 11, you discuss the abilities customers will have upon installation of their AMI meter.
Yes.
Related to the new insights customers will receive about their energy usage, like the costs, energy and cost savings tips, and program recommendations. Can you confirm if these insights will start going to customers as soon as their meters are installed?
Some of the insights will. So for example, once a meter has been exchanged and a HON is authenticated and activated, which is an action the customer has to take, customers would be able to see their real-time energy usage through Xcel Energy's mobile application. The interval data would be available in customers' accounts, the online portals, but there would be a bit of a delay in the interval data present in the online account. My understanding is the information is available in my account on a 4-hour delay. So the 15-minute interval data would be available every 4 hours. There's also an on-demand feature in my account where they can get the on-demand readings if they choose. Otherwise, the latency of that interval data is 4 hours. Other insights around energy consumption or cost saving tips, things like high bill alerts or other cost saving tips, would be communications that SPS would essentially push to the customer or in the future automate. And so, which could still be a push. So those would not be available, instantaneously or immediately after meter deployment. Those insights would be available when relevant to a customer's usage behavior patterns.
Do you think you'd start, how soon after meter installation do you think you'd start with some of those pushes of information?
I think when sufficient billing information is available. So, it wouldn't be that same day, but shortly after meter deployment, if again, that information and those insights are relevant to a customer's behavior, it would not be an extended period of time.
And would you agree that it's important for customers to receive those sorts of pushes that might be demand response price signals, or, for example, the idea of a shadow bill of what the rate would be if they had a time of use rate in effect, in order to encourage customers to conserve energy? I recognize that was a little confusing.
Yeah, there were several parts there.
If a customer only saw energy usage, as opposed to seeing changes that could be made and how that would affect the bill. Would seeing just energy usage be very effective at encouraging customers to conserve energy?
I think there's an evolution of customer education here. So today customers receive monthly billing data, right? They receive monthly energy totals essentially, or usage totals. We're evolving the frequency of data very significantly with the deployment of AMI. So think of a first stage as being receipt, both from the company's perspective and the customer's perspective, of far more granular metering data and metering information. And so the most important part to begin that customer education evolution is to get that more granular data to customers, in addition to getting it to our systems for billing and insight purposes. Like I said, there's a big difference between the monthly data customers receive today and 15-minute interval data, or on-demand or real-time energy and demand data that they would see shortly upon meter changeouts. So kind of the second stage of that evolution is helping customers understand what that information means, right? So there's a lot of work to get the data to customers so they can become aware of their usage patterns throughout the month. For example, the My Energy Connection, the mobile app, can show customers that real-time usage. You know, they can literally, while they're in their home, connected to their Wi-Fi, see their energy usage increase when they turn on their washing machine or turn on several appliances, right? So it's might seem very basic, but helping customers understand that different behaviors in their household or their business directly influence their usage is a first starting place. Then integrating pricing components there is a logical next step to help customers understand, if they change their behavior, what economic value that may have. Further, we may be in a conversation with, if you change your behavior, or if the entire class changes its behavior, what economic value may that have to our system, which also has inherent economic value to customers. So a lot of what we need to start with is ensuring that customers have that base understanding of their current usage patterns today, which with the monthly billing data, they have little to probably no insight on.
Ms. Tremble, do your monthly bills include more than the actual usage? I mean, do you, for example, P&M has a little grid picture thing that shows like the last 12 months. And then it's got just like, you know, a higher block if, you know, you use more in January, and then it goes down. Are your bills presented in that same way?
We do have a similar graphic, a histogram, if you will, that has the bar chart with monthly, say for residential, kWh totals over time. It compares also, I think, against temperature. So customers, you know, we have a bar chart, but then I think there's a line for temperature. So customers can kind of associate temperature with potentially increased usage in different seasons.
And is that the same thing that they see if they log into this My chart?
Yes, it's my understanding that usage over time is also, they can also view that in their My Account web portal. Now, with AMI, they will see much different data because the interval data will have a lot more granularity to it. So rather than just a monthly total over time, they can access that 15-minute data or see maybe daily or weekly usage, as opposed to just, you know, one number for a monthly total.
And I'm just trying to understand in your education progression what they're going to be starting with to presumably build off of. And so while I understand your testimony that they're going to be given more granular data. I'm just wondering where they get the information to compare that to. For example, if they can see, okay, it's the fifth, half the month has gone by, and I can see that I've, used, more than 900 kWh already, and then I can somehow compare that to what I've done before. Then that instantaneous sort of data is going to let me know, hey, if I don't want to double my bill from last month, I'm going to need to make some adjustments. So can you address the comparison with the new information with what else they might be provided?
Yes. And so I think the usage over time is a really fundamental starting point. It's similar to what we do today, but the overtime is a monthly figure. So now customers will be able to see, let's just use residential for an example, their kWh totals each day. In other jurisdictions, or if a SBS customer is on one of SBS's available time of use rates today, you would see the daily usage in the different time of use periods. So you would see in that bar chart that you and I were previously discussing, on a monthly basis, it's just one color. Right now we'll have a daily bar that might have a different color for off-peak usage and a different color for on-peak usage. Again, in my example, if a residential customer is on the optional time of use rate option. If they're not on time of use, they wouldn't see it in the on-peak or off-peak periods because that wouldn't apply, but they would still see a daily total. And over time, to your point, they could see that cumulative usage total to begin to understand if their usage is exceeding a historical average.
What data or what research indicates to you that your customers are going to have this level of interest and time to basically how I conceptualize this is like, if they have internet access, they're going to have like Energy TV. They can log in, and as you say, they can see in pretty short order the effect that turning the washer on or whatever. And I'm just wondering what leads the company to believe that people are going to have the time and the inclination to do this.
We have performed some customer surveys in our other jurisdictions, and message testing and customer surveys in SBS generally conclude that customers do want to know more ways to save money. Now, to your point, what they do in the middle and how they get to saving money is something that we believe that interval data can help us help those customers determine. So if we have information on their usage data, we can provide those insights. So if we see a premise is exceeding a historical average, even if it's based on monthly totals pre-AMI, but to your point, if an average customer was trending around 900 kWh a month, and then we install an AMI meter at their premise, and the next month they're at 1100 kWh halfway through the month, we can send a high bill alert to that customer to say, we recognize that your billing activity is significantly above your historical average. You're only a quarter or halfway or 3/4 through the billing cycle. There's something that needs to be addressed. Now, in time with AMI, perhaps we can be able to help them identify the high energy appliance or the device in their home that's maybe using more energy. That's not a capability we would have initially, but something that could be developed through more home automation and other capabilities of grid modernization technologies. But initially, we think somewhat basic customer messaging initially on just those high usage alerts or other things like that can begin to help the customer evolution of education of their energy usage, but also connect it with ways to curb their usage to save money.
So you see the information not only being utilized by the customer, but you see it being utilized by the company?
Oh, absolutely. I definitely think of AMI and the benefits of our grid mod proposal here as being very customer facing, but also exceedingly grid facing. Mr. Nickel and I discussed this in our direct testimonies, but we do not see essentially activity on our grid past the substation level today. Now we'll be able to see with the deployment of smart meters, activity on the grid at the premise level. So we'll see not just substations, we'll see entire feeders past the substation, and we'll see activity at the meter itself. So just to use a simple example, if we have 5 customers at the end of a feeder and 4 of them buy EVs, we're going to see that as soon as they install their chargers and plug in. That probably is going to signal to us that we may have a distribution upgrade needed in that neighborhood to support that increased load. We wouldn't see that today, not to oversimplify anything, Mr. Nickel can certainly elaborate, but we wouldn't see that today until a transformer overrode. So that insight can help us really understand usage beyond the substation.
And I understood that from your testimony in that for planning purposes. I guess I just didn't consider that, for example, that the company would be able to utilize perhaps, some type of customer service messaging, like you have testified to for a high bill alert or something like that. Do you foresee that particular kind of service as a free service or as a paid for service, something similar to these third party services that were referenced in the testimony?
In the example of a high bill alert, that wouldn't be like an opt-in service or a paid service. There would be, from our perspective, IT costs associated with enabling that functionality. So that part would be paid through either the GMR revenue requirement or base rates, but there would not be a separate charge to say, Your Honor, would you like a high bill alert or not, right? We would just provide this kind of base level of energy insights to customers that we think, or that further testing or customer surveys, we determine is most effective and customers are most interested in. Like I said, today, primarily, especially given our current environment, customers are looking for ways to save money. I think that'll be a safe assumption in the future as well.
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification and education for 4B. Mr. Getko, go ahead, sir.
That's helpful to me because I think I was a little bit wishy-washy in my question. Maybe I can make it more particular since we focus so much on like the high bill alert. If I get a meter installed February 1st, 2024, do you have a sense for how soon you would start to provide me with high bill alerts?
I think the value of those insights will evolve over time as we have more interval data for customers. But I think within the billing cycle, or even within maybe one billing cycle after meter deployment, we will be able to provide some insights to customers because, again, we have their historical usage. As long as we have the historical usage on the premise, even if it's at a monthly level, we have that history and we can compare customer usage over time. Again, it's going to get more individualized, more specific, presumably more useful as we have more granular insight into how customers are using energy in their homes or businesses.
Okay. Turning to page 28, and it's starting at line 16 of your supplemental direct again.
Okay.
you indicate that participation in the current TOU rates has been limited, only representing 0.011% of residential customer bills and 0.014% of residential energy usage for the test year that ended December 31st, 2020. Can you tell me how SPS has marketed these time of use rates to customers?
Generally, these rates have been in place for a couple of years, for a few years. They were certainly noticed in the regulatory applications that had initiated the experimental rates and have been noticed in subsequent proceedings that included them, which would be every case since I think it was 2015. We have not had a robust, what's the right word? Widespread marketing campaign for this experimental rate, mostly because it is limited in participation. My understanding was it was limited in participation, at least initially, but I think it is still limited in participation today. But a lot of what the purpose, and Mr. Luth talked about this in his earlier testimony, was also understanding just general interest, but also some of the capabilities for SPS. So beginning to learn about the billing capabilities that we have in our system. And, in 2015, when these experimental rates were proposed, we didn't have the advancement of time of use rate designs in our other jurisdictions either. So we were kind of very, very much at the early stages of this kind of more advanced rate design for Xcel Energy. Now we have the benefit of deploying time of use rates in some of our other jurisdictions, and that has certainly advanced some of the internal capabilities of a billing function like this and provided additional learnings to SPS. So you touched on one topic that I wasn't clear about, and it was going to be for later in the day, but the rates are still, the time of use rates are still experimental. Is that correct? Or did the experimental classification of them go away? I think we still consider them to be experimental rates. Mr. Luth can confirm how we've characterized that in past proceedings. And at a certain point, as an experimental rate, and I might be wrong, weren't they limited to 50 customers? Is that right? I don't recall the class limits, but they were low. And do you know whether those class limits have been removed? And I don't know if they've been removed. I understand participation has been very low, like in the teens. I think we have less than 10 customers on the residential time of use rate option today. Mr. Luth could confirm though. So even if it was a limit.
Ms. Hardy, consider that a bench request also. I'd like to know the status of the experimental rates. Go ahead, Mr. Greco.
So even if it was limited to 50, we don't know that. That's being verified. We still only have 10 customers on it, correct? Again, subject to check. Okay, thanks. Sorry. So that shows me that there's still room there to have more customers that could experiment. So with that in mind, do you know whether this rate is prominently featured on SPS's website for existing customers? I believe our website refers to our tariff sheets, and it is on the first page of the residential rate schedule, just below our default rate, which is a seasonally differentiated flat rate on an energy basis. So that's like a detailed, almost spreadsheet presentation of rates. Is that correct? It's our tariff. So a PDF of our tariff. My point is we don't showcase or display rates for any rate schedule on our webpage. We have a link to the tariff files. I dug around for a while and I think I did find it in one spot, which was only under new customers and then going through a sublink under the new customers link. Are you aware of that it existing over there under just the new customer page?
I haven't visited that page recently. I believe that you have.
Yeah, but I have to put it in form of a question. So with respect to that, does SPS have plans to promote this existing time of use rate to customers that receive an AMI meter?
Our plans are to evaluate the interval data that we'll begin to receive as meters are deployed, to have more insight ourselves on how customers are using our system. Then we can reevaluate whether, one, the time of use rate we have today is as effective as it could be, given usage patterns on our system, or two, if, say, a revision to the time of use rate option that we have available today is warranted. But in order to understand where we want to move to from a more modernized rate design perspective or a different price signal perspective, I think it's very important to understand a baseline of customer usage and customer behavior today. We don't have that yet. We don't have the interval data.
So one thing that's a little bit interesting to me with that is, if I have a certain rate, I'm going to behave in a certain way. And then if somebody gives me another rate and shows me how things are different with that, a time of use rate, for example, I'm going to change my behavior based upon that rate. So wouldn't it be important to see, you've spoken to, you want to have this interval data, you want to understand how customers operate. Wouldn't it be important to understand how they would operate underneath that time of use rate? Because they would act differently based on that rate. It's, it's an iterative process. You can't fully understand the customer until you see how they would respond to the rate. So would that not be valuable to see how customers would actually operate with this experimental time of use rate?
It would be, but your question assumes that customers can shift their behavior. In my experience, not all customers are able to, and I think an important part of evaluating a time use rate design is understanding the impacts that it could have to customers. So whether a customer would be reasonably expected to have a higher bill or a lower bill, depending on their ability to change their behavior. Again, I think your assumption in your personal example was that you would. I can't say that all customers are able to shift their behavior in response to an on-peak period. And that's where the interval data is very valuable to understand not only when is our system peak, or a time period of highest emissions, or some time period that we're trying to target behavioral change to accomplish some goal or some result, paired with what is customer usage behavior during that period where we're trying to target behavioral changes to accomplish some goal or some result. And we have to have those two things together to create the most effective pricing signal in that example. Today, we have a seasonally differentiated flat rate, essentially, for residential customers. So the price signal that customers are receiving today is it's more expensive to use energy in the summer as compared to the winter. And that's generally true. That's an effective price signal. If we want to narrow that to a more specific time on our system, a time of use rate can do that, of course, but I think we should have the interval data to understand customers' behavior in a narrower time period so that we can estimate the bill impacts and know if the customer experience for the majority of, say, a residential class is going to be positive or negative under a time of use rate structure. So I think you're asking me about a bit of a shadow bill scenario, but I think we would be better served to maybe move that analysis into the future with interval data and a potential future time differentiated rate design, as opposed to a very limited experimental time of use rate that's been in place for a couple of years now.
Yeah, you have a view into what your peak demand is currently though, correct?
At a system level, certainly. And we estimate class peak demands.
And so like what's a class peak demand for the residential class? What if you had to pick a 4-hour window, what's the peak period that you would choose?
That would be a better question for Mr. Luth, but it would highly depend on the time period we're evaluating. Our peak hours do tend to shift from year to year, not significantly, but they can be different. For example, the time of use rate option we have for residential today, I think, is a relatively large on-peak window of noon to 6. Our system peak is generally, we measure that in a single hour. I think historically it's been around like the 4 to 5, so the 5 o'clock ending hour in the summer. But we have a different time of our peak in winter months. We usually have a winter peak in the mornings when customers are waking up, right, and heating their homes and starting their day. So that analysis of how customers use usage throughout the year and throughout peak periods is information that we will now have with AMI and can better design rates with that data rather than not having any data to base that on and potentially having an ineffective time of use rate design modification.
All right, this may be my last question on it then, is you just said without having any data to base it on. And from my perspective, if you know what your peaks are in the summer, 4 to 5 p.m. is what you just said. And then you know what your peaks are in the winter. And you said it's more in the morning. Well, neither of those time periods includes 5 to 9 p.m. So why wouldn't that count as some amount of information that I could base a time of use rate on to provide more affordable energy for customers if they were to use a higher amount of energy during those non-peak periods, which aren't peak periods either in summer or winter?
Again, those time periods aren't peak for our system, but they might be peak for an individual customer. And I'd like to propose rate design modifications to the commission with information on customer bill impacts for customers across a spectrum of energy usage, so that the commission can be more informed about potential bill impacts of a rate design change at different service levels, at different usage levels, and maybe even for different customer segments or concentrations. We can do that after meter deployment. Issuing a shadow bill calculation today to say, here's what your bill would have been if you were on Sps'S time of use rate option, is a lot of educational material to a customer upon meter deployment. And it assumes that we want them to start associating with behavioral changes under the time of use rate structure that exists today. To me, a seasonal time of use rate between noon and 6 is a pretty broad window. That's not much different than the price signal that they're receiving today, which is usage in the summer is generally, or I'm sorry, energy in the summer is generally more expensive than energy in the winter.
Okay, I only have 2 or 3 more minutes, Madam Hearing Examiner.
All right, sir.
So turning over to, and this, I don't know if you need to go there, but it refers to your direct testimony on page 44. It's where you discuss the home area network, or HON, and the development of the bring your own device HON software development kit.
Okay.
Do you know when will customers be able to connect their own devices to the home area network?
In SPS, in our New Mexico service territory, our expectation would be upon meter deployment, because the bring your own device capabilities and the software development kits have been established in our other jurisdictions. So we're assuming a largely 2024 deployment in New Mexico. So this functionality would be available by then.
And since it's a rollout, where I get lost in addressing the application is, in my example again of I receive a meter on February 1st, 2024, but you testified earlier that, complete rollout wouldn't occur until the end of 2024. If I'm that customer that receives a meter February 1st, 2024, February 2nd, 2024, I could connect my HON. Is that correct?
So the HON would be enabled by SPS upon meter deployment if approved in this proceeding. What you could do on February 2nd is authenticate your smart devices in your home to connect to the meter.
Okay.
You do that through the HON. So a customer doesn't have to do anything to make the HON available. The customer's action is connecting their in-home or in-business devices across the HON to the meter.
Okay, that's very helpful. Do you know when third-party software developers and smart device manufacturers will be able to configure their solutions to SPS's New Mexico HON?
Again, I think upon meter deployment, and I say that because in Colorado, in PSCO, deployment has begun, meter deployment has already started. And it's my understanding that several developers are already engaging in either device modifications or other developments for offerings that they may wish to market to Xcel Energy's Colorado customers. Mr. Nickel, what have more information on the status of that software development kit in in PSCO's deployment?
Okay. So if a customer sees her real-time energy usage through a HON mobile app, but doesn't have a time of use rate in place, doesn't have a shadow bill either, does that customer have any incentive to take action to shift her energy use?
Not from a pricing perspective under SPS's current standard residential rate.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have. I appreciate you being patient with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Getko. I believe that there were no questions from Walmart or CCAE. Mr. Bagatko, questions from staff?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I did reserve a little time for cross of Ms. Trammell, but I think my questions have now become superfluous by virtue of my predecessors. So I thank Ms. Trammell for her time today and pass the witness.
Very well. Thank
you.
you, sir. Ms. Trammell, I have a few questions for you, and perhaps you could just start off and I believe you said this is your first time testifying here in New Mexico?
It is my first time on the stand in New Mexico, and also my first virtual hearing in New Mexico.
Ah,
Certainly plenty of virtual hearings in Colorado.
excellent. And how long have you been in your position as the regional vice president for SPS of regulatory and pricing?
since June 1st of this year. Prior to that, I was RVP in Ps'S for 4 years.
And Ps'S electric or gas or both?
All three, actually. It was electric, gas, and steam service in Colorado.
And what kind of just ballpark me size-wise is Ps'S?
From a customer perspective, Ps'S has about 1.4 million residential electric customers, about 1.2 million residential gas customers, and about 120 steam customers in the metro.
And I note on your when you talking about your educational background and your direct testimony, you've indicated that you have a Bachelor of Science degree in agricultural economics and agricultural business, correct?
Yes,
You also have a MBA?
I do.
And a master's in economics, correct?
Yes, with a specialization in public utility regulation.
And the classes that you took, the economics classes that and business classes that you took for your bachelor, are they much different from any other type of economic classes?
No, not generally. There's a lot of the same micro and macroeconomic theories and foundational education in that degree. What is often more agricultural based is some of the applied economics, more specific to a production agricultural economic sector. So, more examples about, say, crop production or agricultural sectors. But the fundamental economic theory is very similar between the degree offered in the College of Agriculture and the College of Business.
Do you think having that particular background, does it have any effect on positive or negative for SPS is primarily rural service territory?
It has some. Production agriculture, of course, is an economic driver in our service territory, both from a crop perspective, but also livestock. But certainly manufacturing is present, as are other economic sectors in our service territory, like oil and gas, exploration, refinement, production. So I think, like I said, those general macroeconomic foundational courses are applicable across sectors. I think some of the value more specific to our service territory comes from experience in New Mexico's land grant institution and the proximity of that community to our service territory.
And I note that your bachelor is from New Mexico State University. Are you a native New Mexican?
No, I am not. I grew up in Arizona, went to school at NMSU and met my husband at NMSU, and his family is native to New Mexico. So I'm a transplant to New Mexico, you might say.
And just so that I understand your role in this particular proceeding, can you quantify it for me or characterize? So what I mean by that is, I know that in reading your testimony, you do give general explanations of most everything that's being offered in the case. but you have specialty witnesses on certain parts of the case, correct?
That's correct. Generally, oh, I apologize.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, generally, my purpose in this proceeding is to be a bit of a policy or overview witness, similar to Ms. Ruth Sakya's testimony in our first grid mod application, which was SPS requested to be dismissed, as you know, I believe in 2021.
Mm-hmm. Well, then, do all of the other witnesses, could it be said that you supervise them?
Not directly. Mr. Luth is on my team. The other witnesses in this proceeding are members of other teams throughout Xcel Energy and in other departments.
Could it be said that with regard to this particular project, as the Xcel Senior Director of Grid Transformation, that Mr. Nickel is the head of the grid mod project?
He is certainly leading the effort, but not just for SPS. So
Well,
we
if there
have
was go ahead.
I was going to say we've utilized his expertise as a witness in this proceeding, given the value of his experience with AMI meter deployment and the other components of our grid mod projects across Xcel Energy's service territories.
Well, if push came to shove and there's a executive type decision that had to be made, who'd make it, you or Mr. Nickel?
We would make the decisions in partnership between SPS as an operating company and our operational business partners. Ultimately, the president of SPS would have a final say with regard to proposals in our service territory in Texas and New Mexico.
Okay. All right, just trying to get an overview. Because I have some sort of basic, one might consider them policy questions. And obviously, feel free to defer to the specific witness if you don't feel that you can answer the question. Although, I don't know if they told you, but it's my policy that if you defer the question to another witness, you're deferring part of your salary.
That wasn't shared.
I thought maybe it wouldn't be.
I will make note for a rate case adjustment.
or at the time of your evaluation. Just a couple of things, like I say, I mean, this is my second grid mod case. I believe it's also the to actually go ahead to fruition. But I learned, for example, and I don't know if you're familiar with it, but case number 15-00312 was actually a public service company of New Mexico advanced meter case. Are you familiar with that case?
Did you say in 2015?
Yeah, that's when it was filed. 15-00312.
No, offhand, I'm not familiar with that proceeding.
Well, you might want to check that one out, because in that particular case, it was discovered during the hearing that Itron, who happened to be the successful bidder for portions of Public Service Company of New Mexico AMI project didn't have the necessary contractor's license. And to perform the installation work in their bid. And so my question to you is, SPS has chosen Itron for meters, correct?
SPS as well as Xcel Energy's other operating companies, yes.
And are they also providing installation services for you?
Olameter is the name of the company that will be exchanging our meters across all 8 states.
And are they affiliated with Itron?
Mr. Nickel would be the one to answer that. I can't confirm for you, Your Honor, if they are or not. I don't recall. I can offer to you from my experience in Colorado. We've not had an issue with meter installers. The receipt of meters has been, we haven't had issues, but the receipt of meters has been the critical path. So making sure that we have enough meters to keep all the meter installers working is where we've been optimizing the deployment in other jurisdictions.
Right, and I only bring it up, like you say, because it came up in the EPE grid mod case, and I just thought, well, I better check this with SPS because, you know, it came to my attention that Itron ended up in a stipulated agreement with the New Mexico Construction Industries Division, where they agreed to pay a $65,000 fine for not having the correct licenses. So you might want to just make note of, whenever you're dealing with these people, that sometimes it comes out that mistakes potentially could have occurred.
Well, thank you. Thank you for raising that.
Particular kind of Itron meter, is it also that you're using or proposed to use in New Mexico? Have you utilized that one before, or with PSCO or with Xcel?
Yes, we've selected the same meter for deployment in all jurisdictions. I would say same meter family. Itron would refer to it as a family of meters. The Riva 4 family of meters.
Okay. Do you know whether or not any of the other utilities, say like El Paso Electric, is using that same meter?
I think El Paso has also selected the Itron Riva 4.2, but I can't testify for sure, Your Honor, that they have or have not. But it was my understanding that that was the meter they had chosen.
Are you generally aware of opt-out rates?
Generally, yes.
And the rate that was chosen here in this application is 0.05? 5%?
I believe our requested depreciation rate is 5%. I think our opt-out rate was in the $21 range for.
No, I'm asking percentage.
Oh, I'm sorry. Opt-out rate.
What are you projecting to be the potential opt-out rate?
I'm not familiar with what we projected in this proceeding. I know our actual opt-out percentages in some of our other jurisdictions have been far less than that.
Less than 5%?
Yes.
And my understanding of your application is that your writer, as you testified to and as today in your written testimony, is going to comprise of a projected annual amount that will be trued up and collected for approximately 4 years. Is that correct?
4 years is approximately the deployment timeline. Our proposal in our direct case was to essentially maintain the statutorily authorized grid mod rider. If the commission were to determine that the GMR revenue requirement should be transferred into base rates and the rider reset to 0 with every rate case filing, the rider would continue. It would just collect $0. So I'm not envisioning that the rider goes away. The mechanism is there and the commission would determine where the revenue requirement is collected in what time periods.
Well, and I guess I was basing my understanding on page 39 of your direct testimony, where you're answering the questions posed at 1 and 2, and you're answering beginning at 3. SPS plans to place in service capital additions totaling $35.06 million and incur O&M costs of $4.68 million to implement AMI, FAN, and FLISR between 2023 and 2026.
Yes, those are the capital additions that would be placed in service during those time periods, but we've also requested a 20-year service life for these assets. And so the recovery period, the revenue requirement would be collected for a time period longer than this 23 to 26 time period, given straight line depreciation and a 20-year service life for the assets.
And it's 20 year on all the assets?
Yes, the grid mod assets proposed in this proceeding, we've requested 20 years.
Aren't a lot of the assets, especially, for example, in the fan and I don't know about the FLISR, but aren't a lot of them like computer related and computer programs, those types of assets?
They are. There's certainly a lot of software, hardware, IT associated with these grid mod projects, different than the actual AMI meters. But as Mr. Moeller testified, we would expect the service life for those components to match the overall capabilities of the integrated project. So think of AMI, FAN, and FLISR. Those are individual components, but they work together. And so the service life, even for the hardware, software, and IT, it's reasonable to match those expected service lives with a 20-year asset life.
Are computer programs and the like typically depreciated on a 10-year depreciation schedule?
They can be 10, they can be shorter, they can be longer. Mr. Moeller would have more detail on that, but yes, I think we've seen, or in my experience, I've seen some IT lives as short as 3 years.
You think they're gonna have to be replaced or upgraded during that 20-year time period?
They may. A portion of a reason for the selection of the Itron meter was some of the automated upgrades that can occur. So essentially, some of those software upgrades can be performed over the communication network that we would be installing. So while there may be ongoing capital additions to essentially keep this functionality in place, we think given the meter that we've selected and its our ability to upgrade some of those software functions over the air, as you might say, is a significant benefit.
During your questioning by Mr. Getko, you referred to an annual AMI report that would include, among other things, the specific items that he asked you about and SPS agreed to include, correct?
Yes, those reporting metrics.
Yes. To what extent, if any, is information concerning AMI going to be included in your regular April 1st or whenever you file your regular annual report with the commission?
Apologies, Your Honor, I'm not sure which report you're referring to.
Don't all of the utilities, including SPS, file an annual report with the commission?
It's my understanding we provide certain annual documents like our FERC Form 1 and other materials. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, there are certain, I believe, commission rule requirements and information that have to be filed every year. And I wondered whether or not that this particular succinct AMI report, if any of that goes into the regular annual report.
No, our proposal is that the reporting metrics, as well as the actual cost information from the grid mod projects, as well as the recovery of the GMR revenue requirement, would be reported in the August report filed in this proceeding. Then the true-up amount from that August filing would be incorporated into the October advice letter filing.
Ms. Trell, several times in your testimony, your supplemental testimony, and I think throughout also your direct testimony, you testify as to the benefits of the grid modernization, specifically, I think the programs, the AMI and the FAN and the FSLIER. And for example, in summarizing your supplemental testimony, beginning on page 5 of that testimony and going on to page 6, line 16 through 18, you say, in addition to the benefits of increased grid visibility, operability, reliability, and security, and empowering customers to reduce overall energy costs, SPS grid modernization proposals support the future of DR programs, correct?
Yes, that's what my testimony says.
And I know in reading all of SPS's testimonies, I mean, it definitely sounds as if there are benefits to be had from Excel's or SPS's perspective with the capability of the meter itself, with the communication, with what it can provide for the customer, potentially for SPS. But it leads me to ask if all of these benefits from this particular program are available, then why haven't you utilized these things 10 years ago or 5 years ago?
So it goes back to that visibility and operability, specifically with regard to the DR sentence that you pointed me to a little earlier in this paragraph. And I start the paragraph by saying, we expect AMI will further enhance existing programs. And then on line 10, the sentence that starts, AMI will enable finer resolution and localized visibility into the distribution grid. I think that's really the key component here. So as I was describing earlier, I think in discussion with Mr. Gedko, we don't see our distribution system or see detailed operations of our distribution system below the substation level. Mr. Schoenheider in his supplemental direct testimony describes that our plans are to utilize AMI interval data much farther down the distribution grid, right at the feeder level or even at the premise level, to identify opportunities for enhanced load management programs, for example, that might be able to relieve capacity constraints on individual feeders. That's not something that we could propose today or 3 years ago or 5 years ago because we don't have that visibility into the feeder. We will benefit from a grid operations perspective by having that visibility pretty immensely. And if we see value in demand response programs or even optimized charging, if there's EVs on a particular feeder, we can target those kinds of load management or demand response efforts into more granular levels of our system. We're not able to do that until we can identify where we should focus the efforts. AMI provides that focus.
It just seemed like you say, between the AMI and the communication function of the fan, and some of the parts of the SFSLIR, with being able to remotely turn things on and off, it just made me think, well, these sound very innovative. Why are we just offering?
Oh, I apologize. Is your question why we did not bring forward a grid mod application or an AGIS proposal, an AMI
Well,
proposal
or
earlier?
yeah, or any of these potential things that are, I mean, I'm familiar with the testimony that you were just talking about, where yes, I understand you with the AMI, you can have granularity down to the feeder that could affect those. How many was it? 500 or 600 people?
I think the 5-year average on SPS feeders is about 650 customers.
Yeah, and that you could, figure out what ways, to not only predict, but also to potentially avoid problems at that particular level. And so it seems like to me that there could have been some components of these changes that could have been offered, but you can tell me if that's true or not.
If you're concerned that SPS is potentially late to the game here from an AMI perspective, I would offer that technology has evolved. I don't know if this is an industry standard term, but I would definitely say that there is a first generation of AMI meters and now a second generation of AMI meters. And the capabilities of the meter that we've selected, I would characterize as more of a second gen meter. So this is not the same meter that utilities have been deploying from an AMI perspective for the last 10, 15 years. As Mr. Nickel describes, this meter does have the sensing capabilities on the edge of the grid. These meters are not just capable of interval billing, which is largely what first generation AMI meters could do. These meters actually have a computer on the meter. They can talk to other meters at the edge of the grid, and they can automate a lot of service restoration, appropriate service restoration activities without sending that information back to a back office system. That's kind of the concept of the grid edge, right? So if there's a service issue that a meter or a recloser or an automated component of the FLISR project can address on its own without human intervention or action, it will do that. And that has significant benefits, from a time and efficiency standpoint. And that's where a lot of the reliability benefits of these, what I'll call second generation AMI meters, can provide. It's our understanding that this type of functionality was commercially available by Itron first, and not until really the 2021 timeframe, because that's when the meters were first deployed in our Colorado service territory. Xcel Energy is one of the first utilities to utilize this second generation meter in the country. We are definitely an early adopter of this grid edge computing capability. And potentially El Paso is as well.
Ms. Trammell, has Xcel submitted any AMI program in any jurisdiction that's been rejected?
Not to my knowledge. I know that in Colorado, they're referred to as CPCNs, but what would be equivalent here in New Mexico as a CCN in Colorado was approved, and in Minnesota as well. There may be ancillary proceedings related to the Minnesota approval that are currently pending before the commission. And I'm not sure if Xcel Energy has proposed AMI deployment in its Wisconsin or Dakota's service territories yet, but it hasn't been rejected. I don't know that it's been filed yet, requested yet.
And you've indicated that meter deployment would begin first, I guess, in the hubs and Carlsbad area, is that correct?
Yes.
And if the commission were to approve the SPS plan, how soon would you begin any informational or discussion items in those areas?
Do you mean with customers?
Yes.
Our communication plan outlines the customer journey, as we refer to it. Customers would begin receiving initial information about their meter exchange 90 days before their scheduled installation date. We would follow up with a 60-day communication as well as a 30-day communication. Obviously, interact with the customer on the day of meter exchange if they're home, and then follow up with post-installation customer surveys that we discussed earlier today. Our meter deployment will begin in our Texas service territory in Q1 of 2023. So from a general messaging perspective, while those customer specific messages would be directed towards our Texas customers, there may be an ancillary benefit of AMI deployment perceived by our New Mexico customers as they hear or learn about things happening across the state line.
And is it fair to say that SPS has rejected any cost comparison between SPS's Texas jurisdiction or the rates that were approved in the El Paso Electric grid mod case? Is that correct?
I think you're referring to some of the meter opt-out charges. So charges that customers would incur, a one-time charge if they opted out of an AMI meter, and then ongoing meter reading expenses. Our position is that those charges should be cost-based and recognize that different utilities may have different costs of providing those services. And also costs may differ even for SPS between its two retail jurisdictions. So if they were the same, if the cost-based rates were the same, then SPS would be supportive of those similar rates. But based on Mr. Luth's analysis, they do differ, even between our Texas and New Mexico service territories.
Well, is your service territory in New Mexico alongside El Paso Electrics?
I would say no, from a relative standpoint. We certainly serve Lee and Eddy County in the southernmost portion of our service territory and southeastern New Mexico. But we also have service territory along the northern portion of the state line into Roswell and as far north as Tucumcari in New Mexico.
Well, I'm just wondering if you had any trepidation at all of having, for example, your ratepayers and customers find out, for example, that another electric utilities customers, if not alongside, at least in the same region of New Mexico, being charged what I would consider to be a significant increase in a monthly fee. You're proposing right around $22 a year, or pardon me, a month.
21 a month, yes, approximately.
Okay. Whereas El Paso Electric's around 7. And for the opt out on the before it's been installed, how much are you proposing for that? Lost my post-it.
I believe the before is around 200, maybe 206, roughly 207, and the after is 255. If I'm recalling Mr. Litz's testimony somewhat accurately
And-
enough.
And they're proposing approximately 77 and 105.
I don't have
So-
trepidations on the difference, Madam Hearing Examiner. We have vastly different service territories. Our customer concentration in SPS is very different from any other utility in New Mexico. We don't have the large population centers like PNM does. Even El Paso's population center around El Paso and Las Cruces is different than our service territory and our population centers, which is our largest one is Hobbs and Roswell, basically. And we also have fewer customers on distribution feeders. So we talked about that average of about 640, 650 customers on an SPS distribution feeder. Just to give some relative comparisons, that's about half the number of customers on a distribution feeder in our Colorado service territory. Now, obviously, the Denver metro is a far more densely populated community than even other communities in New Mexico. But I just offer to you that there's significant differences in what it would cost, potentially, an SPS meter reading function versus El Paso or PNM's, given our service territory and our customer concentration, which is primarily commercial and industrial customers, as opposed to residential and small business customers like El Paso and PNM's.
And those industrial and commercial customers are not going to be subject to the grid mod rider, are they?
They would be at service voltage levels at or below 69 kV. It is our
And-
LGST customers, our transmission voltage level customers that we've proposed not be charged the GMR.
And one question I had, Ms. Trammell, is that in reading the testimony about what comprises your opt-out meter fee, if I'm understanding the testimony correctly, you being SPS has included 2 truck charges in that fee, haven't they?
I would have to confirm with Mr. Luth, or at least refer to his testimony.
Okay. I can ask him, or if you think there's another witness I should ask about that. Because it surely looked like to me when I read that testimony that they were including, or that the SPS is including not only the truck charge, and this may just be for after the replacement after the installation of the AMI to take it out and put a different meter back in. But it seems like there's that truck charge, and then there's going to be a truck charge if that customer no longer is a customer. to come and replace that meter again.
Yes,
Are you
I
familiar
understand
with
your
that?
question. Yes, so we've proposed that if a customer who has elected to opt out of an AMI meter then moves, that their election follows them. So if they stay within our service territory, but just move to a different location, a different premise, customer sells their house and buys another one, they're still an Xcel Energy customer, that the opt-out election would follow them to their new premise. So if that new premise had an AMI meter, we'd then need to roll another truck to exchange that AMI meter with a non-AMI meter, a non-communicating meter based on that customer's election. So in that instance, there would be 2 meter exchanges.
So you wouldn't charge them a new fee if they moved to have that meter replaced. It would be included in the initial fee. Is that correct?
I'm going to have you check with Mr. Luth on that one.
Okay. Because otherwise, why would you have included the second truck charge if you were just going to charge them again? Right?
I understand your logic. It also would assume early on that the customer is going to move, which may be a challenging assumption.
Well,
So
that's
I'm-
kind of what bothered me about having 2 truck charges in one fee. Because I actually read it different. I read it that you're going to charge the person if they opt out 1 truck charge to come and replace the meter. And then if they move to who knows where, then that new customer moves in, that the original customer was going to have to pay another truck charge to have the new tenant have an AMI meter. That's not correct.
I would recommend we clarify that with Mr. Luth.
Okay. I'll talk meters with Mr. Luth then. But since we are talking about meters, there was another question I had that I wanted to clarify when you were answering Mr. Getko's questions.
Okay.
To see if I understood this correctly. The GMR as proposed will include O and M for meter reading costs. Correct?
No, the O&M costs that we're proposing in the GMR revenue requirement are associated with the components that we'd be deploying as a result of approval in this application. And Mr. Nickel details those O&M costs in his testimony, but they are specific incremental O&M costs associated with AMI fan and Flizzr that have been incorporated into Mr. Fetter's revenue requirement calculation.
Okay, so no meter reading costs in the GMR.
Correct.
But there will be meter reading costs that we're going to be looking at, for example, in SPS's rate case.
Yes. And in the rate case we have pending, we have included costs like meter reading costs and base rates, as well as the component costs of the grid mod projects proposed in this proceeding, in recognition of the parallel path of these 2 cases, with the expectation that we need to adjust the rate case consistent with Commission's determination in this case. So, for example, if the grid mod projects proposed here are authorized recovery in the GMR, we need to exclude the revenue requirement associated with the grid mod projects from the rate case.
Right, and I'm just talking about meter reading costs right now. And you just told me no meter reading cost in the grid mod case, right?
Yes, so similar to my capital example, that would be a discussion we have on the O&M side in the base rate case, but it would not be because it's also being collected in the GMR. To me,
Right.
that conversation would be, it's a test year determination from the commission, right? So if we're looking at a future test year of 2024 in the rate case, we then in the rate case would need to determine the appropriate level of meter reading expense in the rate of as a result of that rate case. So if grid mod is approved, it
I'm losing you.
rate effective period.
Okay, tell me again, your sound cut out.
In my example, I was saying if the grid mod projects are approved in this proceeding, it would
Right.
be reasonable to evaluate the level of O&M expense in base rates, for example, for meter reading expenses or other things in the rate case, but it is also highly dependent on the test year that the commission selects in the rate proceeding. And then the rate effective period that new rates established in that base rate case would be effective. Again, we've tried to actually line these up, hopefully, to be a little easier to implement with the 2024 deployment plan and the 2024, roughly, it's a June ending 2024 future test year period.
And I guess the point that I got confused on was it seemed as if what I heard in your testimony this morning was that there still will be O&M for meters, for non-AMI meters that SPS is going to want to collect. Correct?
There is O&M being recovered today through base rates for O&M meter reading costs. Those costs are based on the test year in SPS's last rate proceeding.
Right.
Rates effective in the current case, assume September or December, wherever the commission lands for a rate effective date in that proceeding,
Sure.
should be reflective of the rate effective period, which is a function of the test year.
Okay. I'll have to think about that. Okay. Ms. Trammell, I believe that's all the questions that I had for you.
Okay.
Ms. Hardy, any redirect of your witness?
Madam Examiner, I have a couple of redirect questions.
Okay. Go ahead.
Ms. Trammell, regarding the PSCo shared asset, Mr. Getko asked you a number of questions on the cost recovery. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Is it your understanding that the commission's requirements on affiliate transactions provide for recovery at cost?
Yes, that's my understanding. And in the context of a shared asset allocation, that would be PSCo's costs, similar to other shared asset allocations approved by the commission.
And is PSCo's return on the asset part of its cost?
Yes.
Also, in follow-up to Mr. Getko's question on the legacy meters, will SPS deploy AMI meters if it is denied the ability to earn a return on the undepreciated legacy meter balance?
No. Again, we are removing SPS's existing meters from service in order to exchange those meters for advanced metering or AMI technology. Full cost recovery of those meters is essential because we're not creating a unused and useful asset. We're simply shortening its asset life to facilitate the grid modernization. There's multiple ways to collect or recover those accelerated depreciation costs. We discussed a depreciation expense increase in the revenue requirement or a regulatory asset methodology. In this proceeding, we're recommending the reg asset methodology to help mitigate the cost impact of the earlier retirement of those meters for customers, but not receiving a previously authorized return on SPS's existing meter investment would be a significant disincentive for the company to pursue these grid modernization efforts. And we would likely not go through with AMI deployment in New Mexico until full recovery of our existing or legacy meter cost was provided.
Well, Ms. Trammell, aren't you if this is approved, eventually, when the grid modernization assets get put into rate base, aren't you getting a return on the new AMI meters?
Yes, but the commission has also authorized a return on SPS's existing meters over the course of its asset life.
So you want to get a return on a meter that's going to be used and a return on a meter that's sitting in a warehouse.
Or we
and
could
not being
accelerate,
used.
or we could accelerate the depreciation expense in the revenue requirement to coincide with the retirement of those meters. That would
Is it cheaper for the ratepayer?
It would establish a return on component for approximately 2 years versus a carrying cost on a reg asset for approximately 10 years.
Well,
But the
I'm just
return
saying,
on-
is it cheaper for the ratepayer if we went with your initial proposal to go ahead and depreciate them out early over 2 years? Are you going to earn less of a return?
No, because
Or is
the
it just the same amount?
balance would be there. It's the same amount. The reg asset mitigates the cost impact for customers over a longer time period. But the point I'm trying to make is the commission has authorized full recovery of SPS's existing meters, and then removing a return on component would be now disallowing that portion of cost recovery for the existing assets. In my opinion, the grid mod statute, in encouraging meter exchange to facilitate AMI, meters would be replaced with AMI meters, potentially at time periods before they were fully depreciated.
So you think the legislature knew then when it wrote the statute that it was going to cause ratepayers to have to pay for a meter that's used and a meter that's not used?
I'm sorry, you cut out a little bit. Can you restate your question?
Sure. My testimony leads me to believe, hearing your testimony leads me to believe that you think the legislature was aware that in adopting the grid mod statute, that it was going to cause ratepayers to have to pay for 2 meters, one which was used and one which wasn't.
Again, I don't think that it's a used or not used consideration. It's a recovery of an undepreciated amount. The amount is known. The period of time over which we recover it is what is at issue in this proceeding.
Well, let me rephrase that then. And I'm not referring to necessarily a used and useful regulatory concept. What I'm looking at is an actual practical electrification service issue of you can't have an AMI meter and a non-AMI meter to provide service to a residential customer, can you?
Agreed. There would only be one
Okay.
meter in service. My testimony is,
In service.
think-
Yeah. Oh, that's good. I'll use that. I'll use that reference then. You believe that the legislature knew when it adopted the grid mod statute that the end result would be that ratepayers would be paying for one meter that was in service and another meter that was not in service. Correct?
well, that would only be the case in the reg asset methodology, but I do believe that the grid mod statute is very clear that its intention was to incentivize investment in grid modernization technologies, and disallowing a return on existing assets is not an incentive to pursuing additional investment. In my opinion, that's a pretty stark disincentive to grid modernization efforts, and the statute clearly is meant to incentivize utility investments in grid mod projects.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. I just have one more question. Ms. Trammell, is it your understanding that SPS's cost benefit analysis, which determined there were net benefits to customers, included a return on the legacy meters?
Yes, it did. My understanding at SPS is currently authorized weighted average cost of capital.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions, Madam Examiner.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. Ms. Beatles,
Are you
Any
allowing any
recross?
recross?
is it going to be brief?
I don't know why it wouldn't be.
Okay, I'm just looking at a timing perspective. It's 12:30, so I didn't know if it's going to be brief, I'll let you go ahead. If not, we're going to recess for lunch.
Why don't we recess for lunch if you don't
Okay.
mind taking a suggestion from me? Because I'm not sure where my questions will lead.
Okay, all right. Before we recess for lunch, again, just keeping in mind, we have to hear from Mr. Luth and we have to hear from Ms. Crane. Things are going a bit longer than I thought, but those two witnesses we will hear for, and I have questions for Ms. Crane, even though it looked like only OPL had questions. So we'll just consider those things. And then I also remember, I believe Mr. Mueller also, we need to get in. So if we don't have anything else, we're going to recess for an hour for luncheon, and we will come back again. Remember, our YouTube is staying on. Okay, we're recessed. Okay, we've got about a minute. Okay, well, it looks like we are back from our luncheon recess. And Miss Beatles, you had some recross, I believe, for Miss Trammell.
Yes, thank you. May
Go
I
ahead.
proceed? Oh,
Yes,
thank you.
please.
So, Ms. Trammell, I think I heard you testify on redirect that the company is entitled to full recovery of your legacy meters. And that the commission authorized full recovery plus a return. And I would like to know the basis for that statement. And specifically, I would like to know whether you were referring to an explicit commission approval or whether that is just what you believe to be true about rate making.
I'll try to take those one at a time.
And I can break it up if you need me to.
My testimony wasn't that we're entitled, but it was certainly that the commission has previously authorized full recovery and a return on component for our existing meters. Our meters have been in service for many years and reviewed in prior rate proceedings. Those investment dollars have been included in base rates and have earned a return set at the commission's authorized weighted average cost of capital, or if there was a black box settlement, no specific WACC was authorized, but they're still included in rate base, and we do earn a return on investments in rate base. The commission set those rates, recovering that revenue requirement for existing meters based on an assumed service life. These are group asset accounting investments, but the average remaining service life for SPS's existing meters is approximately 18 years. So the commission previously approved those service lives and a revenue requirement on those investments, including a return. Here in the grid mod application, the commission's considering changing the remaining average service life for those assets and early retiring them in order to deploy the grid mod projects that SPS has proposed. So not recovering a return on as a result of the grid mod application approval would be essentially a disallowance, in my opinion, of previously authorized costs.
So you say that the commission is considering early retirement of those existing meters. That is at SPS's request, right?
That's the point of deploying the AMI. And I think that's the intention of the grid mod statute, was to support and incentivize utilities to propose grid mod investments. Here, we're proposing AMI, FAN, and FLISR, but to install new AMI meters, we do have to retire existing meters. Those two items are part of the proposal here together. They're not independent.
And that is what the company is requesting, right?
Consistent with the energy policy goals of New Mexico, yes.
Mm-hmm. So you filed your application pursuant to the Grid Mod Act, and you said that the commission was considering early retirement of existing meters. And my question is specifically focused on that. And so that is what the company is asking the commission to approve, right?
Yes.
Okay. And by your statement that the commission previously authorized full recovery and return of those existing meters, you're referring to the fact that they were included in the cost of service that support your your general rate case in rate cases. Is that correct?
And that amount of recovery is in rates today.
Mhm. And so that means the meters were listed in your plant accounts and were on the schedules that supported your rate increase request over your various iteration of rate changes, right?
Yes, along with the service lives that the
Mhm.
commission approved.
And your return on equity, just like every investor-owned utilities return on equity, does presume a level of risk of full investment recovery, right?
Sure, it's an opportunity to earn an authorized return on equity, but the party's positions here is zero return.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles. Any redirect, Mr. Getko? Or pardon me, not redirect, any recross?
I have one small question based off some questions that you asked, Madam
Very
Hearing
well.
Examiner. And it's because I feel like there's still some confusion out there, and it's been expressed more than once with respect to the interrelation of O&M costs and the concurrently filed rate case that we're dealing with. So here's one more kind of angle at it. What I understood, Ms. Trammell, you to say was that whether meter reading costs are included in base rates after the conclusion of your current rate case depends on the test year that gets selected for that rate case. Is that correct?
I would say the level of meter reading costs depends on the test year, but it also depends on the outcome of this proceeding. For example, if AMI is not approved, we wouldn't expect to see a reduction in meter reading expenses over time.
So let's assume it is approved. Then there will still be some amount, and let's say that 0 customers opt out. So now we have a hypothetical where the application has been approved in some form. No customer ever opts out. Then depending on the test year that's chosen or selected, there'll be some amount of meter reading costs that are included in base rates after the conclusion of your existing rate case, correct?
Likely, yes.
So given that hypothetical, if during the time period when those base rates are in effect, which is after the conclusion of the current rate case, certain AMI meters are installed, meaning certain legacy meters are removed, meaning certain meter reading costs are no longer incurred by the company. Would that amount of meter reading cost that is no longer incurred by the company be credited through the GMR?
What I'm saying is base rates would reflect an adjustment to meter reading costs.
No, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask again. The base rates are set at the conclusion of the current rate case,
which may reflect a reduction in meter reading costs as a result of this proceeding.
correct?
But meter reading costs would not be recovered in the GMR. What we've proposed through the GMR is just incremental component costs associated with AMI, fan, and Flizzr.
But what I'm asking is whether, under the hypothetical I've created, whether reductions in meter reading costs that occur during that time period after the conclusion of your current rate case would be credited through the GMR.
Are you asking if the GMR could be a bit of a reconciliation rider for base rate costs?
Well, if I remember correctly, the O&M costs that are attributable to the installation of the AMI meters during that time period would be charged through the GMR. Is that correct?
Can you state that again?
It's my understanding that the O&M costs affiliated with the installation of AMI and the application of the AMI program that you're proposing would be charged through the GMR, correct?
Yes, not meter reading expenses, but yes, associated with the components.
O&M costs, correct?
Yes,
Meter reading costs are an O&M expense, correct?
yes, but we're not proposing to recover them through the rider.
No, because they're in base rates, correct?
Yes,
So in a period when we're living with O&M costs of meter reading that are in base rates after the conclusion of your coming rate case, and certain legacy meters are removed, and therefore you have lower costs for meter reading. That lowered cost amount, would that be credited in the GMR?
I think your hypothetical implies that there would be a difference into base rates. So assuming that the rate case's adjustment to meter reading O&M expense was not representative of the actual costs incurred, the commission could look to the rider to be some kind of reconciliation if it found that to be reasonable. I think that would be a lot like single issue rate making if we're trying to capture adjustments to base rates outside of a base rate case through a rider. If the commission hadn't already matched the meter reading costs in the rider revenue requirement. For example,
Hold on,
other
just
other
Wait a
costs
second,
change.
Mr. Getko. Let me ask you this then, Ms. Trammell. Is your answer no, it wouldn't be the appropriate way to change current meter reading costs would be in the next base rate case?
I think the best way would be to make the reduction in meter reading expense adjustment in this hypothetical in SPS's current base rate proceeding, reflective of where parties in the commission, the company expect meter reading costs to be in the rate effective period. And costs don't exactly match recovery in between rate cases. And so I think using the GMR rider to, in my words, kind of reconcile differences in actual base rate costs is a very unique and uncommon approach from a rate making perspective. I understand the intention to capture those meter reading savings as a result of AMI, and we would expect there to be a reasonable adjustment to our base rate O&M in the rate case, assuming that AMI is approved in this proceeding. Now, the precision of exactly how much that rate case adjustment in base rates matches our actual expenses is tough to do in base rates. And I understand Mr. Gedko's point on that. My testimony is it seems uncommon to then try to capture any base rate differences in the rider for a cost that is not a rider item.
And let me just clarify for the record that when we're referring to your current rate case, I believe parties are referring to 22-00286 UT, which is the SPS rate case. that has been filed, I believe, within the past month. Go ahead, Mr. Getko.
I think with the addition of the hearing examiner's questions, the goal of that question was accomplished. So thank you. to
Very
both of
well.
them.
Thank you. Any further questions for Ms. Trammell? Hearing none. Ms. Trammell, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You are excused.
Appreciate it.
Ms. Hardy.
Madam Examiner, our next witness is Mike Luth. I did want to give you the response to your first bench request, which was asking for Piesco's weighted average cost of capital.
Mhm.
That number is 6.82%.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Lees is going to present Mr. Luth's testimony. So she and I are going to switch places.
Okay. And I don't see him waiting to be admitted.
We will make sure he signs on.
Okay. And once we get, is he showing up as SPS regulatory?
That's correct.
Okay. Hi, Ms. Lees. I feel better now.
good
The
afternoon.
name matches the face. I thought I was having a moment there. Okay. Looks like SPS regulatory is connecting to audio. While he's connecting. Are you in Santa Fe, Mr. Getko?
I am in Santa Fe. Yes.
I'm looking out your window. Any snow yet?
Well, no, I don't think so. And I've been monitoring the snow report pretty hard. And maybe if we finish by 3 tomorrow, I can go skin up the mountain and ski some powder tomorrow night in the dark
Yeah.
with my headlamp. So
No. We don't want you up on the mountain till the hearing is finished, Mr. Getko.
yeah, we had a problem before, didn't we?
But you made it through. So, okay, we have SPS regulatory. I just don't see anybody. Hello, Mr. Luth.
Mr. Luth, can you enable your camera? We can send someone to help if you need.
And your audio. Well, when we get Mr. Luth, we are again going to start out with Ms. Beatles and Mr. Getko, CCAE, and staff.
Dana went over into the room with Mr. Luth to help him with the
Okay.
technology. Your Honor, it appears on Mr. Luth's side that he doesn't have permission to turn his audio or video on.
I've not heard that before.
We did test it this morning to make sure that technology was working. Dana's in there again to try and help.
Ask to unmute, I guess I could.
If you'll excuse me, Your Honor, I'm gonna go check and see what's going on over there. He's in the room right next door.
Okay. Well, why don't we, I don't know. Guess we can't call somebody else because, yeah, go ahead, Miss Lees.
Maybe can we take a 5-minute break while we figure out what's going on?
Yeah, we'll go off the record for 5 minutes and to look for a teenager. That's usually what helps me. So, yep, we'll recess for 5 minutes.
Yeah, on a procedural matter,
Yes, sir.
I don't think we'll get to it. I hope not, but if Courtney Lane wasn't able to, we'd have to have Courtney Lane go tomorrow if this were to stretch into a third day. Just to have
Okay.
Excuse me, did you want this on the record? I had gone
No,
off.
no,
Okay.
we're off the record.
Okay.
We're in a 5-minute recess.
Just to
Sorry,
have it in the
Mr.
back
Gecko,
bar.
did you
Thank
say that she could appear tomorrow? Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Did I have her? I don't think I had that. I guess I didn't think tomorrow was going to be a, thought we were going to get finished tomorrow, but maybe we still will. Okay,
Well-
so Miss Lane must be Tuesday.
At the latest, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I can't say I've had that happen on okay, now he's back in the waiting room. I'll admit him again.
So we rejoined, his video is working, and we tested his mic and audio, and it should be working.
There he
Might-
is.
I think we had to just log out and redo it.
And and come back. Okay.
Apologies for being that guy.
Not
It's-
an issue. Are we missing anyone? No, I don't think we are. Okay, well. Okay, we can come back from our recess. And make
Mr.
sure, hang on one sec. I just got to make sure. I lost Sydney. Well, hopefully she's going to come back on. Go ahead, Miss Lees. We're back from our recess, and Mr. Luth is here, and SPS can present its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for allowing us that brief recess to figure out our technology issues. We really appreciate it. SPS calls its next witness, Richard M. Luth, to the stand. Good afternoon, Mr. Luth.
Good afternoon.
Allison, would you swear
Mr.
to
Luth,
witness?
would you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you.
Go
Thank you
ahead.
so much. Mr. Luth, can you please state your full name for the record?
yes, it's Richard M. Luth,
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Southwestern Public Service Company, located in Amarillo, Texas, manager of pricing and planning. and regulatory.
Thank you. And do you have in front of you what is marked as SPS Exhibit 5?
Yes,
Can you please identify what that document is?
yes, that's my direct testimony with attachments.
And was that direct testimony prepared by you and under your control?
Was.
And is that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that are contained within your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Are there attachments to your direct testimony?
Yes, there are. There's 4 of them. There's attachment. They're all labeled attachment RML -1, -2, and -3. There's also an electronic attachment RML4, which are work papers for direct testimony.
And were those attachments prepared by you or under your control?
Yes, they were prepared by me or under my control. Yes.
Can you please identify what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 6?
Yes, that's my rebuttal testimony pre-filed on October 31st, 2022.
And I should have asked you before, but what is marked as SPS Exhibit 6 placed in front of you?
It is.
And was that document prepared by you or under your control?
Yes.
And is that testimony true and correct to your knowledge?
Yes. That's correct.
If I were to ask you the same questions today contained within your rebuttal testimony, would the answers still be the same?
Yes.
And do you have any attachments to your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, there's one attachment. It's labeled attachment RML-R1.
And was that attachment prepared by you or under your control?
I prepared it. Yes.
With that, Your Honor, SPS seeks admission of SPS Exhibit 5 and SPS Exhibit 6 into the record.
Any objection to what's been marked as SPS Exhibit 5, Mr. Lee's direct testimony as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS 5 is admitted. Any objection to what's been identified as Mr. Luce's rebuttal testimony as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 6 is admitted. Ms. Lees?
And Your Honor, before I pass the witness, I believe Mr. Luce can address your second bench request. Would you like him to do that now?
Absolutely. Go right ahead, Mr. Luce.
Just to make it clear for the record, our understanding is that second bench request was asking whether SPS's TOU rate is still experimental and whether participation is still limited. Can you answer those two questions, Mr. Luce? First, whether it's still whether SPS's TOU rate is still experimental?
It is no longer experimental. It is permanent as of now, until revised at a future time. And limitation is not, participation is not limited. It's open to anyone in any amount or number of customers in any customer class.
Mr. Luce, do you know what rate number that is?
There's a number of them.
Okay.
that up for you right now. It'll take just a few seconds, I think.
So are TOU rates available for all rate classes or limited rate classes?
Well, I'd say they're limited to the extent to distribution voltage customers. In other words, large general service transmission does not have a time of use rate, nor do the lighting rates.
Or do the who?
Lighting. Municipal
okay.
street lighting
Sure.
and, area lighting.
And with that, Your Honor, SPS does pass this witness for cross-examination.
Okay, we didn't find the numbers.
Oh, excuse me.
The first one is residential service. It's part of the residential rate number 1. It's
Okay.
It's an alternate rate there along with this, what we call standard or general service rates. And then it's similar for number 3, irrigation power service also has a time of use option or alternative.
Okay, so that's so then they could be, the TOU rates could be characterized as alternative rates to the current rate class rates.
I suppose you could put it that way. Yes, it's, I call
You
it
put
more,
it how you want to be. You're the witness. You tell me.
it's an option because,
Okay.
for example, using irrigation here, they can pay an energy charge of about 6.5 cents per kilowatt hour every month, and a demand charge of $2.51 per kW, $2.51 per kW in the winter, $3.01 in the summer. And then when you go to the alternate time of use rider, the energy charge for off-peak hours is lower at 4.75 cents per kilowatt hour. But during the on-peak hours, which are approximately 6% of the hours every year, it's at 28.13 cents per kilowatt hour. And then the demand charge is $2.39 year round for the irrigation power alternate time of use rider. And that compares to the demand charge of $2.51 in the winter months and $3.01 per kilowatt in the summer months. That's just an example, but it's comparable to the other time of use alternate options for residential, small general service. And then secondary general service and primary general service have a standalone rate, which is called general service time of use option at secondary voltage and primary voltage. And then there's also an option or an alternate rate for small municipal and school service and also large municipal and school service. And I can get you those rate numbers if you would like. It just, I don't have them right in front of me except electronically.
No, I think your explanation is fine, sir. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lees.
With that, Your Honor, we pass the witness for cross-examination.
Okay. Hello there, Ms. Beatles. We actually are to you. My understanding is that you reserved 10 minutes to ask Mr. Luth some questions.
Yes, and I'm going to pass. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm not really prepared and they weren't critical. So my computer just crashed. I get low system resources about the same time every afternoon and everything just shuts down completely. So, but thank you for your patience.
Okay. You'll be hearing from Ms. Kippenbrock, who I asked to try to contact you when you weren't back on the screen. Okay, so you're passing yours. Mr. Gatko, you have questions for Mr. Luth.
I do. Feeling
Go
a
ahead,
bit of
sir.
deja vu to a year ago. Good afternoon, Mr. Luth.
Good afternoon.
So I'm going to start by referring to your rebuttal testimony and specifically to page 4, lines 7 through 8.
Okay.
It's stated there that you state there that there's no need at this time for SPS to develop pilot time of use rates, as SPS already has time of use rates in place. Is it correct that in case number 15-00296 UT, and I apologize, some of this might have just been covered by your bench request, but I didn't have a chance to review my questions, but you testified that the proposed time of use rates in that case were offered to a limited number of customers as experimental rate options, correct?
In that case, yes, it was experimental.
And then we just learned through the bench request that it's no longer experimental. Do you know when it changed from being experimental to being, what do we call it now, permanent?
If you can give me a moment, I can probably get to, by looking at the effective dates and then the words in the tariff, just for one. I don't want to say something that's incorrect.
While you're looking, Mr. Luth, do you know whether any customers were ever turned away while it was experimental because they were because the experimental tariff was capped?
I don't know of anyone that was turned away that sought it. There was one time when I think it was large municipal and school was fully subscribed by a school district in New Mexico. I'm not sure which town, but I don't know if anyone was turned away. It looks like it became permanent given the limited participation that we've experienced on May 28th of 2020 through case number 19-00170 UT. So a little more than 2 years now, it's been permanent.
All right, thank you. Going back to when it was experimental in the 15-00296 case, in that testimony, it was in your direct testimony there, it was stated that SPS proposes to limit availability as an experimental option in order to determine whether adjustments in the rates, structures, or time intervals, end quote, should be made. Would that be a fair description of the experimental nature, that it was limited so that it could be used to gauge whether adjustments in the rates, structures, or time intervals should be made?
That's first statement, yes. It's on page 36, yes.
Okay. And what type of analysis or evaluation did SPS conduct to determine the effectiveness of the experimental rates?
There's very little. I wasn't personally involved in any of it. Perhaps other groups had looked it over, but I hadn't participated in any of those reviews.
And when you said there was very little, it sounds like you have knowledge that there was very little done by other folks besides yourself as well. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, not in regulatory at SPS. We basically have updated the rates along with other rate cases that we've had since then, consistent with customer class increases for standard service rates.
Okay. And when it ceased to be experimental in the end of May 2020, were any changes made to the time of use rates based on the results of the experiment?
There weren't any real changes other than changes in rates. The time of use at peak was the same as it was back then and it is today, which 12 noon Mountain Time through 6 p.m. During the summer months on weekdays that are not holidays.
Okay. So it was initiated in the finalization of that case in 2016. I'm assuming for this question, there's a year of kind of seeing how it goes since the initiation of that rate. Has SPS taken any steps to increase enrollment in these time of use rates that you know of?
Well, we hesitate, if not refrain from recommending a time of use rate to customers generally in the event that an increased bill might result in a misconception that we move the customer to time of use in order to increase the bill. That would not be obviously the goal, but it could happen. You know, if a customer feels that the rate is, I really don't want to go into what might happen, but it could happen that the rate or the bill might be higher under time of use than it would be under standard service, and that could cause a misconception that, wouldn't be good for the customer, wouldn't be good for the company.
Does it ever worry you that you'll have a customer that finally gets attuned to the time of use rate and is smart enough to apply what their electric charges and see that they could have saved money for the last 6 years?
No, because the rate has been out there as an option, and it's publicly available on our website. And that is part of the problem, I think, in the relatively low levels of participation. Is it requires a very active customer to monitor his or her energy consumption over the course of the day, over the course of the year, or at least for the 4 months of June through September, and then to make a comparison of, is it worth it to me as a customer to actively manage my load, just to make, some savings on my bill? Or do I appreciate the convenience? And I have very limited information in which to do that because our meters are largely read and then not really even reset, just read periodically, like every month.
So given that history of the time of use rates and no changes being made, how does the existence of these time of use rates negate the need for a time of use rate to be developed and offered to customers in conjunction with AMI meter rollout?
I think Ms. Trammell covered some of that this morning in some of the questions, but with the advanced meters being placed in service, the customer will not have to go outside and look at his or her meter and turn various appliances on and off and see how that affects the meter running. They'll have, a more convenient method of evaluating usage, at least for each appliance, and how that might affect their rates over the course of the month. And if there is an interest in a time of use option where they can shift or, use power at off-peak periods, I think that there could be more interest in it with more data that's easily available to a customer rather than, as I mentioned a minute ago, about going out and just looking at the meter and seeing what happens.
And I think I know this one's obvious, but is SPS still enrolling customers in its existing residential time of use rates? Sorry.
Well, if you mean by still enrolling, if you're asking if it's, closed, in which, we say, no, that's no longer an option, that would not be true. It is still an option. It will require a customer to give us a call at our customer care line and say, hey, I'm interested in time of use rates. And, the agent can explain that to the customer and, perhaps gauge their interest. Again, as I said earlier, I don't believe that the agent is going to make a recommendation that this specific customer that's calling go on the time of use rate, but the agent can explain how it works.
And we've touched on it, but does SPS currently market the rate at all that you're aware of, or can you enlighten us? Previous witnesses talked about it briefly, but it didn't seem to be well known.
I haven't recently looked into it, and it's been a while. I don't have a record. I've been asked for my input on some potential messages for time of use, but to my knowledge, I don't know of any active marketing other than maybe some bill inserts or an insert, saying, hey, it'd be considered time of use. But again, as I mentioned before, we are hesitant because of, potential adverse bill effects, impacts to a customer.
Mr. Luth, time of use rate might actually be helpful not only for a cost savings for the customer, but it might also help with load management for the company, mightn't it?
On a very widespread basis, it could, but the company SPS is, fairly unique, I think, in the fact that we're very high load factor. In the case we just filed, we're at about 86% load factor, which is average demand divided by the 4 peak demands of the summer. And that's sort of unusual. So with an 86% load factor, there's not a lot of room for peak shaving down, taking the average load, unless you just absolutely reduce load. And we're not really looking to do that, reduce load. We want our customers to be able to use electricity, in a cost-effective manner to them.
Well, and an 86% load means what?
It's average load over the course of the year, measured by kilowatt hours divided by the average of the 4 summer peaks.
So does that mean that you're utilizing 86% of your generation resources?
On average, yes.
So you don't have a whole lot of room then with the resources you have right now to increase load, right?
Yeah, I could clarify that just a little bit with the resource. That is the level that is allocated to New Mexico on a peak, as well as average basis. So the load factors for wholesale in Texas are different. I don't have those readily available to me, but as a system, SPS is a high load factor company.
Well, then it seems like to me that if there were ways potentially to reduce load at any particular given time, that SPS might want to try to utilize those, wouldn't they?
Yes, the high load factor does not originate or come from residential customers. It comes from our industrial load. When they're at it, 80, 90%, that means they're running all the time, pretty much 24/7. And they are a bigger percentage of our overall load than some other companies might be.
So then basically, SPS doesn't have any incentive then, does it? To have energy efficiency or to have any time of use that might contribute to energy efficiency or somehow, as you referred to it, peak shaving, because as you've just said, the majority of their load operates 24/7 anyway, right?
For industrial customers, that's right, yes. I don't know about any incentive to use, I wouldn't say that we don't have an incentive to encourage our customers to use energy efficiently. I think we do that. But without that incentive, our rates will go up and then we might have a problem down the road with capacity additions that might be necessary as a result of inefficient uses of electricity.
Well, other than saving money for the customer or potentially being energy efficient or allowing SPS perhaps to manage or reduce load at a particular given time, what's the purpose of a TOU rate?
Well, it's to encourage off-peak use of the system by customers that don't have quite the same load factor as our large industrial users do. And if the customer can change how they use electricity, or if they already are using electricity at off-peak times, to the extent that they can save money on their bill, there's that reason for it as well. But as a peak shaving or load management device at SPS, I would say there's probably less of a reason to have time of use rates than there might be at a lower load factor customer, lower load factor company. And load factor is a measure of efficiency itself. If you're using all the capacity you need 80% of the time, you're more efficient than if you're using all of that capacity at, say, 50% of the time. And so overall, SPS has an efficient use of its system by its customers.
And do you break that down into like your New Mexico jurisdiction and your Texas jurisdiction?
We do for each state to measure the relative efficiencies or load factors among the customer classes in each state. I can't say that Texas retail has a high load factor as well. I don't believe, I'm not sure. It won't be exactly the same as New Mexico retail. And we also have it for wholesale. At wholesale, as you probably know, because I know that you've been involved in a number of our cases, we have different levels of capacity dedicated on a firm basis for production to wholesale customers as we do transmission. We have to provide transmission service to our wholesale customers up to the full levels, but not production.
So that 86% is New Mexico.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Getko.
Would a 1% reduction in peak load translate into a significant dollar amount in revenue requirement that's required to provide that 1%?
Leaving everything else equal, it would provide a lower allocation of production resources or transmission resources to a jurisdiction.
So even when we've got a unique case, it's still large dollar amounts that are in play, even if we can just reduce very small percentages of the system, if I understood that answer correctly. Is that right?
Well, when you're talking about large, it is relative. We're talking about, maybe $500 million of base rate revenue requirement in New Mexico. And so 1% to me suggests, say, $5 million. So that's 1% of $500 million. So obviously $5 million is a lot of money to me, maybe to you too. But when you combine it for all New Mexico customers, it's still 1%.
Yeah. Thank you for that. You started to talk about this when you talked about certain things that have maybe crossed your desk, I think is maybe the language you use, but will SPS market the existing residential time of use rate to customers when their AMI meters are installed in any additional manner than what has existed for the last year, for example?
I think the plan is to provide education for customers about how to use the new meters and the information systems that will be available to them. For more detail on that, my apologies, I sat back a little bit. For more information on that and more detail on what specifically we're planning to do, I think Mr. Schoenheider is the person to ask.
Okay. Do you think just the existence of AMI will encourage more customers to enroll in the existing residential time of use rate?
I think with another round of messaging for the time of use rate and how the AMI meters make it more convenient to understand how a customer is using their electricity, there could be increased interest. I don't know about increased participation. That's a personal decision, I think, by customers. But certainly there'd be heightened awareness and interest in it, at least in the short term, for AMI metering. And of course, the AMI Grid Modernization Program offers more than just time of use alternatives. We've talked about system reliability and security and reduce costs elsewhere that generally go through all base rates, whether it's time of use or general or standard service rates. But those are things covered by other witnesses, such as Mr. Rollwing or Mr. Schoenheider on the messaging, or Mr. Nickel.
Going back to when you developed the experimental time of use rate, which is now permanent, was it developed with an eye towards reducing system peak?
That was among the objectives or advantages to offering it and getting sufficient customer participation in it. The results since then really haven't, I don't think, yielded highly measurable changes in production resources or transmission resources as a result directly of time of use rates. But again, it does provide a customer benefit should the customer, know how to handle the rate and bill savings for the customer.
And that'd be true before AMI and with AMI, kind of the same, correct?
Yes, it is true without AMI. And as we discussed earlier, additional knowledge and more readily available knowledge or data for a customer, I think, will increase awareness and perhaps interest in it as well.
Okay. Almost done with this little piece of questioning. if we go to page 11 of your rebuttal testimony, on let me know when you're there. I usually start talking too early.
Okay, I'm on page 11.
Great. Lines 16 through 18, right at the end of the page. Attachment RML R1 demonstrates that customers can significantly reduce their SPS bill by shifting usage to off-peak periods that represent more than 94% of hours during the year. Does SPS anticipate that once a customer has AMI, that they could still significantly reduce their SPS bill by shifting usage to off-peak periods?
Well, the general rate relationships will change with a current rate filing with a lower off-peak rate compared to flat rate, I suppose you could call it, for each season. It's seasonally differentiated, of course, where it's higher in the summertime per kilowatt hour metered customers, or per kW for demand metered customers. So with AMI, yeah, maintaining these rates that we have now or changing them where the charge in peak periods would be higher than off-peak periods, the customer can save on their billing compared to a flat rate.
And I know you've directed me to other witnesses, but given your role in the company, do you think it would be advisable for SPS to increase customer enrollment in these rates to meet the stated goals of SPS?
Which stated goals are you referencing?
One is reliability, which I suppose is related to the ICAP and UCAP level at which the company operates on a general basis. And another stated one that I think I recall from Ms. Trammell's direct testimony is to provide reliable service while also minimizing cost to their customers. So I guess we could isolate those two to try to control system load so that reliability is improved, and also to improve customer costs so that their bills aren't as expensive as they might be otherwise.
Well, yes, I think AMI can assist in achieving some of those goals for customers, particularly with lower load factors, but also with customers that might be at higher load factors, and maybe they would decide to change, slightly increase loads to off-peak hours and reduce on-peak loads slightly, even, and still remain high load factor. I'm somewhat speculating here on what a customer may or may not do, but given the rate structure with a lower off-peak rate and a higher on-peak rate, whatever those periods might be, with better data, we can perhaps identify opportunities where certain customers can achieve those savings.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna change direction here just a little bit. In your rebuttal testimony, you addressed the Attorney General's recommendation that the GMR apply to all customers that take service below 110 kV, correct?
Yes.
Do you have, and earlier we ran into trouble with this, but do you have NMAG Exhibit 6 there with you, which includes a discovery response to NMAG 2.3? And We may not need it, but it's just for reference for you.
In paper, I just have SPS exhibits.
Okay. Well, let me just ask the question, then we'll see if we need to reference it. And what that response, the way that is, what's contained in that response is there are 7 customers that would be exempt under the company's proposal with respect to customers that would be exempt from, let me get it up. Please provide regarding line 5 through, please provide customer. The number of LGST customers that take service at or below 69 kV. And the response was 7. So there's 7 customers, 7 LGST customers that would be exempt. Is that a correct understanding?
I would say so, yes.
And all of these 7 customers take service not only below 110 kV, but also below 69 kV, correct?
No, that's not correct. They take it at 69 kV. Below that, we have primary general service, below 69 kV service voltage.
Okay, so all 7 take it at 69 kV.
That's correct, yes.
All right, thank you. In your opinion, do transmission customers benefit from reduced outages?
Not at distribution voltage. Outages at distribution voltage, no. Lower outages at transmission voltage, yes, of course they would benefit by that, but we're talking about distribution installations in this filing.
And do transmission customers benefit from grid security?
Yes, they would. A more secure overall system would benefit transmission as well as distribution customers.
And so maybe a little bit different angle at this is on page 3 of your rebuttal testimony. You state that AMI, FAN, and Fleecer, quote, will primarily benefit customers who take service at a level below 69 kV, end quote. Are there any benefits to customers that take service at 69 kV or above?
Probably more a question for Mr. Nickel. I'm not aware of any right now, which is why we, proposed not charging those customers for the GMR. But Mr. Nickel can probably provide a few more specifics than I can.
Is grid security?
Wait a second. I was going to ask you the same question, Mr. Luke, but I wasn't looking at your rebuttal. I was looking at your direct testimony on page 9, where the question was posed at line 4, will the GMR apply to all SPS New Mexico customer classes? And then you begin at line 5, and then you carry on to the next page. And that was my question to you is, won't all of these excluded customers still get some benefit from SPS's improved grid?
I think it's possible. But measuring those benefits and comparing it to what might result from a GMR charge to those customers is uncertain at this time. And because the 69 kV customers are very similar and just happen to be located closer to 69 kV facilities than 115 or higher voltage, does not change the, the nature of those customers and that they're a transmission voltage rather than distribution voltage.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Getko.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I just got, when I turned to the direct, let me get my variance again. So section 62(8)(13)D, which you reference in your testimony, is a provision that prohibits recovery of grid modernization projects, quote, that only benefit customers of an electric distribution system, end quote, from being recovered from customers that take service at 110 kV or higher, correct?
It's correct that the statute specifically precludes customers taking service at 110 kV are not charged for distribution voltage projects or installations from grid modernization. But does not mandate, as I say in my testimony, or require customers taking service at other voltages to be charged the grid modernization, right? Charges for grid modernization.
All right. And so that section specifically references projects that only benefit distribution system customers, correct?
That's right, yes.
But it doesn't limit recovery of these distribution system projects to distribution customers only, does it?
No, it doesn't do that either. And we were just making our recommendation, looking at what type of customers we have at 69 kV and 115 kV, and there's not a lot of difference in terms of distribution facilities that are applicable to 69 kV customers as opposed to higher voltages.
And just because this screws me up sometimes and gets me a little bit weird in my head. Another way of saying it is that the statute does not prohibit charging any customer that takes service below this level for grid modernization costs. And when I say below this level, I mean 110 kV, correct?
No, I don't think it prohibits it, no.
Am I correct that the commission did authorize recovery of transportation electrification plan costs from LGST customers in SPS's most recent transportation electrification plan proceeding?
I have it available electronically, and I would like to confirm that in my own mind before answering.
Okay. And where we went is to the rebuttal, your rebuttal testimony in your prior, in our previous grid mod, in your prior SPS grid mod filing. That's one place to go. But
Okay.
How are
I'm
you on
looking at
time,
the-
Mr. Getko?
I'm sorry, madam?
How are you on time?
I'm on my last page.
Okay, you
I think I'm
reserved
under
50
10 minutes.
minutes and we've been going almost an hour.
We've been almost an hour and at 50 minutes, did you say? I'm sorry.
Yep.
Okay, we can move along past that one, I think, and I don't know.
Well, I think he's ready to answer, so go ahead, sir.
Oh, did you find it already? Okay.
I did, yes. The 0.09 rounded percent of base rate charges does apply to all customer classes in New Mexico.
Okay, thank you. Then can we turn to NMAG Exhibit 5? Which is your discovery response to NMAG 17, which shows the opt-out fees charged by some other companies.
Okay,
Okay. And you sponsored this response, correct?
yes,
NSP Minnesota is an affiliate of Excel, correct? Or is it affiliate of SPS and a subsidiary of Excel? Is that correct?
yes, it's an Xcel Energy operating company in Minnesota and the Dakotas, as well as Wisconsin, but that's separate.
And they charge a $15 monthly opt-out fee and a $40 one-time fee. Is that correct?
Yeah, they have a $15 per meter opt-out fee and then $40 meter exchange fee.
And PSCo, Public Service Company of Colorado, is also an affiliate. And they charge a one-time opt-out fee of $46 and monthly fees of either $11.84 or $23.84, depending on location, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And then obviously SPS Texas is an Excel company, correct?
Yes, it's the same company as the one I'm representing here.
And in Texas, SPS charges a monthly opt-out fee of $16 and a one-time fee of either $166 or $214.63, depending on when a customer opts out, correct?
As a result of the settlement of our filing in Texas, that is correct.
Okay. Have there been any changes in those Texas fees since you filed this response that you know of?
No, there's not.
Okay.
There
All right.
haven't been.
And now this is the very last few questions. In your testimony, this is not on this exhibit anymore, Madam Hearing Examiner. In your testimony, you provided bill impacts of the grid mod program of the current application in attachment RML-3, correct?
Yes,
And since the company is proposing a 10-year amortization of the legacy meters, the columns in RML-3 show the rate impacts under the current proposal, correct?
my apologies. I didn't quite hear your question.
Oh, I can restate it, sorry. Since SPS is proposing a 10-year amortization of the legacy meters, those columns in RML-3 show the rate impacts under the current proposal, correct?
They do, yes.
And those impacts are based on the initial year's rates, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So they're based on the 2023 revenue requirements shown in, and I might have made a typo here, shown in RML-1.
Yes, that's correct.
The highest year's revenue requirement occurs in 2025, correct?
That's correct, yes. $4.996 million.
And is it right that the impact in 2025 would be about double what it is in 2023?
The rate is, yes, it's a bit more than double. Again, you're talking about, maybe 1 to 3%, going from 1.5 to 3% in 2025, using that rate estimated now.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for working with me today. I appreciate it. And thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Getko. Ms. Lynch, I believe you reserved 10 minutes for questions for Mr. Luth.
Yes, that's correct, hearing examiner. I have also added a couple of questions related to what's surfaced during the testimony. Would it be okay with you for me to ask those questions as well?
Go ahead. Yes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Luth.
Good afternoon.
My name's Kara Lynch, and I am the attorney for Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy.
Okay.
My first question is going to take us back to Mr. Getko's cross-examination of Ms. Trammell. Were you present for that examination of Ms. Trammell?
I was present for much of it, yes.
Okay. Well, at one point during that exchange, Ms. Trammell referenced a default rate used by SPS. Do you recall that?
I'm familiar with the concept, yes.
So does this mean that a customer is put on a default rate? A residential customer?
From my observation of her appearance at the hearing this morning and earlier this afternoon, the default rate had to do with, putting customers on a time of use rate. As suggested, I think, by some interveners. But it's not a concept right now that we're recommending or proposing that, we put customers on a default rate. When a customer signs up for service, that customer can be a time of use customer, or that customer can be a standard service customer.
Right. I think if we were able to turn to your rebuttal, you clearly convey that SPS uses choice or customer choice as the method for the customer being put on a rate. So is a customer ever put on a default rate?
I'm not sure what you mean by default. As a residential customer, the customer would be offered the alternative of residential service, but I'm not clear on how the call center agents handle requests for service, if they simply introduce the time of use rate or just introduce the residential service and allow the customer to review it word for word.
So if let's say, if a customer doesn't actually and chooses not to make a choice, is there some sort of option that SPS uses to put the customer on a certain rate?
Your Honor, I'm just going to object to the extent that Ms. Lynch is asking what the customer service agents do when a customer calls in to be put on a rate. Mr. Luth testifies that he doesn't know what they say. Already testified to that.
I'm not asking what the agents say.
Mr. Luth, if you know if you know the SPS practice of rate selection for a customer, then answer. And if you don't, you can say, I don't know.
The answer is I don't know.
Ms. Lynch?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for that answer. We'll transition now. So I was just wondering if AMI is needed to evaluate time of use rates.
Oh, Ms. Lynch, it's my understanding our attorneys are not connected right now. And so if we could take a moment to get them reconnected.
Hearing examiner, that should be fine, correct?
I don't know, Mr. Luth, did they pay their electric bill?
They're in Santa Fe, so I'm not sure they're our customers.
Have to call up P&M then, huh?
That's right.
No, to answer your earlier questions, so maybe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have a few flakes myself. Unfortunately, I think it's warm enough that it's just melting.
Well, Albuquerque doesn't have any coming down right now.
Okay. Mr. Getko, hearing examiner Lennon teaches at the ski basin.
Oh, really?
He does. You should check that out some weekend.
Does he do general ski instruction?
I'm sorry, I don't know. I just know that he's an instructor and that he informed me that someone that Miss Beatles and I know, and perhaps others, a former assistant attorney general, and perhaps Miss Lynch knows also, and I believe that Chuck was with CCAE, but Chuck Noble, I believe, is also doing some kind of instruction up there. I think perhaps even maybe the adaptive program, but I'm not a skier, sorry, but I try to stay tuned. You know, why don't we go ahead and take our recess now, if that's okay? And that way we're not going to lose time. Since we need to finish up with Mr. Luth, and then we also have 2 more witnesses to go. So I have 3 o'clock. We'll come back at 3:10. We are recessed.
You're not on mute, Miss Hearing Examiner.
Hey, I hold on, my Hey, Allison, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Let me put my headphones back on. How are you time frame wise?
If you want to go over a little bit today, that's fine.
I'm sorry.
If you wanted to go over today, that's fine.
I'm a little concerned about how we're going to get these witnesses in 2 hours. If we went perhaps a half hour, would that work for you or no?
That's just fine. No problem.
Okay. All right. This is interesting that we're having this people falling off.
Yeah, I don't know if it's weather related. It has started snowing here. It's sticking a little bit, but it's still 40 degrees, so it's not.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that has anything to do with it or not.
Or not. Okay.
Also, I did notice that Ms. Lee's has a virtual background. I know that takes up bandwidth. So
I can get rid of that. But I'm sorry, what happened on our end is wireless in the entire building went down. And I was using the wireless internet and Mr. Luth was hardwired.
Okay.
So that's,
I was just kidding about whether or not you paid your P&M bill.
Well, maybe it's the Comcast bill because I got a notice saying to expect them to be dropping service intermittently in the next couple of days. So who knows? Sure, the weather is going to make that even better.
Oh, don't tell me that. We have Xfinity as well.
Mm,
Right.
Great.
whatever
And
it was, I will let them know that they caused me a heart attack today when the internet went down. Very
send them-
stressful
send them the
situation.
bill.
Your witness was right on it, asking to hold up till he got his attorneys back. Probably the first
Good.
time he's ever said that.
And my
We're
apologies,
about
Your
ready
Honor.
to, I think, to go back on. See what my phone says. Okay, I think we can come back from our recess. And you find Mr. Luth. Come back from our recess and go back on the record. And Mr. Luth, we found you some attorneys.
Thank you.
And so, and Allison, I forget what the question was. And can you unmute yourself and read the question?
I certainly can. I need to go back a bit because there's a lot of colloquy about skiing.
Yes.
Okay, you might need the one before that. Question, we will transition now. So I was just wondering if AMI is needed to evaluate time of use rates.
Go ahead, Mr. Luth.
I'll say that it's needed to better evaluate time of use rates, but it is not required to evaluate time of use rates. That's why we have time of use rates in effect now, because we were able to make an evaluation of it based upon load research 6 or 7 years ago.
Apologies for my delay. I have a couple of screens here and I was just manipulating the mouse. Great. Thank you so much for that response. Should I just jump in and continue, hearing
Yes.
examiner?
Go ahead.
Okay. So Mr. Luth, could you please turn to page 12 of your rebuttal testimony?
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. And at line 11, you provide that the applicability and appropriateness of a time differentiated default time of use rate structure should be carefully evaluated at least 1 year after meter deployment is completed. Is that an accurate restatement?
Yes, it is.
Okay. In your opinion, why is it appropriate for SPS to evaluate default time of use rate structure after meter deployment?
Well, I'll maybe at least clarify your question as it concerns my response in terms of whether it is appropriate to have a time of use, default time of use rate based upon AMI data, because as has been discussed here by Ms. Trammell, as well as I think myself, that we'll have far more data on an individual customer basis to evaluate whether certain customers can, whether a default time of use rate structure is appropriate for SPS New Mexico retail, particularly for retail customers, but all customers, commercial as well as industrial.
Will you share that data that you'd be using for this evaluation?
I imagine it'll be at least part of our reporting requirements that may result from this case. Yes. But as far as sharing it, there are customer privacy issues to take into consideration, which are very important to customers as well as SPS. But in terms of overall data, that'll be part of any evaluation to go to or not go to default time of use rates. And I'm quite certain the commission will be involved in some aspect of that decision.
Okay, I think the stakeholders here would appreciate knowing what it is what it is, meaning what data you're using, and of course, not identifying customers or revealing customer information, but what are those data points that SPS is using to evaluate whether a default time of use rate would be appropriate?
Well, because
Go ahead.
maybe I wasn't clear. Were you stating what you would like to see us provide in the future when we do have AMI data? Or were you asking me a question as to what the data is? Because we don't have the data yet.
I'm asking if SPS is going to evaluate whether default time of use rate structure is appropriate or would be appropriate after you have your AMI deployment.
Yes, that'll be part of our consideration after we have our deployment and an adequate period of usage data available to look at it, in a global view as well as a select view of just a few AMI installations early in the process.
Okay, and SPS would be willing to share with stakeholders the data that's appropriate to you and to share with stakeholders that SPS would use to reach its conclusion.
I can say yes, that we will share it in a future proceeding.
Okay, that would be helpful. Currently, SPS offers a time of use rate. Why does SPS offer a time of use rate that is, quote, voluntary?
Well, to provide customers an option to save money on their billing, at least for now, as well as to perhaps encourage off-peak usage if the customer can do that and thereby help postpone necessary capacity additions. And to the extent a time of use option can encourage customers to do that, that's why it's offered.
Okay, so why doesn't SPS use a default time of use rate now?
Well, it may not be appropriate for all customers, and it does require a bit of active management of energy uses on the part of the customer to a greater degree than a general standard service rate does, I should say.
Would that require the customer just to perhaps identify that they would like to use a time of use rate?
Yes, as we covered a little bit, I think with Mr. Gatko about it required, maybe with a prior question from you, it requires a customer to actively pick a time of use rate. And if you'd like to, in the tariff, it's labeled an alternate time of use rate, which might be a substitute word for option. And if a customer does not pick that option or alternate time of use, then I would say that the default is to go to, for example, a residential service or a small general service based upon their usage characteristics, or secondary general service. We're not going to actively move a customer to time of use at this time, given the lack of detailed data available to a customer, which AMI would provide at some time in the future.
Okay, so that's helpful. Do you know whether other Excel subsidiaries use default time of use rates?
Yeah, I'm aware that the Public Service Company of Colorado moves customers to time of use as a default 6 months or more after an AMI installation is made. There's, in other words, there's like 6-month segments where certain customers are covered by or get AMI installation. So it could be up to close to a year, but no more than 6 months where they move to a default time of use rate without actively opting out of a time of use rate.
But so default rates could be used independent of AMI deployment.
I suppose they could, yes. That's not what's going on at Public Service of Colorado, just to be clear there.
Right. So Public Service of Colorado has chosen to transition customers to default time of use rates 6 months after AMI deployment. Do you know why they're transitioning customers to the default time of use rate?
I'd be speculating. I don't know exactly why.
But we could probably look to the record to discover why in the case covering this matter, or that matter for Public Service of Colorado.
It's possible. I don't know what's there. I've looked at the tariff for residential customers, but I haven't looked at the record.
Okay,
The PSCO hearing.
that's helpful. So in SPS territory, even though the number of customers enrolled in the time of use rate is very low, 10 or less, do you know if the customers enrolled in the time of use rate have seen a reduction in energy use?
No, I don't. I have not.
Do you know who at SPS would know that?
I don't know if anybody really does, without a review of the customer's billing for a year before going on time of use, and then for a year of time of use.
Okay, so SPS also wouldn't know if those customers have lower energy bills as a result of shifting to the time of use rate.
Well, not off the shelf. It could be determined.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have you return to your rebuttal at page 12. Does the quote that I provided at the beginning of this line of questions mean that SPS will evaluate a default time of use rate structure after meter deployment?
Yes, we'll evaluate it when deployment is complete. Yes.
And earlier you said deployment would be complete in about a year or by 2024?
I think Ms. Trammell said that, yes, at the end of 24, assuming we begin installation early in 23.
And completed in 24. So SPS filed a rate case, correct? Are you aware of that?
Yes,
That's
I have some testimony in it.
Okay, so when the next feasible opportunity SPS might have to propose a default time of use rate would be about in how many years?
Well, it depends upon when the next base rate case might be filed, would be filed, I should say. This case will probably take pretty close to a year, if not more, to get fully resolved and put rates into effect.
So plausibly, it could take, what, 4 or 5 years?
I don't think it'll take that long, probably about 3. We've wanted to have about a year's worth of data from all customers using AMI in order to develop at least a more all-encompassing rate instead of just on a sample or a small number of customers that have AMI in a year or less.
Can you elaborate? Did you say how many customers would have AMI within the year?
I couldn't tell you that. That might be more for Mr. Nickel. Yeah, that would be more.
But you generally characterized it as small?
Yes, or a partial amount, percentage of customers would have AMI after, for example, a year, and instead of, the whole system as planned.
When will the whole system have AMI, do you think?
It's planned by the end of 2024.
Okay, then we're talking across each other. The small number of customers that you're talking about, you're referring to the current ones on what does that refer to?
Small meaning less than 100% or even less than 50% of customers. Right now, it's very minimal. We don't really have smart meters installed at all. We do have some recorder meters out there for load research, but they're not the same as the AMI meters that we're proposing here.
Correct. Okay, so your AMI will be completely installed by 2024, meaning 100% of customers should have AMI installed then.
That's my understanding of the plan. To get better confirmation of that, Mr. Nickel can provide it.
Okay, but in the SPS's territory in Colorado, with their grid mod application, they chose to implement default time of use rates 6 months after the AMI was installed in that territory, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as asked and answered. Mr. Luth has answered this question already.
Okay, he said yes. Great. Well, then I just have a couple of a few more questions. Do you agree in general residential customers save money on energy bills when they are on time of use rates?
I have no opinion on that.
Do you agree residential customers tend to save money on energy bills when they are on a default time of use rate?
Again, I don't have an opinion on that. They could save money, it could cost them more.
And does the utility in general use less energy if residential customers are on a default time of use rate than when they are not?
No opinion.
So, I mean, does SPS not evaluate time of use rates? Like you just, the company doesn't know time of use rates would affect the grid in a particular way?
Current count is, last I looked about a month ago, it's 16 customers. So that's not a very deep sample at
Well,
SPS.
At SPS, but do you know if in other Excel subsidiary territories, whether they're seeing in general less use when residential customers are on a default time of use rate?
I don't know. You know, what any conclusions, if there are any at NSP or PSCO, are on more or less usage at a default time of use rate.
So what about on a time of use rate?
Part of the idea of time of use is not necessarily to reduce usage. The usage, part of the idea behind time of use rates is to encourage more off-peak usage compared to on-peak usage, but not necessarily overall more or less energy. It's just provide customers an opportunity to save a little money on their bill for off-peak usage compared to on-peak usage that they may be doing now or consuming now that they could move to an off-peak period.
Okay. Well, those are my questions for Mr. Luth. I thank you for fielding some of the questions I had.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. I
welcome.
believe, Mr. Bagatko, that staff reserved time for Mr. Luth.
Just a little bit of time, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Luth. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm all right. I just have a few questions for you now. Has SPS looked into any sort of grant funding in connection with what it proposes in terms of grid modernization in this case?
I don't know. In terms of grants for customers, perhaps that's something Mr. Schoenheider can answer, but I for certain programs, but I don't know whether we have or have not.
Are you aware of any grant funding that's coming forward in connection with recent infrastructure legislation?
I don't know the details of that.
Okay, and then I think I can guess the answer to your answer to this next question. Then I would take it you're not familiar with any grid modernization grant funding that might be coming from the Energy Conservation and Management Division of MNERD. Is that correct?
I suspect your guess would be correct, and the answer is I don't know.
Fair enough. So you think I should probably direct these questions to Mr. Schoenheider?
I think he probably has had more of an opportunity to understand some of those potential grants.
Well, thank you very much. There's no further torture necessary. And I appreciate you, Mr. Luth. You take care.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Gatko. Well, no one else reserved time. Good afternoon, Mr. Luth. I have a few questions for you. And I just want to follow up on Mr. Bagatko in his request about whether or not SPS might be or Excel might be getting some money coming in from either the state or the feds. And your answer is you're not familiar, but I consider you the money man, Mr. Luth, for SPS. And you're the one that's testifying about the rates and how they were constructed. So if I would think that if anybody would know about money coming in, it would be you, wouldn't it?
Not for programs, no. I take a look at what our billing determinants are and what our costs are. Mr. Fetters has some testimony on what the inputs are for the revenue requirement, which I basically start from in determining rates as well as the billing determinants for various customer classes.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not Ms. Tramwell referred anything to you?
I believe that she had, yes.
Remember what it was?
I think there were some items on the opt-out charge as well as the applicability of the grid modernization rider.
And before we get to that, in reading your direct testimony at page 7, beginning at line 13, where you start to discuss the grid modernization rider and how the GMR costs are allocated, you testify beginning at line 15 on page 7. AMI costs are allocated according to the expected weighted cost of meters to be installed for each customer class. That's your
Yes.
testimony, sir?
That is, yes.
What is an expected weighted cost of a meter?
Well, the meters for residential customers are expected to be lower cost than higher voltage meters for, commercial or industrial applications. But obviously, well, what should be obvious is there's considerably more residential customers than there are commercial. So that is the weighting, number of customers times the cost per meter that will be installed for each customer group or class.
And does this expected weighted cost of meter include anything other than the meter and the meter itself, the AMI meter?
It includes the labor and the time and the travel to install the meter for crews.
Does it include the specialized parts and or software inside that meter too? If you know.
Well, it includes the meter and the communication devices on the meter.
Okay.
The software.
And some kind of switch?
Well, the software will be, applied in the fan as well as the Flizzer applications, but those are a lower percentage of overall cost. But nonetheless, there's software costs involved there as well as with the meter.
In the meter going to have some kind of switch in it that's going to allow for connection, disconnect and reconnect? No?
Yes. That's part of the communication device. Yes.
Okay, that's. Okay. The communication device as opposed to the fan, which is the communication network, right?
Yes. Looking at the system as a whole in various sizes.
And as you just segued to the next question, your testimony, direct testimony on page 10, answering the question posed at line 6 and 7, why is SPS proposing to exclude area lighting and municipal street lighting from GMR? You testify at line 12, in the middle of the sentence, AMI costs represent 81.6% of the GMR costs during the first year, correct?
I do.
So that means the rest of the 100% is allocated to the FAN and the FLISR cost, correct?
Yeah, that's the remaining 18 to 19% of costs. Yes, the FAN and FLISR, FLISR.
Yeah, can you break that down?
In terms of the percentages of each,
Yes. Who came up with FLISR? How are we pronouncing the FLISR?
yeah, FLISR, that's correct.
FLISR?
Yeah, do you want to know what it means, or are you looking at the cost?
No, I know what it means. I just want to know who came up with calling it a FLISR.
Well, it wasn't me. It took me a few times to understand what it was as well, but
I mean, I find it very appropriate at this time of year, especially as a fan of the original Grinch. And I know there are all kinds of nice made up words.
yes. But well, the printed page does not have the breakdown, so if you allow me a moment to go to the work papers, I can find your percentages.
Okay. And while you're doing that, think about, you say that percentage is representative for the first year. Is that going to change at all during the subsequent years?
There'll probably be some fluctuation, but I think that the main cost of the system after installation, it'll be entirely FAN and amortization of previous meters. So that's meter related costs having to do with AMI installations.
But if I recall correctly from Miss Trammell's direct (39) of Miss Trammell's direct, where she says that the capital additions will be 3506 million. And that the O&M is going to be 4.68 million. So is it fair to say that the whole cost to be allocated through the GMR is going to be around 41 million or 40 million?
I had the first 4 years, and it's approximately $33 million there for New Mexico retail. So in terms of Ms. Trammell's testimony, that I think she'd probably be the better person to ask than me.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a ballpark idea of what this grid mod project's going to cost. So based on what you've said and what she said, it's going to be somewhere between 33 and $40 million.
Yes.
Okay, are you still looking for my percentages?
I am.
Okay. To conserve time, Ms. Lees, just consider that a bench request. And we'll move on. And just so I understand your testimony, now we're on the opt-out part. You're testifying on page 11 and 12, answering the question posed on page 11 at lines 8 and 9. Is SPS proposing a charge to accommodate a customer's choice to refuse participation in AMI? and you start at line 10 answering, and you go on to page 12, and your answer is yes. And further on page 10 or line 10, you say SPS is proposing a one-time fee of $206.98 for customers who opt out of receiving an AMI meter prior to installation. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And $255.60 after the installation, correct?
That's correct.
And in addition to those charges, there would be a $21.14 per month charge to the opt-out customers, correct?
Yes, for manual reading, you may have said that.
Yes. For meter reading. So, and then you go on to say that the SPS expects 5% of its customers to opt out. Is that correct?
No, it is not. It's missing a decimal point there, 0.5%.
0.5%, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Do you know what that's based on?
It's based upon a review of opt-out percentages at other utilities that have AMI across the country.
Did you help decide that percentage?
No, I did not. The research was done by another group.
Are you familiar with the reasons behind why some of the people might choose to opt out?
Well, generally, yes. I think it has mostly to do with privacy concerns. They feel that maybe they don't want the utility company or other people that may contact us to have access to their daily and hourly use of electricity consumption. That's my main understanding. There might be some other health-related concerns about radio frequencies and that, but again, that's a general understanding. It's or knowledge.
Are you familiar with your customer base in the SPS service area?
Yes.
Do you have any concerns that knowing the characteristics of your SPS service area in New Mexico, that the opt-out percentage might be higher?
In terms of knowing my customer base, I qualify that to say I have an understanding of how those customers use electricity in terms of what their privacy or health related concerns may or may not be with AMI. I can't say I'm familiar with that. That would require getting to know many customers, I suppose, and drawing some conclusions from the limited sample that I might understand and know from conversation or correspondence.
Would it surprise you that in neighboring counties in the New Mexico area that you serve, these neighboring counties served by another electric utility who had a grid mod proceeding recently, that one of the interveners claimed that there could be a 0 to 30% opt-out rate? Would that surprise you?
I think, it depends upon the level of what those opt-out charges would be. I think our proposed opt-out charges provide a strong price signal for customers not to opt out. they will have to place great importance on, whatever concerns they might have about AMI. But yeah, 30% would, that's quite a surprise, really.
And I
There
can
may-
relate to you, Mr. Luth, based on the record in that case, which I heard, which is 21-00269. I don't believe those concerns were necessarily with regard to price. I don't think that was the basis of the claim for a higher opt-out rate. But since you are talking about a price comparison, and you've indicated that you believe that the SPS offering is reasonable based upon the cost, when you are aware, aren't you, that in your neighboring utility, which serves in Donna Ana, Otero, Luna, no, not Luna, Lee, Grant, and Sierra. Your $206.98 is compared to their $40.65. And I believe that I've heard from Ms. Trammell that they actually are using the same meter that you're proposing to use for Itron, or as Ms. Trammell put it, the same family of these second generation Itron meters. Your 250, and I was wrong on that, it's not 40, it's $77.57 compared to your 206.98. A 105.20 charge after installation compared to your $255.60 charge, and a $6.72 monthly meter reading charge compared to your 2114. You're aware of those numbers, sir?
No, I did not review that case. I know that Ms. Trammell talked about some of the characteristics of another utility service area compared to ours being more urban or more concentrated in terms of population count, which would suggest shorter or meter change out trips of shorter duration than it would on average at SPS with a more rural spread out service area territory. And if those costs are at cost, so to speak, instead of just a suggested amount, I don't know the reasons why it would be lower unless they perhaps feel that that's the appropriate amount to charge customers for opting out in their service area.
Well, Mr. Luth, as my father would say, do you think they just had a sharper pencil when they were buying those meters? You think it's potentially possible that they bought the meters for a cheaper price than SPS did?
I can't say I have an opinion on that. I know that a considerable amount of review has gone into our meter purchasing. But again, that'd probably be a better question for Mr. Nickel rather than myself.
And back to my clarification question, not only, well, your calculation of the $8.72, you testify that you actually, that was based on actual information of load research meter reading costs, correct?
Yes.
And that's page 12, footnote 1. And you've indicated that to come up with your 2114 for the opt-out, you utilize that information, but then you also considered that there were going to be fewer meter readings than the load research meter readings, correct?
Yes, the load research meter readings covered about 1.2% of SPS meters as opposed to 0.5%.
So if we can go on to page 13 of your testimony, I thought we were using 940 kWh as the typical / average median, however you reference it, residential customer usage. Is that correct?
And recently, we're doing some rounding. I think 900 kilowatt hours or 1,000 kilowatt hours maybe registers better than 943, for example, or 936 kilowatt hours for residential customer.
Well, see, and that's my question. Why are you using 1,000 now?
Because I suppose it's rounding up to a recognizable number from 900 kWh plus when you consider both residential heating service on an average monthly basis, as well as a residential service customer that does not have electric facilities for heating, primary source of heating.
Okay. And I just want us all to be on the same page, and I want us to make sure that we give your customers the same information. So I would just request to SPS that since we utilized in the notice whose information was provided by SPS, that the typical customer used 900 kWh in the notice that was provided to them, that we utilize that in the comparisons that we do in the testimony. Ms. Liz? Understand?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Your Honor, just a point of clarification. Are you requesting it as this is a bench request?
Well, I just want to compare apples to apples, yes. And all I'm saying is in the future, if you give me information to put in the notice that goes to your customers that calls the typical customer 900, then I expect a testimony to give me that same number comparison.
Understood, Your Honor.
Or if our new typical customer is 1,000, let's put that in the notice. Okay.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted.
But yes, consider that bench
Clarification.
request 4. That I want to make sure if that percent, if that's going to change, if that if that percentage is going to change, because who's going to have to give that percentage to the commission. So I want to make sure if it was if it was 1.42, I guess I don't actually want to just put that out there like that. So let me say, as it was in August, page 4 of the notice says if SPS's application is approved, the monthly bill for a typical residential service customer that takes electrical service at 900 kWh will increase by $1.85 or 1.51. So if our bill impact has changed for the 900 kWh customer, I want to know what it is. Okay. Mr. Liz, And I just see it here in your direct, you can tell me about your reference in your rebuttal, but the change. At page 14, you are explaining the pursuant to the commission's order request about the percentage changes of rates in the past 5 years. Did you address in your rebuttal, I believe, there was a claim by one of the interveners that the percentage was, one of the percentages was actually higher.
I don't remember covering that in my rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
Yeah. As I page through it, I'm not finding it.
It seemed like to me that it had to do with either the amortization period. Not ringing a bell. Sir, that's all the questions I have for you. I thank you. Ms. Lees, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, I do have some redirect. Mr. Luth, are the opt-out fees proposed by SPS in this case cost-based?
Yes. Yes, they are.
And the cost for customers to opt out of an AMI meter proposed in this case are based on, excuse me, the cost for customers to opt out in SPS's New Mexico service territory may be different than other utility service territories based on SPS's unique characteristics of its own service territory, correct?
Yes. Yeah, time to travel to, on average, to change out a customer's meter, and the cost of the meters themselves compared to some other AMI meters at another utility.
And you don't know how El Paso Electric determined their opt-out fees, correct?
I don't.
Mr. Luth, SPS isn't responsible for deciding rate schedules for customers, are they?
I don't believe we are now. We do have to make an attempt to put a customer on the correct rate, whether it's residential or commercial service voltage. But that information is available prior to establishing service.
Will AMI give SPS additional information that will allow it to refine its TOU rates?
I believe it will, yeah. We will have far more actual data from actual customers as opposed to projecting sample results from 1.2% of our customers onto the entire 100% of our customers.
And Mr. Luth, SPS must design rates that are reasonably expected to recover a class's cost of service, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Mr. Luth, the record in the PSCO proceeding on default time of use rates is not in the record here, correct?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And we don't know what the PSCO decision to put customers on time of use rates after 6 months with an AMI meter. We do not know what that decision was based on, correct?
I don't know.
Do you recollect getting questions, Mr. Luth, regarding grants and grant money available to SPS?
Yes, I do.
Regarding grants, did Ms. Trammell address that topic in her rebuttal testimony?
She may have, I don't have a reference for it.
That's all the redirect questions I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Luth?
I
Mr.
have-
Getko?
Yeah, based off those questions. Mr. Luth, you're the manager of pricing and planning and regulatory for SPS, correct?
Yes, that's right.
At the other affiliate companies, including PSCO, would there be an individual in a similar position, a manager of pricing and planning?
I believe there's a director of pricing and planning. I'm not sure about a manager, but there are individuals such as myself with comparable responsibilities at the other operating companies.
And it's my understanding that Excel at certain points in its application touts its ability to understand how to do grid mod implementation due to the fact that they have multiple affiliate companies. With respect to that, do you ever have meetings with individuals with similar positions as yours in the other affiliate companies with Excel?
Concerning AMI or just generally?
First, just generally.
Yeah, periodically. If there's a matter that comes up, for example, in Texas that I've heard has occurred in Colorado, and they, give a call or an email to the manager or director over there, or Minnesota, or ask for their input on what their experience may or may not be in something with which I'm not entirely familiar that may come up here in New Mexico or in Texas.
And so what I heard is that there's been some default time of use rates in effect in Colorado. Would it be possible for you to have conversations with the individuals in PSCO with respect to how those rates are affecting the money that is earned by PSCO in Colorado?
Yes, it would be possible. I don't know that it's been in effect all that long to have any identifiable trends. Sales each year are affected not only by base use, but weather normalization, or weather, I should say, for residential customers or other customers highly affected by weather. If it's abnormally hot or dry, customers will tend to use more than they will in a cool, rain-soaked year. But it would be possible to have such conversations, yes.
Have you had any conversations with individuals in other affiliates of Xcel Energy with respect to how shifts in usage to off-peak periods have lowered rates?
I haven't had those type of conversations, no.
In your direct testimony, you testify on page 18 that appropriate regulatory policy should recognize that shifts in usage to off-peak periods at lower rates will impact SPS's ability to recover fixed costs.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't think this is related to my redirect testimony anymore.
Mr. Getko, doesn't appear to be related to the redirect or to my or to any questions that I had.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think I maybe gotten too far. I can recognize that. And,
Very well. Go ahead, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Think further for Mr. Liu. Hearing nothing, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for letting me appear.
Your Honor,
And-
SPS,
Go ahead.
the next witness SPS calls is Mr. Mark Moeller, and we just need a minute to switch places and make sure Mr. Moeller is able to log on.
Okay. Very well.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Took a second for my audio to kick in. I just wanted to make sure it was working both directions.
Okay. And Miss Hardy, you're going to offer Mr. Moeller.
I am. Does he need to be sworn in?
Mr. Mueller, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Sure. Mark P. Moeller, Moeller.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by Xcel Energy Services, which is an affiliate of Xcel Energy, Inc. And I am the Director of Capital Asset Accounting.
Do you have in front of you a document that's marked as SPS Exhibit 9?
If Exhibit 9 is my direct testimony, I do.
Thank you. And that is Exhibit 9. Are the answers in that exhibit, your direct testimony, true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
And was the testimony and attachments prepared under your direct supervision and control?
They were.
Would your answers to the questions in your direct testimony be the same if I were to ask them of you today?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 9.
Any objection? No additions, corrections, or deletions, Mr. Mueller?
No.
Okay. Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 9 Mr. Muller's direct testimony as identified by him here today, hearing and no objection, SPS Exhibit 9 is admitted.
Thank you, Madam Examiner. I have no further questions for Mr. Mueller. He's available for cross-examination.
Very well. It appears, Mr. Getko, that you reserved 25 minutes for Mr. Mueller.
And I think we'll do better than that. We've cut out some questions. And
Okay,
so,
go ahead, sir.
good afternoon, Mr. Mueller.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Getko.
Thank you. The company is proposing to depreciate the AMI meters over 20 years, correct?
That's correct.
And over what period are the legacy meters currently being depreciated? Is it 40 years?
Yes. Yeah. A new legacy meter would be depreciated over 40 years.
Okay. And that takes me in your direct testimony, the Exhibit 9, on page 21 is where I'm going for this. Are there 28.86 years remaining in the depreciation of the existing legacy meters?
It's a hybrid. So this is a group depreciated asset. There are meters that are the original deployment, I believe, would be 18 years remaining. There are also additional meters that have been deployed since then. And then those would reset to the 40. And then the average blended rate of those would be the 28.86 that's shown at the top of the table.
Okay. So taken as a lump sum, that blended mix that you spoke of, I calculated that approximately 72% of the legacy meter costs remains to be recovered. Is that correct?
I think it depends what you use as the denominator. So there are meters that are probably retired out of this, and then new meters which are added. But if you look at the gross plant or the net plant divided by the gross plant, I believe you're correct.
Yeah, I think what I did was took the 28.86 for that blended total and divided by 40, which is the initial for the legacy, and that's where I got 72.15%.
Yeah, I think if you were to go back, it wouldn't be that exact number because of meters that would have been taken out of service since then that would no longer be figured into the average of what's remaining and in service today.
I'm sorry, I just got lost there. Can you explain that one more time?
So if, for example, after the initial deployment, we had meters that were retired, those meters would no longer be in the population at all. They would have been written off to reserves. And therefore, you can't just do a perfect divide back out to get to what a starting number was, because some meters have been removed from the population.
Okay. Given the numbers that we have, if we continue the current depreciation rate for the legacy meters, will it take almost 29 years for the company to recover those capital costs?
Yes, at the current depreciation rate of 683,000, they would be fully depreciated in 2051, which would be, give or take, approximately 19 years. 29 years, I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you. And in this case, the company's proposing a 10-year recovery period, correct?
Correct.
And my office, the Attorney General, our testimony hasn't opposed that 10-year recovery period, has it?
I don't believe there was opposition to the 10-year recovery period. I can't tell you for sure. My recollection is that I don't I don't recall anybody objecting to the 10-year period.
Okay, thank you. Now, there's an attachment to your testimony, MPM 4.
Okay.
And what I understand there is you show that as of 12/31/2022, you estimate that there will be about $19.585 million in unrecovered legacy meter costs. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And that would be the same 19.585 shown at the bottom of schedule MPM 4 that we were just talking about.
Okay. And in addition to a return of the cost of the legacy meters, the company is also proposing to earn a return on the legacy meters at the weighted average cost of capital while the costs are being amortized, correct?
That's correct.
So if the company were permitted to also earn carrying charges on the unamortized regulatory asset at the company's WACC, how much would SPS earn in carrying costs over that 10-year period?
I don't have that calculation in front of me.
Would
Is
no,
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Ms. Hardy, consider that a bench request. Bench request 5.
Okay.
Under SPS proposed amortization period for the legacy meters. How much would the carrying cost be? Go ahead, Mr. Getko.
And maybe it's, I don't know if it's worth doing. I was gonna say, would you be able to agree that would be in the neighborhood of an additional $10 million over the 10-year period? And that's done by taking the average outstanding at any given time, which is that 19.5 million divided by 2. So that gives you an average over each year, multiplied by 10%, which is kind of a standard industry estimate to get from an investment to a revenue requirement, and then multiplied by 10 years.
the weighted average cost of capital sounds a little high, but
Rather
outside
have
of
the exact number, Mr. Mueller.
yeah, I mean, outside of doing the math, I could take a break and do the math on it, but it seems it's not exponentially off. I understand the logic that you used in doing that calculation, and I would say it basically makes sense other than the weighted average cost of capital seemed high to me.
Okay, thank you. The total capital costs of the grid modernization investment is 35.55 million, is my understanding, as shown in attachment ICF 1, page 1 of Ian Fetter's testimony. Would you agree?
I don't know if I have Ian Fetter's testimony in front of me.
I suppose it might be worth taking a minute to, that would be exhibit. Maybe SPS counsel can help us with that.
Well, I recall it being
I have it here. It's
in Ms. Trammell's testimony, I believe at 35 or 39. Let me pull that up. And There we go. There you go, Mr. Mueller. If you look at lines 3 and 4, is that what you're referring to, Mr. Gedko?
Well, I was actually in Ian Fetter's testimony, and I have my
Yeah, I
notes.
know you were, but isn't that the same $35 million?
Yeah, I just noticed the difference between the 0.06 and the 0.55, but I think that's
Okay.
we don't need to focus on that too much.
I understand what you're looking at. Go ahead.
So using this here, thanks to the hearing examiner, the total capital cost of the grid modernization investment is approximately $35 million, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And now, this is where I should have gotten Fetter's testimony up, which is SPS 13.
Okay, what page?
It's in attachment ICF-1, page 1. I believe this number is again, so I could be wrong on that one.
ICF dash who?
-1.
Okay. Page who?
I have myself on page 1, but that's where I'm questioning myself just a tiny bit.
Okay,
But the question would be
let's
this.
see. Okay, can you see that?
Yeah, that's where we need to be. So we can see on the first line there, and this is what I'll refer you to, Mr. Mueller.
Okay, hold on a second. I can't read the first line on my screen. Let me see if I can move this to a bigger monitor.
There you go.
All right.
How's that?
There you go. I think
Okay.
that.
Yes. Yeah. You're going to get a closer look at my face maybe than you want to, but I'm just trying to get a better view of the numbers.
So approximately $31.5 million of that $35 million amount would go into service in 2024 under the company's proposal, correct?
You said 31 million. What
see,
line are you looking at in 2024 where you get the 30?
Plant in service line 2 under 2024, I believe.
Okay. Okay. 30,918,000. I'm reading that correctly.
Yeah, that's fair. Going to the net plant. Yeah, that's absolutely fair. I had been reading the 31,478 and therefore said approximately 31.5 million of this amount would go into service in 2024. So I was thinking of the gross plant and service there. Would that be correct? Just going 2 lines up from where you were.
I see. Yes, I see the number you're looking at. Thank you.
Now on page 3 of this attachment, what I understand it to show is that AMI meters and software make up over $21 million of that amount. Is that correct?
For the same time period?
Let's go to page, there you are on page 3. And there we have line 2, intangible software. And when we go to 2026 total 21 million. So the company, according to page 3, AMI meters and software make up over $21 million of that amount. Maybe I'm asking the wrong person. Would you be able to confirm that from this spreadsheet, $21 million?
You know, I'm not familiar with how this this page 3 connects into the one that we looked at previously. So I'm not sure what's excluded between that one and this one, since it's not my schedule.
Okay, I'm gonna move on. I apologize for not being, I've lost my preparation on that piece. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Am I correct that SPS plans to stop accruing AFUDC, the allowance for funds used during construction, once each component has been placed into service?
I would say placed in service, connected with used and useful. So we place them in service when they're complete and then used and useful.
Okay. And now I'm going to switch over on page 10 of your testimony. You address the shared asset cost that is being allocated from PSCo. I'll let you get there and you can confirm.
Okay, I am on page 10 of my testimony.
Okay, and do you address the shared asset cost that is being allocated from PSCo there?
Yes, I do.
And those costs are based on the weighted average cost of capital authorized by the Colorado Commission, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So,
well, the AFUDC within it is based on the weighted average cost of capital for PSCo, not the entire.
Not the entire shared asset cost?
So there's the cost of it, and then there's the AFUDC that's on top of it. The AFUDC component of it is calculated based on it. Everything else is actual cost. I was just clarifying that within the shared asset, there are software development costs. Then there is AFUDC that's calculated on top of those software development costs. We don't use the weighted average cost of capital to calculate the cost of developing the software. We only use weighted average cost of capital to calculate the AFUDC that's applied to it.
Okay. And we've answered this earlier, but in your attachment, MPM3, page 1, it shows the return on the PSCo assets of 6.54%, but that was based on June 2021 corporate assumptions memo. And based on the kindly responded to bench request, should this now be updated to 6.82?
Could you point me to the 6.5 that you're looking at?
Tell me again what schedule.
It is MPM 3.
Page. There it is. Okay.
Okay, I've got it in front of me. I just want to make sure I can find the 6. I believe you said 6.5%.
6.54.
Hey, Mr. Getko, where are you looking? I'm lost.
I think my face might be in front of it. Just one second. Because I can't see the right-hand side. Let me see if I can minimize that. All right. You know, I know when I'm not doing there, right there, under 6.54% PSCo return on rate base. And based on what we've heard today, my understanding is that is 6.82.
Yes, if it was calculated today. So it will vary over the course of the construction based on whatever the weighted average cost of capital is for each of the months during construction of the shared asset.
Okay.
So yeah, yes, it will change over time.
Okay. And while we were doing that, and I'm on the last question, just so I'm not trying people too much. Okay, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Muller.
Right.
Mr. Bagatko, I believe that you're the only party that reserved time for Mr. Muller. Oh, Mr. Bagatko,
Sorry,
there you are.
one of my little friends downstairs was having trouble. No cross necessary for Mr. Muller, but thank you, and thank you for your indulgence. I had to take care of a little puppy dog that's got out of her hut.
So, Mr. Muller, I just have a few questions for you. And I think you probably have been listening in, and that one of the topics of some interest or concern, depending on how one looks about these things, has to do with the collection of the legacy meters. Correct?
Correct.
And just so that I understand, the balance of the non-AMI meters now and when they're all replaced, there's going to be an amount that is collected for those legacy meters, correct?
Yes, it previously, so the way we've shown it in this case is the 2 years remaining. It would be the $19.6 million. If we depreciated them over the remaining 2 years' life, that would be 9.5 million per year. But we received feedback in the last filing to look at a longer period based on amortization of 10 years. Is that the context that you were looking at, Your Honor?
Well, currently you receive compensation for the legacy meters in your rates, correct?
Correct. We would earn a return of the depreciation and then a return on the remaining balance, the unrecovered cost.
And that's done through base rates, correct? And your proposal in this case is not to recover them over a 2-year period of time, but to recover them over a 10-year period of time, correct?
Correct. In the previous filing, we looked at it both ways, and actually within our current exhibits, we look at it both ways. One being the remaining life, which would be how we're required to do it per accounting standards. We have to recognize it over the remaining life unless we have a regulatory order supporting us to recover it differently than its remaining life, in which case we set up a regulatory asset.
And either of those ways, would you still be collecting a certain amount in base rates? Or would you also be collecting in the GMR your legacy meters?
I think it depends. I think it depends how it was how the recovery was structured. So I would say we could if we are to alter our depreciation, we would need a regulatory order to address that. A regulatory order changing the life could be in this case, or it could be within a base rate case. We are asking for the kind of, call it the end of life treatment, meaning the regulatory order plus deferral and amortization within this case over the 10-year proposed period.
But my question is just this. If you had collected it under the 2 years, would you have gotten it in your rider, or would you have gotten it in a base rates, or both?
We wouldn't have got it in both. It would have been one or the other. So right now, base rates would have the 683, approximately 683,000 in.
Okay. And in that 19.6, you've already calculated the return?
No, the 19.6 would be the return of, not the return on. So the 19.6 is the undepreciated balance as of today, just divided by the this is just the return of component.
Did you calculate how much the return on of that 19.6 is?
If we were to calculate it through 2051, I have not calculated it. If we were to do it over its expected remaining life of 19 years.
Did you calculate it if you were under your 2-year methodology?
I did not. It's probably an easier one to do in my head. It would be the 19 million in year one and or like probably like a mid-year average balance for year one of, sorry for doing the math in my head, but somewhere in the neighborhood of 13 to 14 million. And then in year two, it would probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of 4.5 million. Would be the basis. 9 million times 8% would be 720,000 and maybe 300,000 in year two. So it would be I apologize for the sloppy math, but I'm guessing it would be somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 million of return on that would be calculated in addition to the $20 million. I would much prefer to do that calculation formally than informally in my head, but
How would it change? Or would it change if you got your 19.6 on the 10-year plan?
then it would be the number that Mr. Getko asked me about previously that we have the bench request for. So
Okay, but
I
it's
think
going to be
similar.
more, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Just like a 15-year mortgage on your house, you know, if you pay your house off over 2 years, you're going to pay a lot less than if you pay your house off over 30 years. You're going to pay
Because
interest and a
basically,
return on that.
Yeah, you're going to get your principal and your interest, but you're also going to carry in your case, you're going to get your return on, and you're going to get a carrying charge for carrying it past that 2 years, right?
Isn't the carrying charge the return on?
I'm asking you because I heard earlier today that, it's the same amount of money.
Well, if
is
you
what
discount,
I thought I heard.
yeah,
Because
So-
I'm thinking, well, if it's the same amount of money, why would anybody ever want to do it over 2 years if you could carry it out 10 more years? Or 8 more years?
I think it all depends on, you know, a house or a car example. What am I trying to do in the short term? If I have a lot of demands, if I'm a customer and I don't want to increase in my rates to recover this over 2 years, it may be better for me to do it over 10 years, even though I have to pay the carrying costs. Just like if I buy a car, I may choose to finance it over 7 years, even though I know I'm going to pay 7 years of interest on it. You know, if you take a present value of it, the present value of $19 million today is the same as a discounted value of 19 million over 2 years, or is the discounted value of the $19 million over 10 years. The nominal value is different. Mr. Getko's example at 10 years, I believe he was talking somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 million. It's more money, but in present terms, it's the same present value. And as a company, I would argue it as a accountant that $10 million is our cost of money. That's our weighted average cost of capital. If I could get a car loan for 7 years and not have to pay any interest on it, I would certainly take that. But a bank isn't going to offer me a car loan for 7 years with no interest. There's a value to stretching that out over time and not having to pay it. For us, that's our weighted average cost of capital. For a bank, it's their interest they charge on the loan.
Okay. Very well. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Ms. Hardy, anything for your witness?
Madam Examiner, I have one redirect question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Moeller, has SPS proposed the 10-year amortization period to mitigate the rate impact for customers?
Yes.
And was that a result of the commission's concerns in the prior grid modernization case?
That was it. In the initial case, we proposed a 2 and as kind of the primary because that was our remaining life on the assets, but also showed the 10-year. In this case, we really went in with the position of 10 years given the request that was made of us. we still compare the two. So so you can see how the two look next to each other and what the difference is in the recovery of costs.
Thank you.
Mr.
Those are all
Mueller,
of
do
my-
you know what SPS, or not SPS, but Excel or any of its subsidiaries are doing in its other jurisdictions on this particular issue?
The two that I'm aware of are extending it over a period. Well, I can't remember which ones are settled yet, Your Honor. I know we have proposed similar models in both Minnesota and Colorado. I believe the Minnesota one, I don't know if it is settled. The proposal was that we would do it over the average remaining life, which in their case was approximately 10 years.
Do you know what happened? Did you have this issue in Texas?
I believe we did. I don't remember what the final settled was.
Okay.
Because we have these going on in Texas, Colorado, Minnesota. I don't remember exactly what we settled, which ones are settled. I know Texas is settled, but I don't remember whether we did a specified number of years or whether we just did it over the average remaining life.
Do you usually offer up the same solutions in all the jurisdictions?
We don't. It really depends on what we feel is the best fit. It's more of a policy decision. A jurisdiction may choose to accelerate it. They don't want to carry and pay a return on those assets for a longer period of time. Others may want to stretch it out longer to mitigate rates. But that's really more of a policy decision. I wouldn't say that there's a hard standard.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Very well. Anything further from Mr. Mueller? Hearing nothing. Thank you, Mr. Mueller. You're excused, sir.
Great, thank you.
Very well. And Mr. Gedka, you have a witness.
I do. I've just communicated with her via text message. She was getting kicked off the YouTube a little bit, so it might take just a minute for her
Okay.
to join us.
And while we're waiting for Ms. Crane, it looks like Mr. Rice, you are the only one that has reserved time
Great, it shouldn't be long.
for Ms. Crane. Well, and I guess while we're waiting, we are looking then tomorrow, Ms. Hardy, to, I guess, continue in the morning with Mr. Remington, Mr. Nickel, Mr. Schoeneider, Mr. Fetters. Is that how we pronounce that one?
Yeah, that was correct. Very, very good, Your Honor.
And Mr. Rowing. And then in tomorrow's schedule, we also need to make sure that we get Ms. Lane, who I don't see that anybody, I guess, except me, has any questions for Ms. Lane. I didn't see any time reserved, so, well, there's Ms. Crane. Hello there, Ms. Crane.
Hello, how are you, Madam Hearing Examiner?
Long time no see.
I know, feels like yesterday.
It does feel like yesterday. You know, I'm starting to know how you feel with all your cases at the same time. Which it's like, which testimony am I doing?
No.
I made a reference embarrassingly to the EPE case, and it was actually the gas rate case about those employees being poached.
Right.
Made an impression on me, I guess. Then had to say, whoops, wrong case. Welcome.
Thank you.
Allison, if you would swear Miss Crane.
Ms. Crane, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Gatko.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Crane. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Andrea C. Crane, C-R-A-N-E.
And who do you work for and what are your duties?
I'm president of the Columbia Group. In this case, I was engaged by the New Mexico Office of Attorney General to prepare testimony primarily on the financial aspects of SPS's proposed grid modification program.
Okay. And do you have NMAG Exhibit 1, which is your direct testimony in front of you?
I do.
Do you recognize that as your direct testimony?
Yes,
And did you prepare it or direct its preparation?
I prepared it.
Are there any corrections or changes you would like to make at this time?
No, I don't have any changes. I noticed that in the translation, it kind of picked up extra spaces in various places. So I do apologize for that. I'm not sure how that happened, but I don't have any changes to the text.
Okay. And if you were asked the same questions today under oath, would you give the same answers?
Yes, I would.
And are these answers true and correct to the best of your belief?
Yes, they are.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I request that NMAG Exhibit 1 be admitted into the record.
Any objection to what's been identified as NMAG 1? Ms. Crane's direct testimony as identified by her here today. Hearing no objection, NMAG 1 is admitted. Mr. Gecko?
Thank you. The Office of the Attorney General tenders Ms. Crane for cross-examination.
Very well. And as I indicated, it appears that according to the pre-hearing memos that were filed and that I received, Occidental has reserved time for questions for Ms. Crane. So, Mr. Rice, if you would go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good evening, Ms. Crane.
Good evening.
In your direct testimony, you testified that the grid modernization statute does not limit recovery to customers that take service below 69 kilovolts, right?
Correct.
And to provide quick background on 69 kilovolt service, SPS does not provide transformation of 69 kilovolt electricity to distribution voltage, right?
Can you repeat that question?
Of course. SPS does not provide transformation of 69 kilovolt electricity to distribution voltage, right?
That's my understanding.
And in SPS base rate cases, 69 kilovolt cost of service does not include distribution plant and service and O&M, just transmission plant and O&M, right?
Yeah, my understanding is that all distribution is below 69.
So 69 is transmission voltage, right?
In transmission in SPS, yes, 69. They have no customer. I do know that they have no customers who take service, no distribution customers who take service at or above 69. So all of those customers are taking service below 69. I can't really comment on, specifically how they classify in plant, but I can tell you how they classify customers, and they're all below 69.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. I'm going to try something I've never done before here and share my screen, if you don't mind. Let's see how this goes. I can't do that, can I, Madam Hearing Examiner?
What's that?
Oh, to share my screen, it says host disabled screen sharing.
Yep. What are you, is it an exhibit you want to share, Mr. Rice?
Well, no, Madam Hearing Examiner, I don't have an exhibit. I was hoping to share statute and ask questions about it, which I believe doesn't need to be admitted as an exhibit since it is law.
See if you can do it now.
Okay. Yes, I can. Thank you. And let's see, it comes up a little awkwardly, doesn't it? Sorry, just 1 second. Let me see if I can. Okay, does that look right? Or can you see this page, Ms. Crane?
I can.
Okay, great. Going up to the top here, do you recognize this as New Mexico statutes annotated chapter 62, article 8, section 62-8-13?
That's what it says.
Okay. And I believe that you referred to this section of statute in your testimony. Is that right?
Can you give me a site? I do have various sections of the statute quoted in my testimony. I just want to make sure we're kind of on the figuratively same page.
I see what you're saying. A site to your testimony. Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Are you talking specifically about the class allocation section of the testimony, or the beginning of the testimony where I actually go through certain portions of the statute?
I can give you an exact page here, 26.
Okay.
And it's just, I guess that's section F, class allocation. You were spot on there. And I suppose, if it's easier, perhaps we can just refer to your testimony instead of what I'm sharing on my screen here. I just thought it might be easier for folks to refer to the statute itself. So I'll stop my screen sharing, and if folks want to turn to your testimony on page 26, we can do that instead.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a reference to the specific portion of the statute on page 26, but I do quote from the statute with regard to the allocation of costs.
Okay. Well, if this, cross, or if these questions end up being confusing, or if we need to refer to the statute, I suppose I can always share my screen at that point.
Okay.
But perhaps we don't need to. But this section of statute that you quote, maybe you don't remember off the top of your head, but this is a subsection of that statute, right?
I don't remember that off the top of my head. I'm not an attorney, so I don't really
Sure.
spend a whole lot of time on things like statute numbers and citations. But if you tell me that, I accept that, subject to check.
Okay. And do you recall, or do you have reason to believe that anything in that section, or you know what, I'm sorry, first, could you just read this part of your testimony beginning with the statute provides, just to
Sure.
provide some background?
The statute provides that, quote, costs for a grid modernization program that only benefits customers of an electric distribution system shall not be recovered from customers served at a level of 110,000 volts or higher from an electric transmission system in New Mexico.
Thanks for doing that, Ms. Crane. And there's nothing in statute that you've seen that says that the commission should allocate costs to customers who take service at 69 kilovolts, right?
I think the commission has the discretion to make that determination.
But is there anything that says the commission should allocate costs to those customers who take service at 69 kilovolts? Or just
No, the statute,
discretion?
sorry, the
Okay.
statute is silent. So it doesn't say that it doesn't tell the commission how to allocate those costs one way or the other.
And so there's nothing in that section that says that. Is it your understanding that there's also nothing in the grid modernization statute that directs the commission to allocate costs to those customers?
Well, there's nothing that directs them to allocate costs to those customers, but there is obviously something that prohibits them from allocating costs to certain other customers. And I think the fact that that provision is in the statute is an important consideration for the commission. I mean, obviously, the 110 kV threshold was intentionally put in the statute. And I think the commission should take some guidance from that threshold.
And turning away from the statute here, generally, the commission allocates cost based on cost causation, right?
Well, as a general principle, they allocate based on cost causation. Obviously, there are that's not always a black and white, function. However, so there's a lot of or there's at least some subjectivity that goes into cost allocation.
Okay, but I think you said as a general principle, that's how the commission allocates costs, right?
It is certainly a general underlying principle of utility rate making.
And would you agree that cost causation is the idea that customers who cause the utility to incur a cost should pay for that cost?
In general, yes.
In general. And Mr. Luth testified that there are no grid modernization projects planned for 69 kilovolt circuits at SPS, right?
Well, he testified that there were no specific projects planned. However, I do believe that we've had some testimony that there are benefits that certainly have the potential to benefit all customers, including those that take service to transmission customers that take service below 110 kV. So that's the purpose for my recommendation. Things like cyber security, the management of the grid. In fact, I think that Ms. Trammell this morning indicated that she views this program as, and I think her exact words were, exceedingly grid facing. And so I think an argument can certainly be made that there are benefits that should be considered by the commission when it looks at cost allocation in this case.
Well, maybe I could ask then, are you aware of any SPS plans for grid modernization projects at voltages of 69 kilovolts or higher?
I'm not aware of any additional grid modernization projects that SPS, plans to propose, other than what's before me in this case.
Thank you, Ms. Crane. And customers who take service at 69 kilovolts already have advanced meters that allow for remote reading, right?
They do. They will not be getting the AMI meters, but they will potentially be benefiting from general benefits to the grid of the program.
So since they already have these AMI meters, they won't be causing any additional cost to be incurred through the installation of meters, right?
Well, they will not be causing any direct costs. However, there are benefits, as I indicated, that may very well accrue to that class of customer.
Okay. So under principles of cost causation alone, customers who take service at 69 kilovolts would not be allocated the cost of installing advanced meters, right?
If you were only looking at cost causation, you were ignoring the other benefits of the program and you were ignoring the statute, I would agree with you. I urge the commission to look at all of those factors when it makes its determination.
And you've talked a bit about benefits, and I think you said in your direct testimony as well that the GMR should be applied to those who take service at 69 kilovolts because the benefits provided to them would suggest that they should pay for the GMR, right?
That was one of my, yes, that was one of my recommendations.
Okay, but theoretically, if there was no distribution system, the AMI costs at issue in this application wouldn't be incurred, right?
If there was no distribution system, that's correct. They wouldn't be incurred.
And if there was
But-
no demand on the distribution system, then the AMI costs wouldn't be incurred, right?
That's correct. There would be no need for meters if in distribution, if there was no distribution system, there would be no cost to replace the meters. It would probably
So-
look like a very different grid than it does today.
I think that's right. So the AMI costs are only incurred to increase efficiency of distribution customers, right?
I would disagree with that based on some of the other information that we've had from witnesses in this case. And in fact, SPS itself has acknowledged that there may very well be benefits that it in the future will cause it in the future to recommend that all customers below 110 kV are allocated costs. Their position is basically, we reserve our right to make a different recommendation in the future, but they themselves have acknowledged that there is the potential for benefits to other voltage classes.
But okay, so you're talking about how there are benefits to other voltage classes, but AMI meter costs don't make transmission more efficient, right?
Well, I think we have to go back to your first question about cost causation, and the fact is there are other factors that should be considered, and one of those factors are other benefits potentially to the grid.
I'm sorry,
I object. Can you please let my witness finish her response?
Well, I was attempting to ask Madam Hearing Examiner. I don't believe the witness was answering my question, which was about transmission efficiency, not benefits.
I think transmission.
You want to restate your, hold on just a second, Ms. Crane. You want to restate your question, Mr. Rice?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner. I think that's a good idea. Ms. Crane, just to rephrase this maybe would help. The AMI costs are only incurred to increase efficiency of distribution customers, right? They don't increase efficiency of transmission customers.
I'm not sure. I don't think I would agree with that. I think there has been testimony in this case that they will enhance the grid, or they have the potential to enhance the grid overall, that they could benefit all customers. So I don't agree with that premise.
So you mentioned that there are benefits to transmission customers, but I'm asking about increased efficiency. So if there are AMI meters installed for distribution customers, how would that make a transmission customer more efficient?
Well, as I said, I think Ms. Trammell used the phrase that this was grid facing. I mean, there's been discussion also of cybersecurity. There's been discussion of what potentially the AMI meters can mean in terms of reduced demand, which I think in some cases might benefit, all customers of the system. So there have certainly been testimony in this case that there are potential benefits, and that those benefits should be recognized in the cost allocation process.
I think, so you're talking about benefits to transmission customers. I'm trying to separate benefits versus efficiency. And with efficiency, I don't mean that, there might be lower costs for transmission customers. I mean that, their electric use or something like that might be improved. Is there any way that installing a meter for a distribution customer helps their transmission neighbor to be more efficient?
Well, I believe that if you have an overall more efficient grid, because you have installed new meters, and you've therefore perhaps given your distribution customers additional tools in which they can use in order to manage their use of the grid, I think there very possibly could be benefits that would then accrue to transmission customers.
Benefits, but how?
Your Honor,
I think you should move on, Mr. Rice.
Okay.
I think she's asked and answered the question the way she's going to answer it, sir.
All right, I understand. Thanks, Madam Hearing Examiner. So now talking about benefits, Are you aware of any statute or commission rule that mandates the allocation of cost based on who benefits from that cost?
As I said, I'm not really aware of a hard and fast rule with regard to allocation at all. There are certainly principles that are used, but in many cases, cost allocation and particularly in distributing costs among various customer classes has a subjective component to it. So many factors are considered.
Certainly they are. And so it sounds like you're not aware of any statute or commission rule that mandates allocation of cost based on who benefits, right?
I'm not aware actually of any commission rule that mandates allocation based on any hard and fast formula.
I see. Okay. And are you aware of any instance in which the commission has allocated cost specifically based on who benefited from the cost instead of based on cost causation?
Well, as mentioned earlier, I believe there were some transportation electrification costs allocated to certain customers that may not have been directly involved, which I wasn't involved in that case. So I don't know what the commission's thinking was for that allocation, but it certainly is at least possible that they considered the overall impact on the grid of those types of programs. That's one example.
Do you happen to know what case that was?
I don't know the case number, but we can get
Okay.
that for you. I'm sure we can get that for you.
All right, that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Ms. Crane.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Crane, referring to earlier today, the SPS Transportation Electrification Plan.
Yes,
Is that what you're referring to?
yes.
Ms. Lees, would you get me a case number on that, please?
I can, Your Honor.
Thank you. Because I have a note there too, that the SPS Transportation Electrification Plan does include GST customers.
If it helps guide Ms. Lees, I could.
Good evening. I just have a few questions for you, Ms. Crane. Nobody else signed up, but maybe they'll change their mind. I know you needed to get in today, and this particular grid modification plan seems a bit different from the last case that you were in on grid modification, isn't it?
If you're referring to the EPE case,
Yes.
are you referring to the EPE case or the last SPS case? Yes, it's many of the features are different than what was ultimately at least agreed to in the EPE case.
Well, one of the big things that has jumped out at me has to do with the proposed opt-out charges. And from what I've heard today, and perhaps you know better than me, sounds like to me that they're proposing to use the same meter. Were you aware of that?
Are you talking about your discussion earlier with what happens if a customer moves to another location?
No, I'm just talking generally that the version of the Itron meter is the
Oh.
same.
Between the two companies, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you aware of that?
I am aware of that.
And so then can you explain to me why that the costs are the proposed opt-out costs are so different
Well, I think
between I mean, how can we have 77.57 on one and 206.98 on the other?
the company did provide their work papers for the opt-out fee. I don't actually have them in front of me, but I believe that at least one of the differences would be SPS's claim that there is more involved in terms of labor costs and locations, geographic differences that, you know, potentially would make their costs at least higher than some other utilities. That their service territory cannot necessarily be, be compared with another utility service territory, that we need to look. I mean, this is their argument. Their argument is that we should be looking specifically at their costs and that they are a very high cost area because of its rural nature, et cetera.
Well, I mean, even if, like when you were looking at the meter reading fee and, you know, that $21.14 a month. And they're talking about, you know, that has to do with, you know, with the rural location. You know, even if you considered the elevated amount of fee that goes into that and somehow use that to make your calculation on the cost of the meter, it still wouldn't come up to $207, would it?
No, I mean, I think one of the things that's interesting is the rates that are being proposed by SPS are very high relative to other companies. And we had some cross-examination on that earlier today. I think there was, in fact, a data request that was discussed that indicated some rates in other utilities. The one place where the rates are not all that different than what's being proposed here, interestingly enough, is in Texas. And so I think that when you look at most of the other opt-out fees that have been approved throughout the country, Texas is really an outlier in a lot of ways, in my view. This is my opinion. Texas is very much of an outlier, and I think here we're dealing with a New Mexico service territory that's contiguous to Texas. I think there's probably advantages to the company to have the same or nearly the same level of opt-out fees in both of their service territories. And so I think that the fact that Texas has approved very high opt-out fees is probably a contributing factor to the opt-out fees that the company is proposing here. Maybe because you're doing basically the same financial analysis in the two jurisdictions and coming out with numbers that are relatively close. But even if you look at the other XL subsidiaries, generally we're talking about much, much lower fees. And if you look at what's happening in other places around the country, I think we're also generally looking at fees that are lower, significantly lower than those that are being proposed here. So I can't really tell you more than that why they're so high here, but we're recommending that they at least be capped at no more than they are in Texas. And obviously we'd like to see them significantly lower because those fees are still very high.
Well, you know, they're saying that due to the unique nature of their customer base being, isn't it something like, I don't know, 90% commercial, that these fees are justified.
Yeah, they have a very different customer base than a lot of the other utilities. I'm not sure it's 90, but I'm pretty sure it's at least over 80%. And I think I have in my testimony also, I think 70% of that is oil and gas, actually. So it's a pretty concentrated customer base in that regard. That they do make that case.
Well, I mean, do you think it'd be unfair of the commission to contrast and compare the fees that were opt-out fees that were agreed to by their neighbor? EPE?
I certainly don't think it's, I don't think it's unfair at all to compare and contrast. I don't think the commission should necessarily approve a specific rate or a specific charge just because another utility has that rate or that charge. But I certainly think that that is one factor that the commission should take into consideration, especially when you have what I think could be a sensitive issue, which is making it affordable for people to opt out of an AMI program. I mean, there are potential issues with people feeling that they are being prohibited from opting out because of excessive opt-out fees. And that's something that the commission is going to have to consider when you start to get complaints, you know, from one customer versus another, and why is my fee so much higher than the fees being charged by other utilities in the state.
Were you speaking of the opt-out rates, were you going to tell me something about my questions earlier where I was trying to figure out how many truck charges were being included to what customer?
And I wasn't going to add anything to what you clarified earlier. I just thought that's where you were going with your initial question. The fact that they will charge again when if a customer moves but remains in their service territory.
Well, I mean, am I totally? You think it's inappropriate for me to ask why there's 2 truck charges?
I don't think any of your questions are ever inappropriate. So no, I think it's certainly a reasonable question to ask. And, you know, again, I mean, if you're going to have opt-out fees, if you're going to allow people to opt out, frankly, you have to make it somewhat reasonable for them to do so. So I think you need to take all of these factors into consideration when you're looking at the level of opt-out fees. I mean, if you're going to allow people to opt out, but make the charge so prohibitive that no one is going to be able to afford it,
opt out.
You might as well not have opt-outs. That creates a whole other series of issues.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Okay. One of the other areas that I'm sure you know that is I'm trying to figure out here too, and part of it is based on your testimony, and that has to do with these legacy meters. And if I recall correctly, we previously dealt with that issue in the EPE case, didn't we?
We did.
Wasn't the stipulation in that case that that the unrecovered investment in the legacy meters was going to be over 10 years and it was not going to be with any carrying charges?
That's correct.
Well, and that's not what SPS wants in this case, is it?
No, it's not.
And I guess, I mean, I understand what their witnesses are saying, that, you know, we already have this, like 638,000 or 683,000 in rate base, don't we?
Yes, that's the amount that's currently in rates, not in rate base. That's the amount in rates for depreciation. Yes.
of, right, for the undepreciated investment in the legacy meters
Correct.
that people are paying on. And as I understand it, what SPS is proposing is one or two. One is the speedy one, which is give them the 19 million, like 19.6 over a 2-year period. And they want a return on that. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, but I don't quite agree that they proposed two options here. I mean, they proposed two options in last year's filing. In this filing, they really didn't propose two options. They really proposed one option. And then in their testimony, they say, oh, by the way, if we did it over 2 years, this is what the number would look like, as opposed to over 10. But I didn't read their testimony as, we're proposing these two options for your consideration. I read their testimony as we're proposing a 10-year period. And then we're giving you kind of some of the same schedules we gave you in the last case, just to show you what it would be like over 2 years.
But whether it's 10 years or I thought I heard something about the current average for these is what, 29 years?
Right. And, yes.
But the bottom line is, I mean, I understand they're entitled to their investment. They came into the rate case, the commission approved it and said, yeah, go ahead and buy those meters and, we accept your number. Right? I mean.
Well, actually, I was going to disagree with you a little bit there. What the commission said, I believe, what they usually say is, we are approving this level of rate base in this particular rate case. Generally, the commission is not opining that in all future rate cases, they're going to ensure recovery of those costs. In fact, as you'll probably recall, we went through this in PNM with some of the stranded cost issues with regard to generation. And it certainly is our position, the AG's position, that shareholders are not necessarily entitled to even a recovery of these costs, even though they have been approved in prior rate cases for the period of that rate case. But we don't view that, or I don't view that, as a blanket approval that forever we're going to, and I think there was actually some cross earlier today of the company about that very issue, that the commission is not saying that we're guaranteeing you recovery of these costs. Now, having said that, in this case, the AG is willing to provide for full recovery of these costs. And I capitalize that word of. We have provided for that. We think requiring the company to recover these costs over the current depreciation period of 29 years is excessive. We don't want ratepayers continuing to pay for something that's not providing them with service, over the next 30 years or 29 years. So we think a 10-year period is more reasonable. It will put that money in the company's pocket that much earlier. But what we don't think is appropriate is for the company to earn carrying charges or carrying costs over that amortization period. So we are providing full recovery of that investment, but we are recommending against recovery or a return on that investment during that period.
And thanks for clarifying that. I guess I was a bit cavalier in my generalization of, yes, I'm aware that there's a certain regulatory risk that all of the utilities have, and that they're not necessarily guaranteed. numerical number. So why is it specifically, you've agreed that they should get the return of the unrecovered investment over a shorter period of time because you believe the 29 years is not reasonable, but you don't think that they're entitled to a return on that amount. Correct?
Correct. I mean, I don't think they're necessarily entitled to a return of or to a return on. However, on balance, we recognize that the grid modernization program does provide benefits. We recognize that there is a grid modernization statute that is supportive of these types of programs. And so we're trying to take a position that is also supportive of these types of programs in terms of saying, okay, you know what, we're going to give you a full return of that investment, but we don't think that, basically you should be earning a profit on that over that 10-year period.
Because why?
Because we are also paying first and foremost, because that plan is no longer providing service to ratepayers. That plan is stranded plan. In my view, that plan is stranded plan and it's not used and useful in the provision of utility service to ratepayers, which is basically the first rule of what should go into rate base and earn a return. So it's not used and useful. That's a big driver. We don't feel that there was any guarantee that they were going to earn a return, certainly not a return on or a return of that investment. So again, we're trying to balance the interests of ratepayers and shareholders. But ratepayers are already going to be paying, they're going to pay off the $19 million in legacy meters. They're going to also be paying a return of, over a period of time, $35 million in new investment related to this program. And they're going to be paying a return on $35 million related to this program. So shareholders are actually going to do fairly well because they're getting their $19 million back and they're getting to reinvest another 35, in which they can turn around and earn a return, again, from ratepayers. So I think when you look at that big picture, it makes sense on balance to at least deny the company a return on that unamortized balance.
Another issue that you had, I wonder if you, after what you may have heard today, have any reconsideration of allowing SPS to recover the return from Colorado on the shared asset.
In terms of what I heard today, are you indicating because it's potentially their return is potentially lower than SPS's, or for some other reason? I mean, I think
either that or I thought I heard that it was pursuant to some accounting rule on shared service.
I think you're referring to their reference to the affiliated interest rules. And there was testimony earlier that the affiliated interest rules required those assets to be charged or services to be charged at cost, and that a cost of capital was a part of that cost, was a legitimate cost. And we agree the cost of capital is a legitimate cost on those assets. The question is, how much should the cost of capital be that's awarded to the company in the provision of service, ultimately to New Mexico ratepayers? So we're not challenging the company's inclusion of a return component in those assets. We're simply saying that if those assets were on the balance sheet or the books of SPS, then New Mexico would have responsibility for setting an appropriate return on those assets. We don't think that ratepayers should pay higher costs because those assets reside on the books and records of an affiliated company. So I guess we totally agree that the cost of capital should be included. It's just we disagree about how you quantify that cost.
Is it generally not done that way in other jurisdictions?
I know that in some, I know that in at least some cases, things like service company assets, when there's like a common service company assets that are allocated to individual utility companies are frequently recalculated, or an adjustment is made in order to reflect the state jurisdictional cost of capital as applied to those assets. I mean, I have seen that done with regard to service company assets. Otherwise, I'm not thinking of a situation that's exactly analogous to the one that we have here.
Okay. You aren't in agreement with their annual filing and I don't know if I want to call it a true up process. Their annual filing and resetting of the rider, are you?
No, I'm not, because under their proposal, ratepayers would pay a full year's return on plant, regardless of when that plant goes into service. So their proposal is to estimate prospective plant over the upcoming year and to calculate a revenue requirement on that. And then to essentially charge ratepayers a full year of return on any plant that's added by December 31st. And so, the plant could have been in service for one day, but ratepayers would be charged as if it was in service for 365 days under that scenario. Under what we're proposing is that the annual revenue requirement be based on actual plant that is in service as of December 31 of the prior year. So all of that plant would be in service before those rates actually go into effect, which is sort of the opposite approach that SPS took. Now, I apologize also if my testimony was unclear, because I think this morning there was some testimony that maybe SPS didn't quite understand what I was proposing. And when I say actual plant as of December 31 of the prior year, obviously we're going to have to estimate that number and true it up. Just as in SPS's case, they're estimating a number that then is going to be subject to true up. But the true up in my version or my scenario would be based on actual plant that was serving customers as of December 31 of the prior year, whereas SPS's true up would be based on all plant that was in service by December 31 of the year for which the revenue requirement was being calculated.
So theirs is all an estimation.
Theirs is all an estimation, yes. And mine would probably be, I don't know, 6 and 6 or 9 and 3, 6 months of actual and 6 months of estimate, or 9 months of actual and 3 months of estimate. There'd be some blend there. And then the last few months would obviously still have to be trued up.
And then finally, Ms. Crane, the the last part of your testimony, you're addressing SPS's compliance with the commission questions in the dismissal order of the prior case. And it's pages 29 and 30 of your testimony.
Yes.
And you note, and I couldn't remember the reference when I had Mr. Liu, when he was testifying. He said he didn't recall, but basically you are concluding that he has miscalculated the incremental impact of the grid modernization program, aren't you?
Well, I don't know if miscalculated is the right word. I don't agree with kind of his assumptions, because what he did was he looked at what the increase was over the last 5 years, and that's his 14.06. And then he said that the total increase, including the grid modernization program, would move that figure from 14.06 to 15.59. So that's about 1.53%, right? And that 1.53% is basically his year one increase under this grid modernization program. But we're looking at a 5-year period. Well, obviously, if we were really looking at a 5-year period, then there would be more than 1 year of an increase charged to customers. So that, and actually the grid mod increase grows for each of the first couple of years, right? So, he's taking a 1-year snapshot, which is the first year of his proposed grid mod program, and he's spreading that over 5 prior years. I don't necessarily think that's kind of an appropriate approach. What I would have probably done is I would have assumed that my grid mod program started in year one, and then I would have added, instead of just adding that 1.53%, I would have added 1.53 in year one. I would have added whatever his year two increase is in the second year, his year three increase. So I would have assumed that the grid mod program started at the beginning of that 5-year period, and I would have reflected all of the grid mod increases over that period of time, whereas he's only really reflected 1 year, the first year, which happens to be the smallest increase over that 5-year period. So I don't agree that his approach is that meaningful. I'm not sure I'd say, that he mischaracterized it, but.
Well, no, I didn't say mischaracterized.
No.
I just said that he incorrectly calculated it.
I think.
Well, you say in your testimony at lines 5 through 7, the entire rollout occurs within the next 5-year period. The impact on rates would be approximately double the impact calculated by him, correct?
Right, because the revenue requirement grows each year. And so he basically ignored what happens after year one in his calculation.
So does that mean that you think that the effect on the grid mod's going to have on those increases is going to be 2.06 increase?
Well, I think, to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure that this entire exercise is that meaningful, because SPS has now filed a rate case. And in that rate case, they're asking for residential increases that average 16.5% going forward, right? So now that does include the effect of this grid mod program. But I think to look back 5 years and then try and transpose this prospective program onto a historic period doesn't really provide meaningful information. That's sort of my point.
That's the takeaway. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Ms. Crane.
Thank you.
Mr. Gatko, any redirect for Ms. Crane?
I don't like to do redirect, but I have one curious question. If when we talk about these shared assets, If Xcel Energy as SPS is able to make a purchase with one affiliate and then apply the return that's granted in the jurisdiction of that affiliate to other affiliates, wouldn't that encourage them in the future to always seek out whichever one of their jurisdictions has the highest rate of return and always invest there, be motivated to do their first program in that state so then they can get elevated returns in other states?
I'm going to object to this question as calling for speculation on what SPS is as a company is thinking.
Mr. Gatko?
If a utility in general has multiple affiliates in multiple jurisdictions, and they're able to bring a program in one jurisdiction.
What's your response to the exception, objection, Mr. Gatko?
I was trying to alter my question. I think it doesn't call for speculation as to what SPS is thinking. It's calling for a question as to what motivations for any investor would be. And so I'm not asking to get inside the head of SPS. I'm asking for general investment principles.
Ms. Lees, I'm going to overrule the objection and you can answer the question, Ms. Crane, if you know.
Okay. If you're just looking solely at the return component, then yeah, I would agree with you that a multi-company corporation could have an incentive to have its most favorable jurisdiction procure the asset and then charge it out to the other jurisdictions with a higher return. Having said that, there's probably a lot of factors that go into a decision about where an asset should be acquired, where a joint asset should be acquired. And there's probably a lot of practical considerations that may in fact be more important than solely the amount of return that can be earned on that asset. But if you're only looking at the return component, then I would agree with you.
Gatko?
Yeah, that's all. Thank you. It was interesting.
Thank you. Ms. Lees?
I do have some cross just based on your questions, Madam Hearing Examiner, if I may.
Okay.
Not a lot. Good evening, Ms. Crane. Thanks for staying a little bit late with us.
Good evening. It's better than making dinner, so.
I agree. You were an expert witness for the New Mexico Attorney General in EPE's recently filed grid modernization case, correct?
Yes.
And that case resulted in a unanimous stipulation, correct?
Yes.
Now, I will be careful. I understand that you cannot discuss what was said during stipulation negotiations, and I'm not going to ask you about that, okay? But the result in that case, that EPE will not earn a return on its undepreciated legacy meter amount, that was a negotiated settlement provision, correct?
Yes, everything was negotiated in that case.
Yeah. And that was a result of compromises made on both sides, EPE's side and intervener and staff side, correct?
Well, it's interesting you should say that, because I believe during the hearing on the stipulation, the hearing examiner asked me to go down my testimony and to talk about where we felt we had come out. And frankly, we felt that EPE had made the vast majority of the concessions in that case.
Okay. So, but the stipulation was a product of concessions made on both sides, correct? Whether EPE made the vast majority or not.
The stipulation, the stipulation is what it is. I'm not aware of anything that's more favorable to EPE, for example, in there than we're proposing here. So
I'm not asking, that's not what I'm asking. It was a negotiated settlement, correct? Negotiated by both sides.
It was negotiated.
Thank
It
you.
was a settlement. It was a settlement.
Was it, so, excuse me, let me start over. You are aware that SPS filed a previous grid modernization case in which you were a witness, correct?
Yes,
And when I refer to case number 21-00148, would you agree that that is the case number, the case that I am referring to?
if you tell me that's the number, I'd agree with that.
I represent to you that that is the case number of
Okay.
SPS's previously filed grid modernization case. Was it the AG's position in case number 21-00148 that SPS should amortize the remaining depreciation of legacy meters over 10 years rather than 2 years in order to mitigate rate shock?
No, I believe that we supported a 2-year amortization.
Ms. Lees?
I'm sorry, I'm just taking a note. One
Okay.
moment, please.
Don't want to get on the wrong side of our court reporter.
I'm almost done. Do you agree that SPS proposed a 10-year amortization in this case in order to mitigate rate shock that would be experienced by ratepayers if we had amortized the remaining depreciation of those legacy meters over 2 years?
I agree that you proposed 10 years, and I agree that it does mitigate the rate increase. I'm not sure whether that was done in order to make your proposal more palatable or whether it was done to minimize the rate impact to ratepayers, but that is what you proposed here. And you do indicate that it does mitigate the impact to ratepayers, which I would agree with.
Thank you. That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Mr. Rice, anything further from you?
No, Ms. Hearing Examiner, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Crane, you are excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for accommodating me today. Thank you.
Thank you, parties, for doing that. And unless there's something procedural we need to discuss, we will resume. We'll recess for the evening, and we shall resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and continue with SPS witness Remington. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Allison, for staying late. Appreciate it very much. And we are recessed until tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoyman, for staying late. We appreciate it.